No matter what shape your stomach's in. No matter what shape your stomach's in, when it gets out of shape, take Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer relieves the flutters, calms the nervous feeling, relieves heartburn, relieves the stuffy feeling, and relieves a headache. Better than any other antacid. Better than anything you can get without a prescription. Anything. Alka-Seltzer. It's the best on any stomach.
When hay fever pollen invades your sinuses, brings runny nose, watery eyes, take Dristan. Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. That is, Dristan helps you breathe free and easy, as if you were far away from pollen or allergy irritation. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Helps dry, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes. You see, Dristan tablets shrink swollen, congested nasal and sinus passages which cause runny nose and watery eyes. So you breathe free and easy fast. So when pollen invades your sinuses causing hay fever miseries, don't wish you could be in sunny, dry Arizona. Just remember, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Get Dristan decongestant tablets.
People think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
Oh, Peggy, look at your bridesmaid's hair. And if I shampoo with this, it'll wash the body out.
Silly, don't wash out body. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It's got more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Dreamy body.
Looks like you're next.
Luster Cream, you've done it again.
Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
Well, I wrote this.
Yeah, I'll take some calls.
Might as well.
Let me in there. Let me show Doug how it's done. Some of you flag-waving phony Christians are thinking that right now. Come on, Peter. Back up your words. You accused me of being basically a misogynist. Say it to my face. Okay, Peter, what's your problem with me? Oh, you're joking. You do this to me on my channel and on Rebecca's Bread of Life channel. You will
only when you're beating up women.
I treat women and men equally. I beat up on both of them. You're the sexist. Those poor babies, those little women, we gotta treat them.
Well, I think that you tend to interrupt women with a little bit more freedom than you do men.
You think so?
Look at all the interviews I've done with men and all the interviews. I would say that.
Oh, yes, I have it all on a spreadsheet, all the time stamps.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I have it all on a spreadsheet. I have a thought experiment. What if a meteor was coming to hit the Earth, and it was going to wipe out mankind and the world was doomed? But we could shoot a rocket to another distant planet and start evolution all over again on that planet.
Okay.
Should we do it?
With all due respect, what the f are you talking about?
I figured that would be your answer.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome, everyone, to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look. Oh, that's a good angle. Drives the girls while I got the moves. That angle's good too. They're really moving. I sent you. Oh, that's a good angle. Up and down that spot. That's right. All the goddamn angles are good because I am the motherfucking United States champion. I am the sexiest man in word wrestling entertainment, and I don't have bad angles, obviously. Are y'all ready to go? I make them hot, I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just the US champ. I'm not a fucking chump. That might flip though. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome everybody to another special edition of the motherfucking podcast. The whole crew is with me. Sam is here. Sleeping, not doing a goddamn thing, being a lazy motherfucker. Jewish Space Laser is in the house, the motherfucking sexiest United States championship in the history of word wrestling entertainment. Liberty Bell is in the house. Motherfucking Ariel 609. No, I'm kidding. I gotta figure out what to name this goddamn E. coli. He's in the fucking house. Shout out to the LNCA lab. Motherfuckers don't think I work for Rich Lenski. I got a fucking softy fucking E. coli teddy bear and shit. Fuck out of here. I'm a fucking goddamn evolutionary biologist, motherfuckers. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Now listen, if you think that taking over the internet is something that you can do exclusively on YouTube, you are sadly mistaken. Taking over the internet is very, very, very hard work, okay? And it requires... You can't just be taking over on your grind when you are fucking on YouTube. If you just think you get up on a YouTube channel and you get some views and you get some motherfucking subscribers and shit, that is not how this works. Taking over the internet means exactly that. Taking over the internet. That's right. And when people are still using the internet to connect when they're not watching YouTube videos, that is why we have established the virtual compound. It is a place where there's no DMCA strikes. There's no trolls. There's no losers. We are free to work, play, live, and love amongst one another, also capable of plotting our takeover of the internet. So if you're just joining us on YouTube and you think, man, Pocket, you haven't been streaming around the clock as much. Are you falling off? Are you taking a back seat? Are you letting other people get their time in the spot? Fuck no! No, none of that! No, I'm in Gather Town with the gang doing what we do. See, community building, you only want to do a small portion of it on YouTube. You don't want to live your whole life on YouTube. You know, you got to put a limit on those things because you got to always create a show and be putting out this original content. You got the motherfucking creatards coming through. You got all these viewers who want to share their fucking opinion about the goddamn show as if I want their motherfucking opinion of the goddamn show unless it's complimentary. Yeah, that's how it is. We want you to basically tell us how great we are. If you don't like the show, get the fuck up out of here and go somewhere else. Anyway, folks, we're in the Gather Town. Had a little bit of a mishap last night. I prayed the videos from the wrong browser. It's all good because you know what? People just take over. Other people are streaming. Other people are compensating. Hang on a sec. I got to get my people going. Boop, 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 boop. I feel lonely up here on the stream. I'm feeling a bit disconnected. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Come on. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, let's get the motherfucking avatars going. Let's get some fucking avatars going. Come on, everybody, come get in the chat so you can get your avatar up here. If you're active within 10 minutes, you get your avatar up here. And then it takes 10 minutes for him to go away. But come on, my avatar's up here by himself. Come on, y'all. Somebody got to come keep my avatar company. There we go, Melody Joy, get up in here. Where's Melody Joy's avatar? That's all they got to do. They got to get a little thing, and then your avatar comes up. Let's get these avatars out here. Boom. There it is. There's Melody Joy. Facts. Facts. There it is. All right, me and Melody Joy is out here. All right, y'all, look. We're going to get right to it, but confession, like I told y'all. Some of us had a little too much to drink. You know, and we watched wrestling. We watched a little Monday night football or whatever the fuck. And I ain't even gonna lie to you. Some of us just passed out at the bar. We just passed out at the bar. Me, Punk, UC Love. I think AR passed out at the bar too, but AR woke up earlier. UC Love passed out at the bar. AR also passed out at the bar, but I think he got up earlier and dipped out of here so that he didn't get called out on air for passing out at the bar. I don't see Melody Joy. I think she passed out at the bar too. But some people woke up a little earlier, probably dragged themselves half naked back to their tents. But yeah, I passed out at the bar. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Passed out at the bar. So I'm just going straight to the office. You know, I'm gonna make sure Myron Bot follows me. I'm gonna pull myself up here. See, I have Myron Bot for the projecting. And then I have me for my social interactions, but Myron Bot's going to follow me. Come on, Myron Bot, let's go. Hey, anybody else that wants to follow me, now is the time. Why is UC Love a mystery? UC Love is a man of mystery. Come on, Myron Bot, let's go. We got to go to the office. We got to get the works done. Got to go to the virtual office. I know I want to do communion and vibe, but I got to get in the office first so y'all could come find me. Because when I vibe, I don't want to go nowhere. I just want to pull up my shit and get to work. All right. All right, Myron Bot, you're going to post up here, Myron Bot. Don't follow me anymore. Stop following. That's right, Myron Bot. Go over here. Go stand in the corner, Myron Bot. You're a bot. Actually, no, Myron Bot. You're cool, Myron Bot. You can come sit at the table for now, Myron Bot. Come on, Bot. But not opposite me. Come sit next to me. Nah, I like people sit next to me. Go sit over here. It's a bot. I don't care about his feelings. He's a goddamn robot. Spiders in here. Yeah, that's what we want. We want the gang in here. Myron, go stand over there. Go stand over there. You're a bot. Nobody cares. All right, now what's the bot doing? Bot is going in on 5-6. Out to voice meter. Yeah, that's good. All right. All right, bot, play some music for the gang. Time to catch a vibe, y'all. I don't think y'all heard. Did y'all hear Link Up with the Gang last time? I don't think so. Oh, well. Did you just hear this song? I don't give a shit. Link Up with the Gang! Melody Joy's at her desk.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking
I'm gonna go catch Melody Joy real quick, actually. All right, now this is me in the app. I gotta check my settings real quick. I'm going in and out 3-4. And then I'm gonna send. Right, this is not going to 3-4. It's going to 5-6. And my monitor. Oh yeah, and then I just mute Myron Bot. All right, here we go. Niggas don't know what to think. Don't I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Oh, I turned off his audio. That's right. That's right. I turned him off. Same goes for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. I got to turn my camera on. I'm going to see Melody real quick. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. I'm rolling up loud, and it's great. Yeah, that's right. We out here. That's right, everybody can stream. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't know we taking this game to new levels, nigga. You think we out here, just me and James can? No. Everybody can stream. Melody's streaming. What? You ain't even know Melody Joy can stream. It's because you ain't in the compound. And you're lazy. All right. Melody Joy, I love you. Appreciate you. Appreciate all your hard work and dedication. But she working. She busy. Look at her in the cubicle. We got pets. Oh, we claim desk now? Yeah, I gotta claim my desk. Boom. That's my desk. I don't know how we set that up, but that's fly. I like that. Melody got a desk, I got a desk. Y'all gotta get your desk. You know what's gonna happen to you if you don't get a desk? You're gonna have to work in the pool pen. You're gonna have to work in the all hands area. Sorry, we ain't got enough desks. Nah, we'll make more desks. But let's see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Oh, we got 24. Oh, that's more than enough. We good. We got enough. We go up to 25 in our first office here, so we'll be straight. Everybody has a desk. Good shit. Everybody got a desk, y'all. Oh, wait, what's gonna happen there? When I roll up in there, oh, I gotta mute Myron. Hang on a sec. I gotta come up in here. I gotta mute Myron Bot's ass, so he don't come through there. All right, now we should be good. Good shit. All right, and then I'm going to do.
Longo, what up? Nigga, House of Bomb here, man.
Yeah, I'll probably share my screen. I'll share the screen in front of me. Yeah, I'm gonna cross them up. I'm gonna put this over here, then I'll share my screen over here when I'm working, and I'll have Myron Bot share the other screen. That way he's sharing the music and shit. Spider's in here. UC Love is in here. Spider's graphics look awesome. I don't know what the hell his thing is. It's like a floating head or something. UC Love, everybody look crazy. UC Love looking at the war map, exactly. That's why I like this one. That's how we plotting to take over the internet. We got the war map right here. This is how we decide who's our next victim. Let's switch the location, don't look back. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get into it. We got a lot to do today. Let me go ahead and get y'all into this groove real fast. Let me see. I'm gonna switch over here to Cam real quick. But yeah, y'all go ahead and get together. I want to thank everybody for joining me, man. We got to get together during the day, y'all, and be productive. You know what I mean? So if you're late at night or evening, or you're just not working or whatever, come in and game. Come in and have some fun. Come in and chill. Come in and entertain yourselves. Entertain others. You could find a different area and stream a game or stream some editing or multimedia production. But hey. If it's work hours or you're working late, come into the office, man. That's what we in here for. All right, appreciate all y'all. Let's get into this communion real quick. Y'all already know the drill. Yes. Church is a serious operation, y'all. We can't just only take communion at night. They'd be like, if we only did communion at night, they say they're just drinking. And we only did communion at night, they'd be like, they're just drinking. You know what I mean? And also, this is not day drinking. Sometimes people, they date. No, we're not day drinking. It's communion. I have priestly responsibilities. I have to do this. This is a very serious part of keeping our 501c 420 status. Here we go. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, y'all gotta get a little louder. What, is it early or something, y'all? Y'all tired? There we go. Oh yeah, I like that. That choir is very consistent. You saw them wake right up. Just the consistency. Anytime, day or night, man. They are with it. We really appreciate that. Let's get this. We're not gonna do the MJ interlude. I love that song, but I just want to hear "Shot of George Pull Up." So our community song right now gonna be "Shot of George Pull Up." Let's go.
Yeah. She be getting that hair done Tuesday.
Time to get into the mode.
Relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and soup?
Whoa, UC Love. UC Love just got the boot.
CP3. Now do you love me, look, he shot town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. In the competition, we been them corners like no disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
The groove in this song is just so deep. This song's so good. Come on, Girardi. Get him, cuz.
Like, what up, bitch? Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom Miz, but I ain't tripping, no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. Really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know.
Whoa.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
about it. When you playing, no, I had to shout it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell.
Bring it back.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
when
about
you playing, no, I had to shout it.
No, I had to doubt it.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All right. Thanks everybody. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Appreciate everybody in the stream avatars. That's the word I'm looking for. Appreciate everybody, of course, in the gather. So good to be in the office with my friends and fam. Of course, I decided to work here in this larger room. That way everybody could come and kind of work with me and I wouldn't be in a cubicle with limited space. But, you know, feel free to get together in here and work, because sometimes I will be working either, you know, in the university office, or I have a private office in Gather. I've got, you know, the chancellor's office on the university. I've got the virtual evolution lab. So a lot of times I'll be working in another space. Feel free to use this kind of room as a big space for people to gather and meet in. I'll show you some of the other ones real quick. And just in this virtual office right here, you can meet. I don't know why it's not letting me open this door. I'm pressing X. Oh well, I'll figure that out. I'll probably remove that door. I didn't remember there even being a door there. But yeah, this is a room. That room next to it is a room. I'll get rid of that door. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. That's weird. And up here, there's private areas and places to work. You can also broadcast from that bar. This is literally like where we can have big company meetings, everybody get together. And then it'll be the same thing like in the cafe or something where you have these little private areas. So this is kind of where we'll do day stuff to be productive, handle that business. You can always just follow me. Yep, if you set yourself to follow me, then you'll kind of stay to me. Appreciate you for rolling with me, Spider. Thanks, man. I was just showing people what's going on. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm gonna go right back into that office. I'm just kind of showing people around. Yeah, we've got some go-karts. These focus areas only seat one person. So like right now, Spider can't hear me or see me. He can't join this area. It kind of helps you not be distracted. Also, if you hold down G, you can move through people. So like the little eating area, come over here and grab lunch. And I actually recommend people doing these things. Part of what Gather does is it gives you like that local feel with the proximity voice over IP, so you feel like you're in the company of people again. But it also helps to move, right? That's a thing that helps in relationship building and in sort of community building, is to go to different locations with people. And so it makes sense to say, oh, hey, let's go work together or sit next to each other at work or whatever.
oh, hey, you want to grab some lunch together? Yeah, cool. And then come over to the cafeteria and sit together and do it there. Oh, hey, you want to play some games together? Cool. Let's go into the game room, or let's go into the casino room to game together. That moving around together, even virtually, I think will have tremendous benefit in the intentional community building that we're trying to do here online. So just some places to show you guys. Just some places to show you guys, and I'll head back to the office now. I myself should get better about not walking away from people mid-sentence, right? So that's not a good habit in Gather. You should treat it like a real meeting where, since Sick Spider is in this room with me, I should make sure I finish what I want to say before I start moving around. That way I'm not popping out of the room in the middle of sentences. I do that a lot, and I just need to get better at it and be more cognizant of it. All right, Sick Spider, let's head back to the office. Right, that was much better. All right, and he can either choose to keep following me here. Oh, yeah, he can keep following me, I think, and just put himself back in his seat or just stay there. It really doesn't matter. That part is, you don't have to sit in the chairs, but they're cool. Spider is faceless too. Yeah, well, he's just in a different mode, right? I try to tell people I'm a timeless, spaceless, immaterial being. I'm just happen to exist embodied in an embodied state, It doesn't really negate that I'm timeless, spaceless, and immaterial. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand what it means to be the Most High Apostle of the Cult of the Flying Man. It's cool. It's cool. You're probably new here. It's all right. It's not really a big deal. It just comes up every year around birthday time, right? Because I think me and Lena have the same birthday, right? And so every year Lena gets older, but I don't. It's kind of interesting. All right, so let's get into the program here because there's so much to program. Let's start it off with the 45th fuckface leader of the fucking trash hole that is the United States of America.
The last 48 hours have
been... Boom. We got audio things. Let's figure this out. All right. I'm doing two gathers at once, kind of strategically, but I'm still getting used to how it goes. Oh, right. I just re-entered the room, and so I need to go to mine, which is... Right. I have me, the Most High Apostle, and then I'm also controlling MyronBot through the app. So I'm controlling MyronBot through the app, MyronBot online, and I'm controlling the Most High Apostle through the browser. All right. So I need to now silence MyronBot's audio on the Most High Apostle so that he doesn't come through my Gather playback. But now I'll hear everybody else's voices through here, through my Most High Apostle, and they can hear me through this account because I'm sending in audio to basically the same input I'd normally use for Restream. And then over here, MyronBot is piping in audio to where I normally send audio to like Discord or something, input 5 and 6. And then he's sending it out to voice meter, but my voice meter is not open, so it's really just a dead input. It doesn't let you choose nowhere. It needs to let you choose nowhere. None of these programs let you pick nowhere, which is kind of fine because under normal circumstances, people have no reason. You can't really use the app with no audio output, but it's just kind of annoying when you do, I guess I'd have to admit, like advanced stuff like I do that probably not a whole lot of people do. But I like to be able to select nothing as an output. And so instead, I have to have programs to select just to fake it. All right. And then I'm actually I watch through MyronBot so that it's in time with the projection. All right. So let me go back to... Oh, goodness. Did I just close all the... Oh, here it is. All right. Boom. There's the audio. I actually show it over there. Do that. And then I'll share my screen. I'll share this one. Share. Optimize for video. There it is. Here we go.
Some of the most overtly anti-Semitic in the American media space than I can remember in a very long time. A little bit later, we're going to get to one of the most insane anti-Semitic rants I've seen short of actual Nazis, and it came from Kanye West. That's after. But first, we have to talk about failed former President Donald Trump, seemingly cracking in an authoritarian fascistic tirade against Jews, not only attacking American Jews, but warning American Jews. You'd better appreciate what I've done for you, or things could get very bad. A typical anti-Semitic fascistic tirade, which I'm going to explain to you. Donald Trump went on his platform, Truth Central, known to some as Truth Social, and Donald Trump said the following over the weekend, and I do quote, "No president has done more for Israel than I have. Somewhat surprisingly, however, our wonderful evangelicals are far more appreciative of this than the people of the Jewish faith, especially those living in the U.S.
I just need to move.
Those living in Israel, though, are a different story. Highest approval rating in the world, by the way, not true. Could easily be prime minister. U.S. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel. And here's the warning, before it is too late." This is truly disgusting. Disgusting. Now, first, before we get into explaining the layers of anti-Semitism here, just a sort of reality. The evangelical love for Israel and thus support for Republican presidents on that issue has nothing to do with Judaism, and it has nothing to do with Jews. The evangelical love for Israel relates primarily to their biblical belief that if they support Israel, it will accelerate the second coming of Jesus Christ. And implicit in that, depending on which version of Christianity you believe or follow, there is a rapture apocalypse. The Jews eventually do die in some versions of the story. All the Jews, other than 144,000 of them, die. It's bonkers. And so you should judge the evangelical support for Israel.
All right, guys. It's like, I'm going to let you finish. But what's nightmarish to me about this is it just hit me that, like, today that this is now what you do going into a really substantial primary, right? And under any normal circumstances, especially as a fucking quote-unquote conservative Republican, all up aligned with the Jesus tards and all of that, you would definitely avoid anything that might be unfortunately mistaken as hateful language or anything like that, right? And you should avoid these type of issues. And instead, the new playbook for these people is it's time to ramp up the hatred. Like, the elections are coming, y'all. It's time to hate on more people. Well, what kind of celebrity grifters can we get to, can we enlist in our hate campaign? Fucking nightmare.
As an example of complete and utter religious insanity. Also, it has nothing to do with what...
Also, if you're not subscribed to David Pakman, don't tell me, because I'll probably hate you. Like, yeah, people like, oh, but Jay, David Blackman's better. I know David Blackman is better, but you still got to know what the competition is up to, goddammit. Now go subscribe to this motherfucker.
What Jews like me actually care about or are concerned with. That's number one. Okay. Now, what Donald Trump says here is sadly a classic from the anti-Semitic tropes of history. Why aren't Jews more grateful to me for something I did for them? That is a classic anti-Semitic trope. When Jews don't accept the leader's cult or the cult's leader, whichever way you want to say it, they are seen as implicitly undermining the leader, and they are bad, And maybe they even need to be punished for that. Then there's also the horribly anti-Semitic idea of the good Jews versus the bad ones out in the diaspora. When we talk about the Jewish diaspora, we mean Jews around the world. And I know a lot of this stuff is new to some in our audience and maybe unfamiliar, but that's why we're talking about it. This is a classic. This is a classic. Here are the good Jews, right? The ones either staying within their shtetls or ghettos or whatever, and then sometimes if it's right-wingers, the good Jews in Israel, and then the bad Jews of the diaspora, those bad liberal Jews in the United States and the UK and France and okay, on and on and on. And then, of course, there's also the threat there. That's the other part of it. Get your act together because, you know, people have come after Jews.
Yeah, before it's too late.
Things have gotten pretty bad for Jews historically.
I mean, this is just crazy.
You better get your act together and appreciate Trump.
This is crazy,
before it is
y'all.
too late and bad things start to happen.
Like how is it okay to behave this way as a former president of the United States of America, y'all? How is this shit okay? Like, y'all, it feels like I try to. It's definitely happened. It's definitely the case, I think, that this motherfucker is just so crazy and that he's clearly just trolling every decent human being. And we just get used to it, right? We just hear this type of nonsense out this motherfucker every single day, right? He's just, if the motherfucker woke up today and said, I don't even know, what's today? Tuesday is, if the Trump woke up today and said it's Tuesday, October 18th, y'all will be checking your calendars immediately. Right? In this case, I didn't know what day it was, but pretend I did. Y'all knew what day it was. It's Tuesday, October 18th. Tell me no lies. Now, if Trump's ass was on an interview today and said it's Tuesday, October 18th, you would be checking your fucking calendar. This motherfucker lies about everything. I didn't believe the names of his children were accurately represented until I heard them say shit like, hi, my name's Ivanka Trump. Hi, my name's fucking Eric Trump or whatever the fuck, right? He just lies about everything. There are people who have tracked this, right? And when you compare Trump's lying to everybody else, it reminds me of the fucking basketball videos I watch that fucking tell you like, oh, you don't really understand how great this or that player was at this or that thing. I don't know, Jimmy something. Goddamn, I can't think of the name of the channel. Anyway, he'll show you these fucking graphs of these fucking crazy ass stats, and then whoever is the subject of the video, right, it'll just be fucking leagues above everybody else by like fucking orders of magnitude just to prove his fucking point. And that's how it looks when you compare Trump's lying to any other fucking president.
If you don't appreciate me. Now, once you get beyond the anti-Semitism, you also realize that Trump, as well as many others, have absolutely no understanding of the reality of Jews in the United States as a community with interests and priorities that are very different than those of Jews living in Israel, for example. And this goes back to the dual loyalty anti-Semitic trope. There's this idea that, okay, listen, if your parents or grandparents came to the U.S. from Italy or from Germany,
somebody's knocking on my door. Hang on,
from Portugal, there is not this thing that follows you around about you might still have loyalty to Portugal if it came down to it. Do you choose the U.S. or do you choose Portugal or whatever the case may be? And with Jews, even Jews who have never been to Israel, there is this idea of dual loyalty. Well, I don't know. Here's what's good for the U.S. and here's maybe what's good for Israel. And these American Jews can't really be trusted because they have a loyalty to Israel that might override. Most Jews have never even been to Israel, don't even follow the politics of Israel, internal or foreign policy. Understand that anti-Semitism, while proclaiming that you love Israel, is a standard of the evangelical right, and it's definitely a standard of MAGA. So a disgusting comment from Trump, but nothing compared to Kanye West. Plastic is everywhere.
All right, y'all. Like, that shit's crazy. I turned the speaker on so I could hear what was going on. There's just some people knocking on the door about the goddamn campaign. We'll get another one from David Pakman in here. I like David Pakman. Sometimes I go with TYT or a different news source. But to be honest, David Pakman's probably one of my favorite. He's probably, yeah. Him and the Young Turks are probably my favorite political commentators, especially just respect for what they've done in their time and consistency out here covering these type of things. And I'm definitely trying to get our community more in here because this is what I'm interested in. Social shit, politics, current affairs, scratches a bit of an itch in the same way, religion and all of that stuff does. But yeah, man, I think we tend to, or at least I find myself, I should say, maybe in a need just to find some fucking comfort in the world, thinking of the Trump administration as in the past and trying to, think about what happened and all of that shit and trying to get this nigga held some accountability for his ass, right? But it's like when I'm really watching them Trump rallies, I'll be saying, which Trump administration are you concerned about, the last one or the next one? Because he's just still the clear favorite in this party, which seems to be so much more effective at taking and dealing with and utilizing power. We're not there yet. So it's kind of scary. And even if he's not the guy or he gets taken off the scene somehow, his influence is still something to deal with. And I don't know what the fuck is up with Kanye, man. I think for me personally, it's disappointing because I was a big Kanye fan when he was on his way up. He was real different, real creative. Like, Kanye was kind of a game changer because a lot of people that weren't really into hip-hop got into hip-hop through Kanye because he was kind of on some smart kid shit, to put it the way I see it. And also he was kind of reminds me of like OG Roddy in a way, to where he didn't really, identify with gangbanging. And sort of like we heard Kat talking about in her podcast, where she was saying a lot of people in the hip hop that are associated and affiliated with kind of gangster rap and the commercialization and glorification of this thug life and all of that. Number one, they don't really live that way. They're really artists that are portraying characters. And number two, a lot of them is totally inconsistent with who they were as people in some cases. And I don't really care about any of that because who cares? Like, if you're an entertainer, go ahead and be an entertainer. It's just unfortunate where people get so caught up in the entertainment and what that entertainment reflects that it becomes a toxic influence in the community. So it was a big deal when artists like Kanye that weren't doing shit like that kind of broke through and proved that that could be as commercially viable or even more so than the gangster shit. So it's kind of interesting. Cameron said kind of seems to have changed after his mom died. Yeah, for sure, man. And obviously as somebody who's bipolar too, right? I don't want to shit on him too hard, right? Because I see that, just life is hard for everybody. And then him and I share, that struggle as well. And man, it's funny actually to think about. I'm thinking about some times, man, where I've been acting a fool. And I don't really know if it was the bipolar or the meds, to be honest with you. And maybe combinations or different situations, right, at different times. But anyway, man, I've certainly shown my ass in public and private. And, you know, there's some humiliating, great things that happen. I think when I was younger, especially like when I was in college, when it first started happening, especially because I was kind of caught up in being a public figure, right? Because, you know, I was the president of the medical marijuana organization trying to do that, and ran for president student government, and then also was a part of the social awareness committee. So I was always hosting events in public, and you know, when stuff would happen, we just rolled it into the story, just like you would do in pro wrestling. If some crazy shit about one of your wrestlers in real life blows up, you just work it into the story. But when I look back on it, it was craziness that I was going through, and I didn't really know how even to deal with it or process it. So it is a real struggle. And it's never easy. Even me, like it's something you have to be aware of and deal with every day. And then I'm always worried that you'll slip off because you won't. It's not really. I don't think it's really us, right? Like it's a disease, so I might be sitting in front of you now, like, oh yeah, it's all. It's really important to take your meds and sleep and eat and be managed and all of this shit. But, right, I don't know what could happen that could lead me to fall off that. And then, you're sort of back out there in the wild. And do you get back on track before you find yourself, incarcerated or in a psych ward again? And then with Kanye, when you add money and power and everybody being willing to use you and things like that, it's a tough situation. Plus, think of all the things he's going through. Like you said, probably changed up after he lost his mom. He has different situations in his career that's in a different place, and all those relationships have changed. It's not the same with Hov and B. You know what I mean? and he's going through everybody celebrating, Kim Kardashian leaving his ass and shit. It's tough to get divorced in front of the world to a woman that's a fucking institution. So yeah, it's in a tough spot in his life. Which, again, is sad that people don't want to see that and be like, yo, like, what's up, man? Like, something wrong right now. But at the same time, he's a grown-ass man, and he does have the liberty to be enabled to do what he want to do. So, it's tough. And at the same time, it definitely has to be dealt with because he has the platform and all of that, and he's sitting on some bullshit like we talk about. So it's just an unfortunate situation.
I have never seen anything like what I am about to play for you.
And the crazy thing is, I'm kind of disappointed because we just did this, y'all. We literally just like a couple of days ago did like, Kanye sitting on some bullshit with the T-shirts and all of that. We just did this.
Kanye West went on something called Drink Champs and delivered one of the most anti-Semitic
I see you, Lena, with the depression. You never know when it's going to get the best of you, honestly.
In the sort of modern media era, short of actual Nazis. And it's basically there. Kanye West in controversy lately. I won't go through the entire thing. He's a musical artist. He was recently wearing White Lives Matter gear, and then he went on the Tucker Carlson show and said a whole bunch of stuff, including anti-Semitic stuff, which got cut out, but which we ultimately obtained and looked at last week. Let's go through this.
Uncle Bobby, appreciate you tuning in. Guys, y'all already know, if you're not subscribed to Gin and Truth, you're an asshole. And the crazy thing is, y'all, if you're not subscribed to Gin and Truth, you're basically just disrespecting the whole community, because we actually be on Gin and Truth, like we co-host the show with them. And it's not like we put it on some separate channel in the middle of the Satan's asshole where nobody's going to see it, or it's just on my channel. Nah, this shit is on Gin and Truth. We literally host the show on Gin and Truth. We just take over Gin and Truth and host the show. So if you're not subscribed, don't tell me. Don't tell me, because I'll time you out immediately. Don't tell me you're not subscribed. Just don't admit it. Don't admit it. This is not that type of Jesus fucktard type of church situation. This is an atheist cult. You don't have to confess your sins here. So don't confess this one to me, because I'll be really pissed. But go over there, fucking subscribe, and Nick, Gin and Truth, when we do the thing tomorrow, when I hook you up, we're gonna hook you up with a Streamlabs. We gotta get them a Streamlabs so that y'all can send this man donations on the stream, because y'all just need to send this man money. And I'm tired of YouTube with this 1,000 subscribers thing. So I'm going to hook the gang all up with these Streamlabs so they can have the tips in the super chat command so y'all can send this man your money. So figure out your little work situation. White people, especially all the white folks out there, go to work. Don't be late. Don't be tardy. Okay? And don't talk back to your boss. Okay? Because like I said, you need to get your check. That way you can send Gin and Truth some money and pay your fucking taxes so that the government can send it to me to do that. Evolutionary biology. Y'all already know what time it is. I love it. That's right. That's right. I need y'all to send y'all failing asses to work for the man and send me that motherfucking money. That's what I got to do so I could
indoctrinate children.
Exactly.
And I'm telling you, I have not seen anything like this in the modern era, short of from over white supremacist Nazis.
We need like a Redeem Blase and the Glavinoids.
Some of the things he says.
We made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, the DEF CON
we got to get our sound designer Punk on it.
Releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black voice.
What? Jewish people have owned the black voice? You know, it's interesting because Kanye's recent thing over the last few years has been black folks have no one to blame but ourselves.
So a lot of times we like to take people inside the minds of MAGA or Christendom by being like, this is how they talk, like when they're in church or when they're at the MAGA rally, when they think there's nobody that disagrees with them. So there's like a certain way where white people talk where there's no other black people in the room. And so, number one, they could get away with that right now. And number two, Kanye's up here talking a way that he would never talk if he was in a room full of black people, because he get his ass whooped.
For slavery, which is like a crazy thing to say. But now all of a sudden he's actually found something better. His first thing was, black folks, we should just blame ourselves for everything bad. Now he's actually saying, oh, you know, it's Jews. Let's blame Jews. The truth is, Jewish folks have been one of the premier partners for black folks in the United States to demand and obtain equality, rights, self-determination. Jewish folks have been killed, in fact, defending and supporting black folks. Remember the movie Mississippi Burning? About the murders of black rights activists in Mississippi? Sometimes people see the names and they get confused because the victims were James Chaney and Andrew Goodman and Michael Schwerner. And people will look at that and say, Goodman and Schwerner, those aren't exactly typical black names. That's right. They were Jewish men from New York City because the Jewish activists were so intertwined with the civil rights movement. The history is so intertwined.
Yeah, let me tell you about Dan Gaby. All right, so... So Dan Gaby, like David's talking about here, was one of my mentors growing up. And this man was so wonderful. He's the director of that, school choice, urban education reform organization I talked about. That was his project. He also ran one of the top 5 marketing firms in New Jersey. He ran for Senate at one point, just an absolute legend. And he was Jewish and actually lived in the same neighborhood as the Edison estate or whatever, right? He's crazy, amassed crazy amounts of money, right? Drove a beater car almost to his dying days. And he was so great. And I wrote a paper about him when I was in school, calling him an honorary Negro. But it was because of exactly what David talked about. He was part of the civil rights movement. He grew up in a neighborhood that was predominantly black. He was picked on by a lot of other white kids. Most of his friends were black. And he literally spent his career and his wealth and all of his efforts trying to improve the lives of urban people of color in the city, right? The city that we loved, right? So Dan was one of us, whatever that means, right? And, even as a teenager, I got that. Like it just didn't take a miracle to figure it out. So it's disgusting. Not just the people of Jewish faith, when you hear this type of talk, but the same way we don't stand for talk against the LGBT fam or non-male persons or whatever, anybody, nobody deserves to be targeted for their identity. So this is terrible. Especially, it's interesting too because even when we attack people's politics or their religion, we're critiquing their behavior, their ideas, and we try to make that distinction, and so that it's not who they are. But it's always especially difficult when you're criticizing a part of someone that they can't turn off. They can't choose to have better eyesight or a smaller nose or different skin color, different height, on and on and on. And even though, Jewish people, many of them are obviously practicing Jews, but it's still an ethnicity and a cultural identity, and they're very well aware of that. And it's also disgusting because to just get in league with the Christian agenda, as we just discussed with the Trump video, this is clearly for Christians about bringing on this absolute disgusting apocalypse where everybody is destroyed so that they could suck off Jesus and he's going to get the glory and they're going to ride off into the clouds while the rest of us are, damned to eternal damnation, however they want to wrap that up in a bundle of it's just the absence of God's eternal love. It must be exhausting to be that stupid.
Kanye is way off track. Now let's continue.
Whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt.
A Ralph Lauren shirt, y'all.
Ralph Lauren shirts.
Lauren shirts, y'all.
I realize that for me, all this stuff, I'm familiar with every one of these things. But for a lot of people, they don't know. What Ralph Lauren, what do you mean? Why Ralph Lauren? Ralph Lauren, the designer, was born Ralph Lifshitz, a Jewish guy from New York City. So Kanye
buying his shirts
says
is
wearing Ralph Lauren. It's another way in which Jews are controlling us.
Oh,
well, why not Tommy Hilfiger? I mean, black folks like other people also
what
wear
about
Tommy
FUBU?
Hilfiger.
What about do they wear
Tommy
FUBU?
Hilfiger isn't Jewish, so it's not interesting to Kanye.
Is that okay because black people made it?
Is Jewish, so that is more interesting.
It's also a little bit interesting that he goes to fashion, right? Where, it's sort of something he definitely has his own interests. It'd be better for him if you didn't want to buy Ralph Lauren and maybe wanted to buy Kanye's, $300 white T-shirts or whatever.
Interesting.
or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being signed to a Jewish basketball team.
Really?
What is a
Like, whoa,
Jewish basketball
what is this
team?
Jewish?
He doesn't mean an Israeli. I mean, there's an Israeli professional basketball league. That's not what he means. Does he mean a team where the owner is Jewish, or the general manager, or what is a Jewish
This is
basketball?
seriously weaponized
And,
nonsense,
You know,
y'all.
there is this, for people who care about this stuff, there is a very important historical story about how Jews were pushed into certain professions. There were all sorts of industries in which Jews were just not allowed to participate.
Not allowed to participate, yo.
What happened was there was a period where the industries Jews were allowed to participate in were the ones wherein the sort of learning and training could kind of happen on your own, like a bunch of Jews not allowed to do a whole bunch of other stuff. They could get together and talk about, you know, whatever. Is it the law? Is it whatever? And so the very discrimination of Jews created an environment in which Jews were pushed towards certain industries. The conspiracy to control those industries.
And it's the same thing with black people, right, y'all? It's why black people are pushed towards entertainment and sports, you know, music production, all of those sort of artistic type of endeavors, right? Well, when you don't have a lot of other outlets, that's what people do. And then that's the ways that everybody sees to improve your life as somebody that looks a certain way. To be honest with y'all, that's a big part of my motivation, right? Is we don't see enough black faculty members. We don't see enough black scientists. So we don't see enough black researchers. So for me, that's the motivation, is like, I had to think very clearly about it. You know, to me, it was like, I can play drums. That's what I wanted to do my whole life. And it's crazy because it's not the type of dream that's so hard, right? It's not like dreaming of being a rocket scientist. Because that's how niggas get down. I ain't gonna lie to you. But it's, to me, it's like an attainable thing. It's not like saying I want to be the president or I want to be a billionaire or something like that. Like, if you want to play an instrument, you know, you can play an instrument. You might not be a millionaire, but you can play an instrument. You know what I mean? Again, because you can learn it, like he's talking about, right? You don't have to have access to the top institutions in the world. You could just use community knowledge and practice and lessons and all of those things. It's great. And I feel like that was actually the foundation for being a good scholar, is learning how to practice and approach knowledge through those means of communication, emulating others, listening, playing it back, breaking it down, transcribing, and lessons with people who know what they're doing. And then there was the sort of law and politics that was cool. Might go back to that. You know, it's always going to be there. But, you know, it was a lot of, we're doing better there, I guess is what I'd say. But when I really started to get into research, again, I was sort of back to always being the only one. And so I kind of realized your presence here is having a way bigger impact than maybe your presence in some of them other things. Now, I don't know if that's how that plays out or whatever, but there was a big part of it for me. And it came with the pay cut and the fun cut. You know, it came with the fun cut in terms of comparing it to being a professional musician. It came with the pay cut comparing it to being a lawyer. And who knows, you do some of those other things as it goes, and we're still figuring out a lot of that. But yeah, it was definitely part of the motivation, you know. And then I was like, oh, I'm good at school. I've always been good at school. You know, and then you get into the lab, and it's fun. And yeah, I love doing research it's what we're gonna do today, right? We're gonna try to get some of this MAVE work going. But yeah, it was definitely part of what I was thinking about.
Is where it gets completely anti-Semitic, but there is a discrimination history that talks
now we
about
have
and
access
explains
to some of them
why you
careers.
saw Jews push towards certain industries. Anyway, this stuff is really nuts.
Or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney.
Okay, what is a Jewish platform like Disney?
Being
Walt
disabled,
Disney
yep. I have a
was not only not
disability
Jewish,
too.
he had a reputation for being very anti-Semitic. Walt Disney. So
that's another thing too, right? Is the potential to maybe one day, get tenure or something like that for somebody like me. I have a disability and different things. So yeah, you got to think about that too. The job, that type of job security could be key if there's a struggle coming, right?
So I don't know how it's now a Jewish platform. Like the current president of Disney is Bob Chapek. Maybe he's Jewish. I don't know. I don't know whether Kanye knows that. It's really nuts.
And we understand it's like I respect what the Jewish people have done and how
what have they done?
They brought their people together. They came into money through the lawyers.
Oh boy.
When after Wall Street, when
what does that mean after Wall Street?
When all of the like the Catholics, they wouldn't divorce people.
So that's truly bonkers. Jewish lawyers came into money by divorcing people when the Catholics wouldn't. I found no evidence of that.
So the Jewish lawyers came and they were willing to divorce people. That's when they first came into their money. So like say with me and Jay, with our culture, with the
I guess him and Jay-Z are similarly bonkers, but nah, I don't even think Jay's nowhere in Kanye keeps throwing his friends under the bus. Ice Cube, Jay-Z, whoever he can name and make it sound like he's still relevant and cool. But yeah, this is just insane. This is just insane. I don't understand.
With the darker Jews. First of all, because you
guys, I think he's just freestyling. I think he's literally just freestyling conspiracies.
It just happens when anybody starts talking deep.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the darker Jews, the 12 lost tribes of Israel.
So remember, I explained this last week. This is the Black Israelite stuff. Black Israelites are a group that believe they are truly the Jews. It's often a very racist set of beliefs.
We are, because we Jewish also. We from Africa also. We're the blood of Christ. So
now, if you're confused by that last line, it's bonkers. I won't even get into it.
We're not just black. We are Jew, just like the Jewish people. And now we're coming into money. But the main thing is, I got to drink the Douce over the Hennessy as the first step to us coming together, like how the Jewish people came together. But we couldn't even talk about. I remember Ben Horowitz called me after 444 and said, I don't know about Jay giving up Jewish business secrets. And these secrets.
Okay.
Say what?
Ben Horowitz. I mean, listen, there's no evidence that happened. I guess it's hard to comment on something so insane.
He's talking about building up the properties
what?
and stuff like that.
Yeah,
444.
these secrets they not finished.
What he's arguing is that Ben Horowitz, who's a venture capitalist and Jewish, presumably because his last name is Horowitz, I'm assuming, he's saying he called up Jay-Z when Jay-Z was starting, I guess, to make investments in real estate. I assume by Jay he means Jay-Z, and told him that's a Jewish business secret. Right. Buying real estate, that's a secret. I have never seen anything like this. I have never seen anything like this. And you can, of course, say, oh, it's simply mental illness. Well, sure. I mean, he sounds mentally ill in a lot of different ways. But he has become fixated with Jews in a way that is reminiscent of the worst of the worst of the worst anti-Semites.
All right, y'all. Weird stuff. All right, weird stuff. Let us get busy, as they would say. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do YouTube's. We're gonna do. We're gonna do. I just want like some music and some vibes. All right, here we go. Yeah, nope, we're not doing any Miles Davis. That's straight illegal. Bart Simpson study music. Boom. We need study music. We about to get real academic, real productive, real fast. Ooh, I want to use a. I might have to go to Pomodoro timer too for my. Might need a little timer. I might see how that goes. Let's also get the vibes going. All right, I like that. Nice. All right. Now I need to get to probably this scene. Oh, you know what? Let's see what's up at my desk. You know what? I don't have any timers in here. Interesting. There's Pomodoro timers at the desk. I don't know if because I might put something else interactive in here. Interesting. Also, let me go change the James Apperson. I'll do that, and then yeah, I could put a big Pomodoro timer in the desk, but I don't want to put it in the middle. It's kind of interesting. I could put it on a little board or a note. Yeah, we want to put more, and somebody asked for more whiteboards too. Let's build this map up real fast. What time is it? I'll give myself just a few minutes to do this. 2 or something. All right. I think there's one outside. Here, let's drop you. Save that. Oh, they could be chalkboards too. I hate chalkboards though. All right, so I actually really hate chalkboards. All right, so also, what's up with this door? Oh, you know what? I bet you I just put the wrong type of door there. Let's see if I've got the module for doors. Objects, more objects. Doors. I don't think they have doors though. Let me see. Oh, maybe I just put one there. I actually like the doors. Yeah, there's a spacey door there, a spacey door there. Yeah, what kind of doors here? Simple office door. Oh, I'm gonna put like a woody one there because of that door's theme. Alright, I got it. Doors. Alright, let's try that out. Am I Myron Bot? Oh, I forgot I'm Myron Bot. Oh, Lord. And then that's the whiteboard or whatever. Alright, nice. I don't know. I think I probably like the other door better there, actually. Let's just keep those doors the same. I don't know which one that is. Yeah, that's the one with trim. It's not the right one. Oh, there it is. Let's see this one. Nope, different one. Wrong one. Alright, objects, more doors. Doors. That one. Alright. Also, I think I have the James Apperson here. Yeah, alright, let's change the James Apperson to an updated one. James also has the ability to do this. I mean, I think anybody can do it, but I'll just do it since nobody's done it in a minute. I haven't seen this one and it's 3 hours, so I'll do that one. How long did his God Chosen People end up being? This is probably a good one to do too. Yeah, I'll put it. I'll change them later. Doesn't matter. All right, let's go ahead. I'm gonna put this one here for now. Where was I? Where did I have that at? Here. Boom. Let's save. And then. I think I can just make that. I could actually make the table interactive. But I'll leave it. I'm just gonna go to the website. What's the website here? Yeah, I don't think I'll figure that out later. Here we go. Yeah, I guess I want to put something in there. All right, hang on. I don't know what. Oh, you know what? I can make the brain interactive. How far away is this? This room is 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's not do that. Alright, objects, more objects, CO, brain, in a jar. I think it's just a note object. I'll just say it's 15. It doesn't even need to be that much. It's really just a table. Let's just say 10 for now. Right? It's really, it's... 10 should be good, actually. Alright, let's try this out. Great. Alright, so now you go in. You press X to interact with it. Close the door. Door's overriding it. Yeah, that's fine, actually. If you walk up to it, you'll get it. I kind of like that. And you can get it if you're sitting over here. I think I can also maybe make the keyboard interactive. Let me see. Like Melody can probably get it. Yeah, I like that. Alright, let me, I could make that keyboard interactive, I think, too. And that'll give me one over here. Matter of fact, I might put them on little keyboards. I think that'd be fun, actually. Alright, hang on a sec. More objects. Remote work. Keyboard. Computer keyboard. And isn't that thing kind of space punky? I don't know. Let's try that. First, let's get rid of the one that we've already got. Let's just select that. Yeah, let's see. I don't know, let's see. Alright, and then let's rotate it. Rotate it, rotate it. Crap, rotate it, that's fine. Let's see what that looks like. That's kind of cool, even though I didn't make them the objects. Wayne. Where's Wayne here? Wayne standing out the door. Wayne's guarding the door. Oh, man. Guys, which keyboard is better? Alright, Karen's got some errands to take of. That's fine. I'm literally lost. Like, neither of them looks perfect or matches. Alright, my gut tells me to stick with the black. No, I don't know. I like the gray's fine. All right, let's see. Here's the other problem. Yeah, I didn't make it interactive, so we're gonna have to delete them all anyway. All right, we're erasing all of them. Here we go. You're gone. Uh-oh. Erasing kind of gets dicey sometimes with this damn thing. Yeah, definitely got the dicey erase going. Because it's not saved. All right, here's what to do. When this happens, just do it in here. Build tool, erase. You gotta go. Bye-bye. Oh, shit. I did not mean to do that. And there's no way to undo it. Oh, goodness. You gotta go. All right. Here's how to do that. If that happens, you just save this one. And it should fix it. No. Let's see. No, it won't. All right, what is this thing called? Cyberpunk table. I'll put it back. Loading. Oh yeah, now we can pick a color. All right, cool. Let's go black. All right, I like this better. I like this better anyway. All right, cool. We were gonna need to do that. All right. And then we know it was right up against this one. Trying to get it like as symmetrical as it can. Alright, should be pretty good. Let's save that. Now, the problem is it wouldn't let me erase these couple of keyboards. Alright, that one can probably stay there. Objects. Oh, you know what, guys? Hang on a second. I can make the cyberpunk table. Now that I added it myself, I can actually make the cyberpunk table have the link we want. And then the activation distance can just be like, let's say 4 or 5. Let's say maybe even 4. I'm gonna say 3. For now, let's see what happens. Alright, save that. And then we want to get the keyboards. One turn. Move that out. Oh my goodness, why would you get rid of the whole table? Yeah. All right, and then do these. We'll put them further down, put them away. They're wireless. All right, save that. I'm happy with that. All right, then this brain doesn't need to be that. It's actually free. Wait, I'm not taking a fit test. I don't know. I'll figure out something to put that there later. Right now, I guess I don't want to put anything there. All right, let's put objects. Because I actually would rather just have the timer there. Brain in the jar. Boop. There we go. Save. Why is that record skipping? Let's see how this is working. First, let's get right. So this is MyronBot. His setup should more or less be okay. Although, why haven't my changes all taken place? Maybe I need to re-enter gather. Oh yeah, it's kind of looking all fucked up. Yeah, it's better. All right. Now, let's go back to Myronbot. This shit looking kind of fucked up. Let me just respawn him. See if that fixes it. If not, I could just refresh it. Yeah, respawning didn't work. All right, let's go home. All right, now Myronbot is here. His audio's going into 5.6. Coming out voice meter, that should be fine. Lena, what's up? Are you on your mic? Or near it?
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear the lo-fi music?
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing today? Are you at work? Are you home?
I'm home right now. I don't work till later. I'm supposed to be cleaning my room. I'm taking a little break.
Nice.
And then I gotta go eat something.
Nice. I'm really glad you came through. Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course.
All right, now we'll see if I'm set up over here correctly. It looks like I am. I think. Yeah, I think his audio was coming through. Okay. That, I think, is how we need to do this. All right, and I should be lighting up. I am. All right, everybody can still hear me. That's good. Nice. All right, now that's done. All right, and I got 7 minutes. I got 4 minutes to spare. I want to get this done by 2, so I'm going to take a quick break myself. Wait, you know what? The James Apperson thing didn't change. It's still masculine and feminine energy. That's weird. All right, so build tool. Let's just erase it. No big deal. I will build it real quick. Oh, crud. TV. Flat screen. Yeah, we need the object picker so we can make it interactive. All right, let's get that James Apperson link real quick. Just showing you guys there's different ways to do it. Embedded video this time. Boom. Activation distance 100. Select. Put it nice and square on the wall. Should be working. Boom, there it is. Spiritual experiences. Alright. Now, why is that cool? I always got to mute Myron, but I mean, I should technically just block them, right? Oh, I won't be able to see my camera on the other setup if I block them. I remember that way. Okay. I'm just gonna mute him every time. All right, and then MyronBot can actually go. He can go fuck himself, number one. But now he can play the James Apperson.
Here we are today. So, waiting for James Apperson, it says. I might refresh this. So what I'm doing, and I haven't done this before, and I've got my own stream up.
So what I'm doing is, I haven't done this before.
So what I'm doing. Oh yeah, that sounds decent. Okay, I did it. Apparently, nobody can hear me talking until I've gone live. I did not realize that before. So I logged in early before going live so I could check my sound on a different device, and I couldn't hear myself on the other device because I hadn't gone live yet. So here we are, just a slight bit early. Hello, Iris Gaming. How are you today?
Lena, can you hear James okay?
So, we got done with a stream on Mythvision about this very topic.
Oh, you know what? It's not going in.
A lot more comprehensive of a topic than I realized we were going to dive into. Well, I knew the potential was there, but I didn't know we were going to dive that deep in Mythvision, and I was late to that party besides. And it was a brilliant speaker and really well done material. We even hit a little bit of
I think I should play it through mine.
Which is a risky thing, but, you know, truth is truth. So, while we were concluding that
Lena,
stream,
can you hear James?
Richard Madsen, who's well known in our circles, asked me if we could do a stream about this topic.
Yeah, I can now.
Okay,
he has
great,
had
thanks.
some personal experiences that are real to him, and the guest speaker today at Mythvision was questioning it. He was basically saying that all such experiences are generated in the brain, and that we should quit pretending that it's being beamed into our brains from some god or celestial entity. And that did not set well for a lot of people that were there. The majority were fine with it, right? Because the majority there are atheists, so they're like, yeah. But it didn't set well with everyone, and I can see why. Matt Dillahunty has addressed this issue before in formal discussions, and his position is the same of mine about it. He's like, look, if someone tells you they've had a certain kind of experience, we can't tell them with any authority, with any knowledge, that they have not had the experience they claim to have had. We simply can't. It's outside of our domain. Even a scientist can't tell them with certainty, nor would a good scientist try to, that there is nothing external to them generating these experiences. The only thing that we're capable of addressing is what happens in the brain during these experiences. And it's reasonable for someone to look at these experiences as a scientist, right, who's reading the scans and evaluating the data, to say, we think these are just being generated internally. But
all right, gang, I'll be right back.
That there is something happening outside of that person's brain that's a catalyst, perhaps even a sentient catalyst for these experiences. We have no way to know for sure, right? It's not something we can measure. We can't rule it in, we can't rule it out. But a lot of scientists, and with some reason, prefer to take the position that, we're pretty sure internally that are not beamed into anybody's head from an outside sentient source. But I kind of hedge on that point, and I'm not as confident as they are about it. Cameron Bennett, hey, you two punk. Kata! It's only, 8 o'clock in the morning there where Kata's at. Am I truly catching the start of an Apperson stream? Yes, you are, Kata. And Captive Dusk, hello, everyone. Great to see you, Dave. Cameron says, I was before you. Fun. Hello, Melody Joy. Always puts a smile on our face to see you. You do bring the joy. It is not false advertising, Melody. Eric311 says, at least personal experience makes more sense as a reason to believe than when apologists lie about history and science. Eric has a valid point with that. When someone tells me that they have had personal experience, I do not tell them that they haven't. The truth is, whatever experience they've had, period. And then the issue is, well, there's two issues then. Okay, we grant it. They've had an experience, right? For them, it unfolded however it unfolded. The experience is whatever it was for them. So there's two issues left to discuss. One, what was the true cause of that experience? And then the other issue is, what is the effect upon them from having had that experience? Right? How does it affect them emotionally, psychologically, neurophysically? How does it affect the relationships with other people and with themselves? How does it affect the way that they navigate the world going forward from that experience? If it is a net sum positive for them, no matter where it comes from, if that experience has been a net sum positive for them, it makes them a more self-aware person, it makes them more at peace, it fosters peace in the way they connect with other people, then I'm just happy for them, and I feel like I don't need to challenge the source of it, right? It's only when fundamentalists start making these claims that I cringe. Now, I don't cringe because I know for sure they haven't had the claim they claim to have had. I grant that they've had it. Instead, I cringe because of concern about the results of their experience, no matter who or what generated it. Yes, we love Melody Joy Sunflower too. They used to have a sunflower in front of their name. She had to get rid of the first sunflower because people in our community, when they wanted to tag her to say hello, they couldn't, because there's no key for sunflower. They had to copy and paste the sunflower first, and they didn't want to do that, so. Muted. Oh, geez, I hope I'm not muted. Oh, okay. Worried me for a second. So, yeah, we're not muted. So, when a fundamentalist, an Abrahamic fundamentalist, whether they're a Jew or a Muslim or a Christian, and I think we most often hear from Christians about this, when they tell us about an experience that they've had with their God, we cringe for a lot of different reasons, right? One of those reasons is that we do factually know that their God, as described in Bibles, isn't real. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't an external super-sentient entity. We don't know that for sure, right? It doesn't mean that a super-sentient entity isn't communicating with them or interacting with them. Again, we don't know that for sure either. We cringe because what they're calling God, specifically, again, defined by the narrative in their book, doesn't exist. We know the narrative is fiction, right? So there could be an entity, it's just not accurately described by the book. But when they say they're God, they are automatically saying as accurately described in their book. So we cringe, one, because we know that's not the case, right? There might be a sentient entity. They might be having an experience that originated outside of themselves. Maybe. Seems unlikely, but maybe. We can grant it. But we know that, as described, that entity doesn't exist. Some other entity might. Captive Dusk is saying, interesting how much of society will accept an encounter with Jesus as normal, but with Bigfoot or probing aliens, etc., as not rational, right? Sam Harris has made this same point before. You know, if you're in an interview, a job interview, and you mention that you believe that some crackers, basically some unleavened bread that somebody says some special words over, turns literally into the body and blood of Jesus, even if the person's not religious, they'll just grant it. They'll just say, okay. Like, they're not going to say, oh, crap, right? You might still get that job. But if you start talking about how it turns into the body of Elvis Presley, right, or that you personally seen Elvis and he was hanging out with Bigfoot, well, guess what? You're not going to get that job. You're just not, right? Because there's an instant price to pay for saying something outside the realm of reason, right? In a job where they need to count on you to be a reasonable person. Yes, magic words. I'm not even sure which magic words the Catholics say over the thing. And I think most of them realize it doesn't literally turn into the body and blood of Jesus. Some of them still do. But I think if they really believed that, they'd be sneaking up to the table afterwards with a microscope and testing it, right?
I can't believe James would say this. How can he say such a thing? James, what do you mean you don't know which words they use? How does this man not know which words they use, y'all? Oh my goodness, y'all. Y'all want to, Lena, you there? Anybody here? I'm stressed. Pimp down, pimp down.
What was wrong with what he said? I kind of missed it.
I don't know which magic words they use to turn the cracker into the body and blood of Jesus. I'm like, James. James, we do this every day, James. We do this. So now I got to do the Catholic version, y'all. Through him, with him, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, all glory and honor is yours, Almighty Father, forever and ever. That's what they do, James. What you think I just made that? You think I didn't get that from minister school? It's the same thing I say it every day. I say it every day. And he's out here, I don't know what they said. What kind of thing? Through him, with him, in him. You're supposed to at least remember that part, James.
They'd steal some samples and whisk them off to a lab. They'd look at it under a microscope to see, is it still a cracker or is it going to turn into something else? Pretty easy test to do, right? Candace says, it freaks me out. It's essentially cannibalism at that point. Sure, and I can't remember which streams I've seen recently that talked about that, but it's, for whatever reason, it's been a common point of discussion lately about the cannibalism and the vampirism. Mythvision had a guest recently that talked about it. About the origins of it, where the ideas came from, and how unreasonable and creepy it is. But when you grow up in a certain cultural paradigm and certain cultural narratives are the norm, it normalizes everything within that, right? So, and it's been said before, it's not like Scientology is crazier than Catholicism. It's just that we're used to the things said by Catholicism. So because they've normalized these ideas to us, they seem close enough to reasonable, right? Because we're just used to it, we're just accustomed to it. Whereas something like Scientology, when we hear that, we immediately recognize it as going off the deep end, right? But only because we haven't been desensitized to it. So their whole religion is based on blood and sacrifice. Sure, that those are actual key components to it. So Richard Madsen hasn't shown up yet. He might not. This stream was his idea, and so I don't know. Maybe he's just not going to show. But I thought, we just got done with the Mythvision stream about that. And oh, hi, Manny Geisen. How are you today? We had to figure out how to abnormalize these ideas.
Yes,
sure.
Exactly.
And
yes.
I think we've made progress towards that end, right?
Yes,
and you see
we have to figure out how to abnormalize these.
That looks like a sad face with a tear, unless... Do I need glasses? I'm curious about where that's coming from. Eric311 says, it is funny how many creationists just can't admit it's a personal thing and have to claim it's historical or scientific. It's like, on some level, they get how unconvincing it is and have to lie. Sure, and that is an accidental confession on their part, right? And, it's frustrating. Like, I can see both sides of that, like, in terms of which route for them to go, if they claim to debunk it. then they're screwed, right? Gosh darn it. And at least most of them will like kind of slink away and admit they've lost the argument. But then there's diehards like Otangelo who keep thinking that he's actually won the argument about science and we just won't admit it yet, which just blows my mind. But then we got the other ones, and they make this appeal to personal experience. And yeah, well, so Richard wanted to discuss this at the end of the Mythvision stream. And I told him we can schedule or I can just jump right in. He didn't answer, so I wasn't sure what he was going to do, but I did acknowledge him. He was there. So I thought, well, let me schedule it, give him a chance to see it, give him a chance to jump on it. If he doesn't, just have a cursory overview of it, and we'll jump into a different topic. I've written about a couple different things today. Some of them are more controversial than others. Don't know if I'll share both blogs. But that's where we're at right now. So I actually missed the first big chunk of the Mythvision stream.
I need to pull up that timer.
Topic. They dove in pretty deep.
And then I'm going to smoke and dive on in.
And the general conclusion was, yeah, these experiences, these spiritual experiences are being generated internally. It's a brain thing, right? It's not a supernatural thing. And that much I'll grant. Like, I won't even hedge on that point.
That view,
say it to me 3 times. Which one? Which one, Captain Desk? Which one?
You know what? That needs to be a website.
So we don't want to mix up their names. Like summon a hybrid bastard demon or something. Better pick a name, right?
I gotta redo that.
So,
all right, let me do this.
I'll grant that there's no such thing as a supernatural. There just isn't. It's not even a rational concept. It's not even a concept. Supernatural is a placeholder for a concept which the speaker does not possess. It's not even in anything, right? So, if someone asks me, I'll take an definitive position about that. Not, Otangelo, please. Oh, crap, I just said it. We're in trouble now. It's fine. You know, we had Otangelo on the other day, and he was excited for the opportunity to witness to Derek from Mythvision, and we had Neil from Gnostic Informant, and we had my one black friend, and Jay, and me. So, purple rhymes with orange, says greetings, sentient beings. Greetings, purple rhymes with orange. So, Otangelo just kept misbehaving. He kept clashing with other people. He did not want to yield the floor cooperatively. And, I'm not a heavy-handed person by nature, but at some point, you just have to set parameters with somebody. So I started muting him, right? And then I would unmute him as soon as the other person was done talking. And I'd wait. And if he behaved, I didn't bother. But when he misbehaved, I'd hit the mute again because I have to, right? We have to keep the flow going in the discussion. And we cannot allow this to become Otangelo Church, and now we're all captive church members in his portable church. Like, that's just not going to happen. So, and I didn't mind that I had to take that effort. I didn't mind. I wasn't mad at Otangelo. He simply has an impulse control deficit. I'm not going to hold it against him. So here I am hitting the mute whenever I needed to. But then he started unmuting himself. And then I'd remute him. And it was like, mute, unmute, mute, unmute. And he was like fighting me over the mute power.
Oh, did this one go out or something? Now, where's it gonna play from? No. Alright, this one still got the wrong damn thing in here. That was really weird. Oh, shit. I know what happened, y'all. I resaved the map, and it saved the version that didn't have James's thing in it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to do that again. That was really weird. Alright, I know what I need to do. Let's close that map maker. Let's check this. right, this is not interactive. Let's just open the door. Oh, that is working. Okay. But maybe it's not working well enough in my seat. Or maybe the door is opening too far. Oop. All right, so now we're gonna have to fix this. All right, here we go. I wonder if I have that type of control over the doors. Like, all right, objects, erase the door, I can't change the activation distance. All right, you know what? There might not be a timer on that side then. All right, or I might have to just say, nah, 1, 2, 3. It should be far enough. Save. Let's put an activation distance of 4 on the table just in case. That'll actually help in that case. More objects. Black cyberpunk table. Big one. All right, save. All right, now let's check this. All right, door is just gonna stay there. Door is gonna be annoying. I'll sit here. Oh, Lord. And then the site it embedded was the wrong site. All right. I needed to embed the... How'd I end up with the wrong site on my clipboard? All right, let's not it. It's the fucking shit. Shit. Where's the... There. All right, objects. More objects. There. It's an embedded website. That's the one. Make the activation distance 5. Set it down right there. Save it. Now, let's test this. All right, there's the door. Oh, X interact, slide up in there, perfect. My name is Pocket Locker. All right, nice. Perfect. And let's set our timer over here. Now people can see it on Myronbot's screen. Yes. Everybody can see the timer. I like that. Come get in that office. I got the office workflow motherfucking Pomodoro timer up in this bitch. All right. I want to be working at 2:30, so let me take a little sippity sip. We're gonna get our Pomodoro timer going. Everybody, if you want to stay on workflow with me, Nothing is ever easy. That's the truth. Go ahead and get your get ready. We're gonna do this thing. I could put on another machine and show it on stream. Maybe I'll do that some other time, but I like it like this right now. Boom, 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 banana. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm about to get coding, exactly. So yeah, let me take my break real quick. Code Counter-Apologetics and chill. I got my energy drink too. Speaking of which, I gotta order some more. Let me do that before I forget. I keep forgetting. It's not even the right account, bro. Cameron, what you doing today? You got clients? How many clients you got today? Cameron, when you gonna get this? When you gonna get an assistant, bro? Somebody do your scheduling for you so you can do your modeling events. That's why you ain't got them headshots done.
Like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
I just want to shoot you. That's what I'm gonna start telling the ladies when I pull up on the ladies. I got my real nice camera now. When I pull up on the ladies, I'm gonna be like, I just want to shoot you. You understand what I'm saying? All right, let me get up in my goddamn Amazon. Order these motherfucking drinks. Buy it again. All right, there we go. Getting in here early, looking what I gotta look at. Shout out to the crew in the office with me. It's Spider, UC Love, Lena, Melody Joy. Of course, y'all know Myron about up in here. All right, y'all. We started the day with a little podcast. Appreciate everybody. I had to talk about these fuck faces. If James Apperson goes live or something like that, I'll put James Apperson on. Or you know what? There's been some podcasts we could do. Derek just had a good one. Let's put that on. Let's put on Derek.
Michigan gave my family the opportunity.
Boy, when you play some shit from the wrong browser, that's not the one that has your fucking YouTube Premium and the fucking capitalism hits you. I hate that shit like Uncle Bobby hates that shit. But matter of fact, hang on real quick. Let me fix that little map shit. Uh-oh, Jay, can you do it in 3 minutes? Yeah, I'm fast with it. Let's go. I'm slick with it. Let's go. Boom. Boom, let's get it quick. Open the door. Boom, boom. Go into the office. Boom. Oh, let me show y'all. Boom, boom, fast. Let me show y'all. Boom. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? It's a race. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can you do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? Am I nice with it like that, y'all? Have I gotten nice with it like that? Build tool, erase, buy, build, television, object picker, embedded video, new link, 100-ish, I'm just fucking around with the positioning to stop. Look, there it is. I'll do you one better. He does it in a minute. In a minute. And y'all saw me fucking around with the position. Come on now. Y'all, I'm just showing y'all, man. When you get used to this gather thing, it really ain't that hard. I'm just trying to inspire you. All right, man, let's go ahead and get into this, man. We just chilling for a couple minutes real quick. Put my timer and shit back up. Oh, you know what? I just rolled back over as me. Let me make sure I mute Myron Bots as. Yep. Muted his ass. I gotta mute Myron Bot on mine so he doesn't come through twice. See, if I don't mute him, you can't really hear it, but he's coming through there. Hear the echo. See, I gotta mute his ass. Mute his ass! And everybody that's in Gather, you had the same option. You can basically, if you mute Myron Bot, you'll mute the music. Or if you turn Myron Bot down, you'll mute the music. And then if you turn down Most High Apostle, you'll turn down mute. So if you want to listen to the lo-fi, but not listen to me so that me streaming doesn't distract you, you can go ahead and turn down my volume if you're using your computer. And if you are, not feeling the music and you want to listen to your own music or whatever, go ahead and turn down Myron Bot. So yeah, we all in the virtual office. All right, let's get into it. Go ahead, put this damn timer up. Where did I put my timer? Oh Lord. Don't really matter. It just won't start till I start the damn timer. All right, let's close all of this. Yes. I don't need any of that. Oh, I know where it is. It's over here. Oh, I probably closed the link. All right, here. Let's show people how to do it. Let me show y'all how it works, actually. Yeah. So how this works is, all right. So my teaching mentor Rob Pennock and I, the guy who wrote Tower of Babel, we're really trying to help our students with productivity. I want to help y'all with the same thing, and so we're big on these things called Pomodoro timers. I've put them all throughout the office. I put one in everybody's cubicle. I've also placed them throughout the university to help my students study. But this one, you just go to the website, you put in your name, Pocket Locker, And then you have these, you tell it what to do. And the idea is that you hit just 25, it starts a 25-minute timer. Then you'll take like a 5-minute break, 25, 5-minute break, 25, 5-minute break. And then you'll do a longer break, like a 30-minute break or something after like 3 or 4 rounds, however you want to do it. Of course, you can adjust the amount of time that you do your breaks and your intervals. And there are some settings here and a profile and sessions, and, you can kind of set here some of the, there's settings and stuff you can change. But yeah, so pretty simple tool, but the idea is we'll use that. I'll have this going off screen over here. I'm going to set it to 25, I think. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead. Boom. All right, it's going. So I'm going to get this MABE thing going. First thing I like to do with MABE, I'm going to show you how I code. I'm very basic. I'm not a programmer. I'm basically self-taught to the extent I have to do my experiments. So y'all will literally see me working on my experiments from the ground up. Start by listing everything in that program directory. I'm going to transfer into my MABE directory. I'm going to list everything in my MABE directory. I want to make sure everything's working. So before I do anything with my code, I'm going to transfer into my test directory where I have everything basically set up. Working, because I know that's kind of got everything like running default. Then CD into it. CD just stands for change directory rather. So now I'm going into here. I'm gonna do a complete build. I'm gonna show y'all, like, basically this code is already built. I could go in here and just do CD work and run MABE with this command /MABE. That just means from here run MABE. But I'll go ahead and just to make sure everything is cool, because theoretically, let's say I was using a shared system and one of you fuckfaces came in here and fucked around with my build. So I could just go in here and say setup. I don't even remember this fucking command. Let's scroll back. There's a tutorial about how to do this on the MABE wiki. But as you just run into the you run a shell command, tools, setup.command. I just forgot the name. I'm rusty. My MABE is so rusty. All right, but anyway, you go into your project directory is what I always call this. And then sh tools setup.command. I type it out just to give myself practice typing the commands, and then we build MABE with this command, mbuild. So I'll run that. It's compiling MABE. This is often the time I take a break too while my compiler's running. We'll go ahead and hit the bong. All right, boom. So MABE's done running. So we would just relist it. That's what ls is doing. It's listing everything in that directory. We change into the CD again, into the work directory. That's where our MABE is. I'll show you what's in the work directory with that ls command again. And that MABE is there. That pop file, that pop.csv and max.csv, they're just data files. CSV is comma separated vectors or some shit like that. It's basically just a table file that you could be used to read in like Excel or whatever the fuck like that. Pop gives us population averages. Max lists the max value for whatever fucking parameters it's told to fucking store. We could go ahead and remove them shits. RM. Oh my God, I don't know how to do. Remove. Let's just say star means that's a wild card. Anything. That means anything that ends in .csv, remove it. Boom, run that. There, they're gone. Now the only thing left is that maybe we just ran. That just makes sure that I won't get any old data. That just got rid of the old data. So now maybe we'll have to generate new data. Boom, run that bitch. Ooh, 100 generations that fast, y'all. That fast we did evolution. You don't fucking believe me? You don't fucking believe me? Look, the max fucking value of the fucking fitness was fucking 10 at the end of the goddamn run, and the population average was 9.95. At the beginning of the run, boom, the max was 6, and the fucking average was 1.81. So creatards, go fuck yourself. Like me and Cliff say, we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Evolution works. You just see it, just right in front of your face, right there. At the first generation 0, the max was 6. The average was 1.18. 100 generations later, the max is 10 and the average is 9.95. If it don't blow your socks off, it ain't really meant to. But if you think it's not evolution, you're a fucking idiot. We do this every day. All right. Anyway. So now we know our MABE is working. So now we know the computer does computer things because it's a fucking computer, and obviously the computer's not broken. We now get to go see that we have indeed a problem with our research, which means that my code is broken. So, in case you're new to programming, it basically means the computer is doing its job, I'm not. And the problem is to figure out how to get me and Mr. Computer over here on the same page. Let's see. So we're going to get the fuck out of that. We're going to go into the one I want to use, which is... I was kind of fucking with Force, to be honest with you, because it has all my Force code in it already. And I could just turn it off to do shape mating. So, yeah, actually, I think I'm going to fuck with Force, actually, if I got it. Because I think they're all having the same fucking problem. So if I'm going to relearn something, I might as well relearn the shit that I got going. And then relearning that will allow me to think about different ways to build this up. All right. And y'all, what I'm trying to do is get through this code. If I figure it out, good. We're going to take a top-down and bottom-up approach. Top-down means let's see if I can poke around at it and figure out where the fuck. It's probably fine. It's just it probably ran a different system, and I got to get it back on page with the new build. Or we could take the bottom-up approach, which is to copy our test directory, which we know is fine. Start building it up little pieces at a time until we figure out what the fuck I broke. And then whatever we don't do, we'll consult with the main Cliff tomorrow. And because I got to switch over at some point and get y'all a little bit going with the Avida-ED shit. And get ready to teach tomorrow. So, yeah, that's the game plan. But appreciate everybody for being here for the work along kind of culture. We're building community in different ways. We can't just show up at fucking 10 o'clock at night kicking religitards in the teeth all the time. We got to get out here and live and work amongst each other. That's what the ranch is about. The stream avatars is giving a chance for people on the stream to be a little more interactive if they're just chilling or lurking or working along, kicking it with us on stream. And then those of you that I feel honored enough to have become friends and mods and blase and the Glavinoids can take your spot here in the virtual office, since it allows us to have 20 to 25 of us, I think, in here at once. So yeah, so is what it is. But thank y'all, whether you're watching along now, later, never, or whenever. What do you mean never? Yeah, some people never watch, y'all. We've had the support of people who don't watch. They come through for 30 seconds or whatever to give us a quick view and dip. You know, some of y'all might decide some days to just come through and like the video and get the fuck on with whatever you got to do that day. You might share the channel or the links with people. Even when you can't watch, you can always donate even if you're not watching. So, yeah. And sometimes in communities, people got to step away, right? And you're appreciative of what they've done to help you build. And so even if they're not watching anymore or whatever, you do appreciate their contribution. So, yeah, let's get to it. I got my force, what I mean by force is some of y'all know we're working on shape mating, this system where we can kind of manipulate how our digital critters, how effective their reproduction is when the quote unquote partner number one and partner number two, we normally call them mom and dad. They're obviously not sexed or gendered in any meaningful way. They're just, and they're not really even mating types. They're more just, you can think of them as being in a, they're basic. This is the good stuff to explain as part of this period we've got here, this opening period. You can think of these organisms as basically their population. They kind of, there's a grid representation of the population. And so then each of them kind of runs. Their brains, we're evolving brains, right? And what these brains do is each brain you can think of has a phenotype which is determined by its ability to perform Berry World, which you can think of as is presented with a map. And on that map, there's a grid, and every spot of the grid has a food, right? When we turn this on, right? When we turn on Berry World, that's what Berry World is. Berry World, it means your brains are going to be challenged with this world. And when they go into this world to be evaluated, they're going to have these foods. And those foods can be positive. They can be negative. In other words, they can give them boosts. They can give them penalties. Or they can be neutral and not do anything. And so then they run around Berry World. They get a score for how well they do that. And there's all types of stuff that comes with that. And then if they're high enough fitness, they get a chance to reproduce. And then you can think of selecting the next population as you've got them all in a grid. They each get run, and figure out their scores and shit. And then you go to pick a parent for each offspring in the next generation. And each time you go to pick a parent, you evaluate, you select organisms, and you pick one, and that becomes the quote unquote mom. I forget how we do. Oh, we do it through tournament selection, right? So we basically pick a random organism, it competes against another one, we take the highest one, and we do this several iterations. So, just like you would expect in nature, higher fitness organisms tend to reproduce better because they win more tournaments, right? And then after we pick a tournament winner, that becomes the mom. Then we do this thing that's like a lek. And this is the full system blown out. We're not going to necessarily do this, but I'll just kind of show you how it works. Then we do a lek, and the lek is the mom gets to pick a preference. Oh, do I like the bluest things, the reddest things? They have a preference for whatever the fuck trait they have a preference for, right? And then based on that, they get to evaluate a certain number of potential mates who have to win tournaments to become those potential mates, right? So when force becomes involved, one of the potential mates in the lek that she gets to evaluate can potentially force copulation on her and basically just force themselves to become the dad. And then I actually coded in a mechanism where there's the potential for the mom to block that coercion and then get to resume the cycle. And we're going to look at coercive mating. But right now we're stripping that system all the way back to what we call shape mating, which is this initial question of how do we can we evolve mating types de novo based on the concept of first looking at what we call this thing that Cliff came up with, which is this idea that they basically have a number. It represents their shape. If you both have average shape, like you kind of, I don't know, you have average fitness and average chance of reproducing, like 50% chance coin flip, whether or not that mating's going to be successful. But as you diverge into these different shapes, so if I'm concave and convex, then we're going to kind of increase our surface area contact, and then that will sort of get them to diverge into mating types. So anyway, that's what we mean by shape mating, and that's what I mean by force. And so we'll be looking at that. Yeah, I know it's going to switch to the wrong screen. All right. So yeah, that's what we'll be looking at. But right now, the code is actually broken because it's code that I ported over from the HPCC, and it hasn't been rebuilt on this particular computer. And I haven't run MABE in a really long time because of all shit I've been doing on stream and teaching and working on other projects. Notice I threw y'all under the bus first. It should have been in reverse order, but it's all love. But yeah, we're getting back to MABE. I've been doing a bunch of Avida stuff. I'm working on my manuscript. I got a bunch of other stuff going on work-wise. So let's go ahead and I'll show you what's not working here. If we do the same thing, which is going to be sh tools setup.command, and again, that's just telling it to run a shell script. And I don't know anything about it. It's just part of the MABE tools. Nobody has to have to think of this. You just run the command. It's just running your configuration, making sure everything is configured properly, and then running you a shell script to provide you with an M build so that you can build MABE. And then you go ahead and you build MABE with this really simple command here. So nothing we're going to be doing is anything extraordinary. But you see that we're going through the same process that we started with, except it's going to break, right? And when it breaks, I'm not going to have to be worried that somehow my configuration is all screwed up. I know that it's actually my code because the test project works fine. It's just a little sanity check to make sure that the problem is me, which we already knew. We already knew I was the problem. All right, so let's go to CD work. And again, we will, let's go ahead actually and let's remove. Let me see if I can get these all in ones. Let's remove star. Where's the star? There's the star. CSV files. I also would like to remove CFG files. CSVs and CFGs. Let's see, did I get both of them? No, that command looked like it didn't work. Oh, it did work. Okay. And then I need to run -s means give me settings files based on my configuration. All right, now I got those. ./mabe. Let's see. Boom. There it is. Doesn't work. All right, because it's looking for food. All right, cool. Now, before I go doing a bunch of shit here, I want to do something else, which is go back to an older project. Oh, and I found the shape mating function plus. Okay, I got 6 minutes left in this particular window. Let me show you guys the shape mating functions. Cliff and I brought these up on stream a couple streams ago, and we couldn't find the plots. I found them. I think we both have them, but neither of us could find them at the time. I found them. We might talk about them tomorrow, but I was really happy to find them. I like the code. Me and Rodrigo nerded out on these plots too because the code, because the visuals are really important to what me and Rodrigo are all about. So we'll say more about that in a second. Let me go ahead and stop running my mouth and try to get this pulled up for y'all. Give me explorer.exe here, maybe? Yeah. All right. Function plots, temporary, yeah. The OG plot. All right, so this is the original plot, right? And so this is the shape mating function. Imagine that the yellow is perfect mating. If this is the result, you will always successfully produce an offspring. But if you're down here, this total blue, then you will never produce an offspring, right? It's 0% chance, 100% chance. And this is what we mean by the shape mating function. And so the shapes here that are intermediate, like let's say the value of your shape is 0, the value of your shape is always between 1 and -1. And you can think of this as being perfectly convex and perfectly concave, right? Where if you have that alignment, you're going to have the most potential surface area, and you're going to have such secure surface area contact that you're going to reproduce every time, right? And then it's just a matter of if you get a fatal mutation, but you'll always produce it. And don't worry about this game. I'll eventually show you how I actually print out this game playing out so you can actually see this happen step by step. In other words, it'll show you the mom and the dad and how they got picked and what the shape of each is, because I'll show you how I actually test to make sure all of this actually is working. And then that's why this system is so important to us, right? We have to know what is going on under the hood at all times. So we go 0 here. There's no that's when your shape is just neutral. It's kind of, you can think of it as flat or whatever. You don't have bad mating. You would just have 50%, right? And if you're the same, you have really no chance of mating, right? Just not enough surface area. If you're both convex, or if you're both perfectly convex or concave, you're never going to mate. So that's what this function shows. And then we can mess with this function based on changing the power. So if we take the function, I'll show you guys the math for the function. I don't even remember it, but it's a very simple mathematic function that makes this happen. Cliff actually figured it out, and I was like, you go ahead, boy, that shit works. It's so nice, and it's beautiful. If you square the function, basically, you make it an even stronger effect, right? You see how much more the darker blue takes over compared to this one, right? So this one has these sort of intermediate values are still sort of in play. They still have kind of this intermediate fitness. They're kind of okay. But in here, right, you get to no man's land pretty quickly. And so the prediction in this function is that you would get to these sort of extreme values, almost perfectly convex or concave, much quicker than you would here, right? Because there's much stronger selection to actually get the, and right, that's just a simple change of the number of the in this function. It's really wonderful. And then what we really got into was the idea of changing these colors. And this is where you immediately see where me and Rodrigo become nerds, right? Because what we notice is just by changing the color scheme used, in this case, going to more of a heat map presentation, you immediately get more information through the colors, right? Now, you can tell like where this bright white is, or the brightly colored places, exactly where the high fitness areas are. You can visually tell that the dark spots, right, or the no man's land where you don't get any fitness. And it's much easier to kind of, the colors are more, so I'm missing the right word, but they're more semantic, right? There's something here with using the heat map presentation. Here's another one that helps because you can think of it as almost like traffic lights, right? The green area is really high fitness, really high, I shouldn't say, it's not really fitness, it's reproduction chance, right? It's how how fit is what's the probability of a successful offspring, right? It's really not the fitness function, right? It's the shape mating function. It expresses how certain it is that you will reproduce based on simply your shape, right? Nothing to do with your fitness. So anyway, the shape here, right, is, but you can see here that it has this sort of, red light, green light presentation, right? Which, when done here, actually with the original function of 1, really nicely breaks it down into quadrants, right? So there's all this information that comes out and becomes more apparent simply by changing the color scheme, right? And so that's the type of nerdy shit me and Rodrigo are into, because we think science is kind of lacking usually in our emphasis on visuals. We normally we just think science is ugly, right? And we should pay more attention to these type of details, both the ones that help us increase the amount of information we can transfer, and those that simply make our work more pleasant and therefore easier to consume. And I think I'm at like 14 seconds left, so we'll call this our first Pomodoro period. I actually do want to hit the little boys' room, and thanks for joining me. And I think I'll hit a commercial real quick. Why not?
Never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Nothing upsets a pickle lover more than a dull, soggy pickle. Pickle lovers always insist on the proud pickle. Heinz. No compromise, no shortcuts, no soggy pickle. Heinz stops at nothing to give you a pickle that tastes the way no other pickle does. Crisp, full-bodied, savory. That's what makes Heinz the proud pickle. If you were the best tasting pickle, wouldn't you be proud?
If you want to know what's going on Wall Street, ask Shearson Hamill.
Welcome back. Thanks for letting us know, Melody. I'm sorry I crapped out on you. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon. What's up, Hippie Smiles? Glad to see all of y'all. Especially appreciate y'all that are, double timing, doing the double stream thing. You're here in Gathertown and on stream. This is dope, man. This is so much fun. Working and hanging with your friends throughout the day. I got Lena in here. Myron's in here. Myron's always in here. Myron Bot's in here. UC Love is in here. Cameron is in here. Spider's in here. As you know, Melody was in here. Hippie Smiles has been in here. You know, a lot of people have been here. Man, Uncle Bobby's been in here, right? Man, Uncle Bobby's no stranger to the Gather Town Throwdown. You know, I'm sure we're trying to figure out what his gaming soft spot is, but we know that man will come in for some football, and we're always happy to do that. We've got some movie nights planned for Uncle Bobby, so that's going to be a good time. Let's chill real quick. Let's hit up that James Apperson. I'm just going to play it, and we'll rock like that. But it should be available in Gather Town.
Gaming scene. Awesome. Great to have you here, Logan. So, if a Native American...
I'm going to put the lo-fi back on, but we'll just pause it while we listen to this real quick.
Someone like Aaron Ra does. You know, their position is that faith is the most dishonest, even in anything, right? So, if someone asks me, I'll take an definitive position about that.
Boom. I think we found about the right
spot. Angelo, please. Oh, crap. I just said it. We're in trouble now.
There it is.
It's fine. You know, we had Otangelo on the other day, and he was excited for the opportunity to witness to Derek from Mythvision, and we had Neil.
All right, I think that's my timer going off, but I'll give myself an extra minute or two here just to light this up and chill for a sec. It's no big deal.
Purple rhymes with orange, says greetings, sentient beings. Greetings, purple rhymes with orange.
That's because I've been flicking over here and I can't figure out which tab I was looking for.
Otangelo just kept misbehaving. He kept clashing with other people. He did not want to yield the floor cooperatively. And, you know, I'm not a heavy-handed person by nature, but at some point you just have to set parameters with somebody. So I started muting him.
Interesting.
Right? And then I would unmute him as soon as...
But yeah, I was happy to show y'all those figures. And Cliff will be happy to see that I found those. And also I'll show y'all the code we use to generate all that.
Because I have to, right? We have to keep the flow going in the discussion. And we cannot allow this to become... Otangelo Church.
Oh, guys, it's embedded in the Gather. I forgot it's embedded. I forgot how slick this is. This looks nice. I like this. Once I figured, I remembered. I was like, oh, this is nice. I like it. I'm not complaining anymore.
Otangelo, he simply has an impulse control deficit. I'm not going to hold it against him. You know, so here I am hitting the mute whenever I needed to. But then he started unmuting himself, and then I'd remute him, and it was like mute, unmute, mute, unmute, and he was like fighting me over the mute power, but it's my damn channel. And I do not want him walking all over these guests. And so I removed him from the stream. And I didn't feel good about that, but what else could I do right at that point? And I was going to put him back in the stream, but I didn't get a chance to, because then he was so...
And this is the strategy too, y'all. This is the... You know they look weak and silly when they rage quit, especially when they rage quit just because they're sitting on some bullshit and we're being clear about it, and they get all frustrated that we won't let them grandstand and all of this fucking nonsense, right? But this is the equivalent, right? Let me give you a wrestling example, right? I can, as the champion, right? I go into a wrestling match, United States champion, and let's say I go up in there against a fucking, I don't know, I'm trying to think. Let's say I get up in there against Cameron Bertuzzi's ass. Yeah, let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is, y'all. Let's say I give the man that I took this title from a chance to stop my title run. See what's different this time is the last time I had to beat him. You right? Some of y'all wrestling fans know where this is going. In professional wrestling, the only way the title can change hands is if the challenger pins the champion 1, 2, 3, or makes the champion submit. Right? So, I actually had to find a way to beat Cameron's ass that night. But if he makes it through that United States title contender tournament and finally gets his chance at the champ to redeem himself, I don't really have to pin or make him submit, y'all. I can rage quit. I can pull an Otangelo. I can simply walk my black ass back to the motherfucking locker room if I don't like how things are going. And if that referee gets to the count of 10 and my black ass is not in the back of the ring, that's it. I will lose the match by count out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's over. Now, Cameron Bertuzzi then has to make sure, and I know what you're thinking, yeah, but Cameron Bertuzzi's big as shit. He's just going to grab you, toss you over the ropes, toss you under the bottom rope, or do whatever the fuck he's got to do, whoop your ass to make sure he just fucking tosses you around and beats your ass in the fucking ring. Yeah, but he's going to have to get his hands on me first. So if I just hightail it up back to the locker room with Wayne, what the fuck's he gonna do? And that's the essence of rage quitting. But if I rage quit as the champion, I lose the match, but I still keep my title. So I honestly might just do it out of spite. To say, oh, did you get your chance? Did you get your chance up? And then I just dipped. Dive, socialized. Right. Because why, folks? I don't give a fuck about winning this stupid-ass match. I care about winning the war. And the goal of the war is to make sure at the end of that motherfucker, I have this and Cameron Bertuzzi does not. You better be capturing Christianity, motherfucker, because you will not be recapturing this here United States Championship of Word Wrestling Entertainment anytime soon. Now, what I'm trying to enlighten you folks to about what Otangelo was doing to James here is there's the equivalent of that. There's the... It's not the, you can't fire me, I quit. It's the, I didn't quit, you fired me. Right? It's like a situation where, you know, I don't think, how does it go? You can't collect unemployment if you quit your job and shit, right? Is that still a thing? Was that ever a thing? Is that how that shit goes? But it's pretty much that type of shit, right? Like, oh, hey, this ain't gonna look right if you just walk out of there like you some kind of bitch, right? So instead, what do? You throw a fucking temper tantrum, you violate all the fucking codes of ethics, you start behaving badly. I'm a motherfucking hero, Tangelo. I know you think all of these atheists, they're so nice and reasonable, and I can fucking take advantage of that shit. I am not the one, neither is my crew. I keep trying to tell people we have all types of heat. Oh, we tell people on television we're heels. We tell people straight up, they're like, you're not supposed to say the words babyface and heel out loud to the audience. No, we don't play that shit. No, we want the audience to know. Just like Tuck said, last night the music got dark and the motherfucking Judgment Day came out in all black and shit, and Tux was like, I wonder when who the bad guys are. We was like, Tux, yes, you don't understand. That's actually supposed to be us, dog. The shit you're hating on is supposed to actually be us. That's us. We're the people who the dark music hits, the real niggas have arrived, James Apperson's big ass by their side, the whole fucking gang, stupid whore energy, fucking Satan's little fucking helper, fucking Lena, Melody Joy, Carrie Ann Chrysler, you know what I'm saying? We got a whole crew of nasty females, dog, nasty females, don't give no shit, none. No, we are the no shits given New World Order atheist on top all day. No need to wonder when the bad guys have arrived. We will tell you the bad guys are fucking here. So, Otangelo, you are not gonna... Otangelo, what? Do you not see us drinking and smoking weed every day? Otangelo, I got the brass knuckles. Otangelo. I literally don't feel comfortable if my brass knuckles are not within arm's reach. So do you think you're gonna just fucking behave badly, get booted off James Apperson's stream, and then gain sympathy from us, dog? I keep trying to tell these motherfuckers they are dealing with the wrong audience. Dealing with the wrong... Bro, we're the bad... Lena is the motherfucker who shows up to fucking Christian streams and is like, hi, what's up? Yeah, bless you in the name of Jesus. Hi, I'm Lena. Nice to meet you. Yes, thanks for inviting me to your Jesus channel. So let's talk about how you trying to create this American theocracy and you're a bunch of fucking fascist, totalitarian retards. Yeah. Oh, what? What scholars said what? No, let me don't quote scholars to me because I don't think you're smart. Ooh. I'll be like, Lena, are you trying to have a conversation or is this a roast? Is Lena a fucking stand-up comedian who just looks out through the audience and just starts stripping the whole audience down just for the amusement of the rest of the audience? Because if so, I'm here for it. Please subscribe. Yeah. I'm about that shit. Oh, that shit's beautiful. Lena literally just roll up on you and be like, yeah, you're a fascist. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but y'all are a bunch of fucking retarded ass fascists. And then be like, yeah, listen, I'm not insulting you when I say you're retarded. What I'm trying to say is you have a low IQ and I don't think you're smart and you're behind everyone else. Yes, I think you're of below average intelligence is what I mean. I'm not insulting you. I'm just accurately describing the fact that you're stupid as fuck. And we're just like, oh, shit. So why do they think that they could just act mean all of a sudden and we're not going to recognize the fucking tactic? Like, come on, y'all. But that's it, y'all. It's the same thing as fucking rage quitting. Otangelo and these other fucktards, they don't want to fucking rage quit because they look dumb. So then they start acting badly. They start misgendering people. They start yelling at people. They start acting off. Then they start saying some bullshit. So we got to cut them off and mute them. And then they could say, I didn't quit. You fired me. I didn't get counted out. I got disqualified. Dog, I know what happened. Bro, if I think the United States Championship is in jeopardy, believe me, I'm kicking someone in the nuts in front of the referee. And everyone's going to know what that was. Nobody's going to fucking pretend that that was some sort of fucking surprise fucking instinctual shit. Everybody will know I just kicked that man in the nuts so that rather than lose my United States Championship, I just got counted out and the title just doesn't change hands in that case. And if it's a fucking no disqualification match or some bullshit like that, then I'm just going to kick him in the nuts again, pin his ass and win. I don't give a... Again... I'm walking in the champ, and I'm walking out the champ. Everything else is everything else. But I wish a motherfucker like Otangelo would really sit up here and act like we don't recognize heel tactics when we fucking see it. I'm quite insulted.
Angry about it because nobody puts baby in the corner, right? He got so angry about it, but then he just left the backstage, ranted a moment in the chat, and then left the whole channel. He just took off. That wasn't my intention, but what else can he do when he doesn't know how to behave?
What else are you gonna do?
So, and it's frustrating too. And right, respect my authority. Respect my authority. Right? And it's like, I feel like my channel, and people kept telling me, like,
Tangela has a book on Amazon.
Quit apologizing for whatever, and I'm like, look, I don't see it as my channel specifically. I'm providing a place, right? It's a place. It's a venue.
It's a place.
I'm a host for venue.
It's a place. I'm a host of a venue.
Our
Yes.
Space. When we're here on my channel,
James.
it's not my space. It's our space. And I will try to be as accommodating as I can for anybody that walks in that door. If they can behave, they are welcome. Even somebody that's been trolling before. If they can behave, they're welcome. Right? If they can't behave, then we got problems, and I'll have to start enforcing rules. Eric says, Otangelo never adds anything to a conversation. He's half flat earther level. Idiot and half troll. Yeah, I just can't quite figure him. The guy just can't absorb, right? He can't listen. I don't mind it when people don't agree with me, right? If they have a different perceptual paradigm.
Cult of curiosity. Look in the mirror. Who do you see? And that's the fucking problem. When they look in the mirror, they don't have a fucking clue what they're looking at. And so when we deal with them, we don't know what we're looking at. And the truth is, some of our interest in people like Rebecca and Otangelo and Lupin and duping and scooping up the bullshit is that we are just so curious about these wildly ignorant motherfuckers. Like, how can you be this dumb for real? And so it's a cult of curiosity, and I'm trying to reform it into a cult of internet personalities. No, the cult of the flying man is a cult of internet personalities. People you know and love from the interconnectedness online and now offline. Our motherfucking gathers like a fucking LAN party. Y'all are just getting the daytime preview. When we get about this office shit and go down to the bar, man, we are literally taking over the internet. It's not just an online when we're on YouTube streaming thing. It's a we're not even live. We're just in our fucking compound with each other, living our virtual lives amongst one another. We are creating a cult of internet personalities, but unfortunately, we've got these little fucking troll hangarounds that want to get down in the gather town. And these motherfuckers are fascinating. I can't help it. I'm hooked. I can't help it. I'm buying what they're selling. I'm telling you, because these motherfuckers will get you laid. Some of you don't understand what I'm saying. You haven't heard this sermon in a while. These motherfuckers will get you laid. Listen, if I pull up on a lady real quick, and I'm like, hey, baby, what's up? You want to come back and kick it at my place? She's like, no, nigga, it's fucking 2022, and niggas is still out here fucking beating bitches over the head, and what are you talking about? I just met you. Why the fuck would I want to go? I literally just met you. What do you think? You're like fucking a rock star, a movie star, some sort of cult hero or some shit? Like you could just walk up to strangers and ask them back to your place. Does this ever work? Has this ever worked one time? Baby, shh. Just let it happen. Trust me. You want to come back to my place? I'm going to show you what I do on the internet. Okay, I'm part of this unique community where we celebrate not believing in God. Okay, we kind of do the atheism, leftist politics, pro-science education, kind of just community building around our nerdery type of wonderful community. I'm telling you, it's something you want to come see and be a part of. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? That's literally the dumbest, nerdiest thing I've ever heard, and I'm pretty sure my pussy is drier than the Sahara Desert right now. What? No, women never like any of that. No, what? I'm sorry, are you a virgin? How old are you? And you're still a virgin? Because there's no way you've ever not near one time gotten laid. What are you, a Bible? Are you serious? As a Bible? Aren't you supposed to be like celibate or something? What do you mean you're wait, you're a Bible nerd, but you're not even religious? Wait, don't you know the only people who are supposed to study the Bible are the people who believe in that? So wait, you're telling me you and your friends who don't even believe in that God exists sit around talking about the Bible to the motherfuckers who do? No, there's no way that's a thing. I refuse to believe it. The world's gone too far. Okay, people selling foot pics on okay, that's weird as shit, but I get it. Okay, you got a foot fetish thing, and she's willing to let you pay her to take pictures of her feet, which is a pretty efficient way to generate an income. You know, that I was okay. I was okay with that. The whole furry thing, you know, if you wanna show up to school or work as a rabbit today, you know. As long as you keep it cool at the meeting and you're not furrying me up, whatever that means, it's cool. You know, people playing Fortnite in stadiums for millions of dollars, I was okay. But what do you mean you're atheist and you study the Bible? No. Nope. Philosophy? No, you're using the internet wrong. You don't. No, that's not. No. Right? It's a problem, y'all. It's a motherfucking problem. But here's what you do. You say, no, baby girl. Let me explain this to you. There are some wild ass motherfuckers. There's the Blessed Beehies, the Rebel Naz. There's the Matt Powells. There's the Donnies. There's the Otangelos. The Precious Rebeccas. You know, limited time offer, apparently gone. You know, there's just so many of these characters. There's the Lupins of the world, right? And she's like, who gives a fuck? I'm like, you don't understand. These people are young Earth creationists. No, they're not. No, they're not. Nobody thinks the Earth is. I am telling you, they think the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, and they do not accept evolution. You're joking. There's nobody. No, that's ridiculous. There's nobody that's stupid. There's some of them are flat earthers. What? Yes, some of them are Trump supporters. They literally think Trump is the greatest president to ever live. Okay, they think that the Vegas shooting was FBI and CIA-led operation led by the government on behalf of the radical left just to promote gun control. Yeah. There's no. There's no way there's people who actually come. I told you to come back to my place. If I come back to your place, and this is just some fucking pickup line, I'm going to kick you in the balls and eat your fucking face. I don't really know if I want you to come back to my place because you sound violent as fuck. But I did offer, so come on, let's go. Right? And then they come on, and then what do? All we got to do is say Otangelo 3 times, or, hey, check out this fuckface Robert Beatty who's stalking me. Hey, watch me say some shit about Robert Beatty, right? Pop over to his Twitter like 3 or 4 minutes later and see him typing out everything I say word for word. I told you I got some of these creatards fucking stalking me. I told you some of these nut jobs literally fucking stalk me, right? All I got to do is fucking, and then show them the fucking gang, right? And I'm getting that pussy every single time. Because I am in the midst of the holy war fighting off the motherfucking retards who would have everybody thinking that the earth is still flat. And those motherfuckers need to go to the 4 corners of the earth and think about what they've done. Now I got to get back to doing some science soon. So let's get a couple of minutes. I'm going to get a couple hits and I'm going to get back to the timer.
Does not bother me. But for example, and to be fair, if there was a Native American spiritualist that happened to be in here wanting to talk about their spirit.
Moral of the story.
And somebody else.
Otangelo will get you laid. I promise you. Just next time you think you don't like Otangelo, you may find yourself back on the market, and you might need a crazy ass motherfucker like Otangelo so that you have got a story to tell, my friend.
I just wanted to talk about how spirit animals aren't real.
Wait, it gets better. He just wrote a book. He wrote a book. Rebecca wrote a book. Yo, these nut jobs are fucking prolific and shit, y'all. He wrote a book. I can't believe he wrote a book. He's out here on tour selling, promoting his book and shit. Go, Otangelo.
I'm not sure what I believe.
Go, Tangelo. What we need a go Jello, go Jello, go Jello, go Jello, go. Yeah, get it, Otangelo. Show him. Write that book, nigga. Otangelo's gonna be on that bestseller list soon. Otangelo, y'all think I'm joking, man? Man, Otangelo's one of the fucking best-selling, uneducated, fucking Brazilian young earth creationist over 50 in the world.
But because they both have an equal right to express their views. I don't have a problem with Otangelo not agreeing with other people. Doesn't bother me. If he wants to talk about different ways of looking at the world, doesn't bother me. Even on my channel. But he's got to be respectful of other people, right? He doesn't know how to be. And it's frustrating because he wants different terms than he'll grant for you, right? This is a big thing for me, just in general, in life. Whatever terms somebody wants to hold somebody else to, they need to be held to as well, right? Because anything else is abusive. Whether it's passive or aggressive, or blatant, right? It's still abusive. So if Otangelo wants people to really listen to what he's saying, really think about it, really process it, really give him a fair response, then he has to be ready to do that for the other person. Really listen to them. And Neil from Gnostic Informant is no dummy. We know this, right? Like, he is sharp as a tack. A tack that's been extra sharpened. A lethal tack. And like he pointed out right away, he's like, look, Otangelo's not even listening. He's typing on his keyboard. He's looking at his monitor. He's looking away. He's not listening to us, right? And then Otangelo basically admitted that. Boy, I just want a chance to tell you this thing. And that's the problem. When you're talking, he's not listening for content. He's listening for a chance to respond. He's waiting for you to hurry up and quit your inane.
All right, y'all, here we go. Next time block, 25 minutes on the clock.
In his eyes, right? So that, Neil's awesome. He's waiting. Otangelo is waiting for you to quit blathering about whatever it is you're blathering about.
All right, so let's get up in here.
At all. He's just waiting for his chance to respond. He's waiting for his chance to preach to the masses again.
I want to see if there was something that was already configured, maybe. So let me get up in here.
And consider what other people are saying and then address what they're actually saying.
Take one more thing from old shit. Right? Maybe like this.
That's my problem with Otangelo. Not that he holds to stupid beliefs. Right? I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. That's all he was doing. And Neil recognized it right away. It's pretty obvious. And it's frustrating. But, he's got the limits that he's got. And so when we zoom out and talk about the larger issue about how can you know? How can you know when an experience that is real to you, like it's happening, you're experiencing a thing, right? And sometimes there's words, or there's images, there's feelings, whatever. How can you know whether or not it's originating external to you from an actual superpowered sentient entity?
I don't know if any of this is actually configured on this. That's what I'm looking for.
Your own mind having some kind of neurological
I built
episode.
Most of them again. Let me see what happens if I don't.
And the objective, truthful answer is we can't be ever 100% sure, right?
Permission denied. Oh, I probably have to. That means they're probably the wrong type.
We can only speak to what is happening in the mind. We can look at certain parts lighting up, and we can recognize
answered that question. Let's clean up.
When this part of the brain lights up,
because I normally don't.
You're having thoughts in this domain.
So I don't start getting a whole bunch of shit here. All right, let's do old shit.
We can tell by looking at a brain scan what kinds of emotions are feeling, right? So when a religious fundamentalist makes these claims, we typically don't just grant it to them, right?
We'll go with force.
But if a Native American spiritualist makes the same kinds of claims, we do grant it to them. Now, on the surface, that seems very unfair because we'll grant.
Nah, I don't want to do that. I was gonna make a separate shape one, but it's not working, so I don't want to do that if it's not working.
We're not gonna like call them out on it.
We'll branch it off once we get everything going.
Again, we know that fundamentalist Abrahamic
force function plots, made test, old shit.
We know that factually. Even if some other kind of...
I don't think shape trial's working either. Let me see if it's in a...
And also, we recognize the results of them
we should put it in there.
Believing that it's true in an objective sense means that they're going to be reaffirmed in a religion that is harmful to themselves and harmful to the other people in their world. And since no one has the right to... Oh,
we'll eventually turn this into a shape trial.
Be around. Thank you so much for stopping by. Be happy, be safe, and we'll be here whenever you can come back.
Uh-oh.
Kata says, I haven't done psychedelics since researching and going into all this science. I think I'd like to soon. Yeah, that's fair. I've considered it as well. Mike from Answers in Atheism.
I remember what this is. This is the one that we have from the ACBC. I don't want to do this here because it's a batch test.
When I went back and listened to that stream again, I realized that
I wanted it there because it's what that type of project should look like.
With somebody else on an issue.
Okay, let's leave it there.
Have an interest in. And I apologized to him, and he insisted that he didn't feel like I had, and that he thought it went great. But, I'm really hoping we can do a part 2 of that conversation, and I'm going to make a special effort to let him lead in that discussion. I had a lot to say about it that day, and looking back, I felt bad. He was very cool about it, but still, I felt like I didn't give him enough chance to speak.
All right, let's...
Witness to the Filthy Heathens, absolutely, YouTube punk. Captive Desk says, I know sleep paralysis is in mind, because I know what to
all right, I got force function plots, made test,
not
old
demons,
shit,
aliens,
shape
or probes,
trial.
or incubus, succubus. Not all claims are the same, though.
Get rid of
so I generally evaluate it by the potential for good versus harm.
So I'm just going to put the shape trial in the old shit. Yep, there it is. I'm going to get rid of that.
I am not going to humor that at all. I know too much about science. I know too much about history. I know too much about health versus illness. I know too much about their grift. I know that it's beyond dangerous to humor their claim. I know that it's going to do harm if I humor it. But if a Native American Indian wants to tell me, or indigenous person wants to tell me about their spirit animal, I'm all ears. Tell me about your spirit animal,
all right? So
I'm gonna laugh,
what I'm doing is trying to just make this simpler. I came in here when I came in here to get started, the workspace was like cluttered, and I felt like overwhelmed looking at all the directories, and I wanted to kind of be clean. And when I come into my Mave directory, I just want to see the test that I like to run, which I'll probably end up duplicating and building all this up. But that's what it's there for. It's sort of there to be a base case that runs and has been built on the system, working with all the default parameters. It's sort of a new game, right? When you want to start the game, from the beginning again, you run this, and it's good to have that on stand. Everything that I keep around as backups of other projects and configurations, most of which I can go through and do a little cleanup, but for now I don't want to bother. Just keep it in old shit. And really I keep this force around because that'll be the thing I'm using as sort of my development branch. And actually what I should really do here is rename this Mave development for now, JB, which is kind of more tells me that this is where I do my testing. This is where I do my development for now. I'm only going to be working on one or a couple projects, and it'll be fine to do that here because this is really the project files. So we'll do that here, or maybe I'll separate them later if I need to. But function plots is, like I said, that's like visualization type stuff. So not worried about that. Although I don't know why those are named the way they are. It's not a big deal. So it's just my development, the test, and then where I'll keep old shit. And to be honest,
soft about Christianity and Islam.
Here, I want to go back here.
Skeptic might be. I think he soft sells a lot of his arguments. I'm not saying it's a bad balance, but I think Gin and Truth is onto something when it comes to fundamentalism. I think that if I had to choose between the extra cautious approach that Drew has versus the let's call it what it is approach of Gin and Truth, I prefer Gin and Truth on that one every time.
Me too.
Cameron
Me too.
Bennett says same. Purple rhymes with orange says, I used to be pagan and I was drawn to a lot of the Native American beliefs. Right, so...
All right, it was different enough to just get by that. All right, and then we'll rename this Force because it's old. Just do that.
Spiritual awareness and a kind of...
That way I have a backup.
Again, a sense of responsibility and oneness.
Get rid of that.
Nature, right? I'm all for it. I don't see the harm in that at all.
So we'll have this.
And then, ultimately, I have no certain opinion.
We'll
I have no
rename
definitive
this...
statement about whether or not certain things are true or not true in that.
Let's rename this Plots for now.
I'm open to it. I don't know. But the Christianity and Islamic and Judaist fundamentalist
shape.
literal beliefs, no, I won't.
Yeah,
I won't even give an
that's
inch.
nice.
It's not even an inch. So then the question would be something like
And then we'll
Richard
do...
Metz. His views are pretty unusual. In fact, I may even say unique. And I guess I don't agree with his take on the Bible. I'm confident he got that wrong. But do I think there is or
cool.
isn't
So we'll do this.
or aliens
I like
or that
this
maybe he's
now.
heard from
This
some
is
of them?
looking
I
clean.
have no opinion about that one.
All right. So
I don't suspect it's the case.
we'll be working from in here. Force.
Yeah, I understand. Even though I don't always go that hard line, I completely get where he's at.
Just to make it
Religion as history is
simpler.
fascinating, and a lot of times I'm in the mood for it. So Mythvision's the place for that, right? Like, such a great source for all of that stuff.
And actually, I'll call
honestly,
it
so
JB
is,
because
Gnostic
Cliff was doing a coercion
Like, he's
thing
right
too.
there.
I don't know. He might
brings
have
it
some
just
other
as well
Force
as
stuff.
Derek does, just as well. He is not the lesser of the channels or of the minds. He's right there where Derek's at. Derek was right to see that ability, that talent within him, and to foster that. And the world is better for it.
Yeah, Neil's really good.
Neil brings to the
Neil's really good. Neil's really
Kata
good.
says, fine line between appreciating and appropriating, though. Well, there's that too. I haven't thought about that, Kata, but you're right.
All right, so
Uncle Bobby is going to be a
big star
Apologia episode. Oh,
big,
really?
Big star.
Oh, I mean, if you got confirmation on that, that's wonderful. I can't wait until I've figured out a way to.
He just said he would love
impact
it.
The scene well enough.
YouTube Punk is the key. Where's
Apologia
YouTube Punk
episode.
at?
I should work toward that as a goal, really.
Where's YouTube Punk?
really
Where's
been- my
YouTube
channel's
Punk?
been
Is he out here in this
random and
office?
unpolished with all kinds
I'm
of
about to
sound
get on YouTube Punk's ass. I think YouTube Punk's the reason that happened.
And I just
So he should just start telling them you should do something with Pocket Locker and James Apperson.
Logan Fisher, John, 3036.
Y'all know me. I'm hungry out here. I'm trying to fight. I need challenges. I'm desperate for a
one
fight.
who believes in the Son is eternal life. But the one
And
who
if
disobeys
the
Son
key
will
to
not
that fight
Instead, the
is I
wrath
gotta
of God
fight my mods first, so that they'll hit these goddamn streets. We are taking over the internet.
They've been incentivized.
I'm sick of y'all watching all these other videos, leaving fucking comments and super chats and not mentioning Pocket Locker 86.
Captive Desk says when the belief is in the when the belief is in the world, that the world will
Who
end,
needs
and
friends if they're gonna act like enemies?
environmentally friendly. Right, there's little motivation. If they believe that the end is literally going to happen anytime now, and is supposed to, it leaves little incentive, if any, to worry about trying to help us make a better world. Right, in any way, whether you're talking about nature or the human experience. Or
All right, yep, now we can get into our Force.
In fact, it
All right, we
incentivizes
cleaned that up a little bit.
bad
I'm
values,
much
because
happier
they
with
believe that
that.
suffering brings people to the Lord.
All right, and then we will just go and see what we saw earlier. I just want to rebuild it because I've got a different directory structure. Should be empty.
The elderly, for the poor, other support services
Just
for the
gonna
poor,
remove.
right? Like that runs contrary to their chart because they need.
I don't think it matters, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
People into their own arms for refuge from the suffering people are experiencing.
And let's see if I can remember the command. It's set up.
People have any amount of political power.
It's tools set up. Command.
It's one of the reasons why I have mixed opinions about democracy.
Can't open it. Why can't he open it?
Socrates had the same feelings about democracy, right? He's like, it could work in theory, but it doesn't work in practice because you've got a whole bunch of people in the population that are misinformed or that have bad intent.
Now run M.
They're going to vote according to that misinformation and bad intent, and then what? Right?
Then what?
YouTube Punk dropped a Twitter from RC Reed. Awesome. Paul does do live streams now. Yeah, but Paul does it correctly. Paul does live streams the way they're supposed to be done. I do not. And if I could just get more organized and, I don't know, like maybe more energy, more focus, I'd like to think I'm capable of bringing it to that level eventually. I just haven't been. So I don't blame Paul at all for like not even noticing my channel. We might get there though. I need gin now too. It's truth, nerdy rodent, truth. I don't prefer gin.
Hug is from Myronbot.
Jack Daniels, Smooth Jack.
It's from Streamlabs. It's not from Stream Avatars.
Or rum and coke. World will end in their lifetime for the past 2,000 years, right? So for the past 2,000 years, they've been incentivized not to help us build a better world. Right? And obviously that's been a real problem.
Alright, so now I go in the tools.
So what is it that so many of the D-Day preppers being Christian? Right? Well, I mean, they're
and boom, there it is. No such file or directory. Sorry, that's not me. Sorry. Oh, Lord, what am I doing? Oh, because I went into tools, sorry.
Logan Fisher, Matt, 1628.
Gotta go to work.
With certainty, some people standing here will not experience death.
Whoa!
Before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Good evening, Math Pig. It is great to see you.
There it is. All right, so there it is. That's there it is. We finally got it. That's the problem we're trying to fix. In data map, there's this thing. All right, so let's go ahead and let's also clean this up too.
It's been really the public, I believe, about those very issues. Clearly and absolutely, definitively, no question about it, the people who wrote that stuff did believe that the literal end of the world was going to happen in the lifetime of Jesus' original followers.
Remove.
So by the 2nd century,
everything from the workspace.
Religion was debunked. Period. So they had to go back and reimagine the meaning of everything just to salvage it.
Yeah. All right. Let's actually do this. Let's. Is anything not saved? Everything's saved. So let's boot that.
There's something that I have a passion about.
Let's run. I guess let's run Ubuntu since we need to use the
Christian religious
WSL system.
Is so enmeshed.
So now we're pocket. All right.
With
no.
It's not a coincidence. And the reason why they take their positions that they do is specifically for the same purposes. Man, I don't know if I want to segue into that, but it's a whole thing, like this big network of ideas that all tie into each other.
Maybe, yeah.
I'd really love to talk about that. I keep telling myself I need to make a
yeah, all right, so then we go into
explaining the entire grift, because it's not as random as it seems.
Maeve development.
I can't remember if MathPick knows.
This way that we only have. This way we're only in the one development, and then we're just gonna say code.
Scroll back down.
Here.
I'm already a couple minutes behind. My internet.
All right, now that's a much cleaner workspace for
Jessica, Doomsday prepares.
Because we don't have all those extra fucking directories pissing me off.
Natural disasters too. Right, Jessica, and this is one of the things that I wanted to
all right.
talk about. This is one of the reasons I wanted to also have a channel for preparing for hard times.
Let's get ourselves a terminal. Hopefully it's in the right place. It is.
Are smart. They're being smart because hard times are here and harder times are coming, whether we want that or not. Climate change is a very real thing. And it's going to be a driver for all kinds of problems that we can prepare for if we start preparing now for them.
All right, let's see.
Vaguely agnostic says, I think it means they are still living.
All right, let's go ahead and generate that
sure,
error again.
Why not vaguely agnostic?
Which is work.
Melody Joy says,
/made.
I'm sure there wasn't a lot of reading of those verses.
The data map, get average, attempt to get average from non-existent food. All right, Cliff said he thinks it's in world.
So yeah,
the world file. So let's go find that. That would be in
like
code.
There was a whole lot of
world
Jews in that particular cult. There just wasn't. So the people that were in those cults, that's all they talked about. The ends.
Let's see what world optimizers tournament archivized load as. What world is it using?
And then after starting in the 2nd century, when the prophecies had failed,
Berry world setup.
Reinterpreting it became a common thing, but.
Okay.
People weren't too worried about reading it.
Berry world with current settings requires organisms with brain.
Didn't have access to any printed versions.
Running Berry world. All right, so it looks like it is running Berry world. All right, so let's go to world.
So scrolling back down.
I'm not going to mess with the main.
Show every week with Madsen coming on 4 years. Well, there's your answer. They don't just know of Richard Madison.
Berry world.
Every week with them for 4 years now. So
am I messing with
Alien Overlords? There you go.
You just said world.
So we talked about that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I don't want to be messing with the actual world
here because
code.
The stream was his idea. He wanted us to.
I think I want to do.
Right, not all people have bunkers or stockpiles, says Jessica. 100%. Well, see, we don't even have a basement.
Work.
So. But Richard Madsen didn't.
Oh Lord, why do I not remember the director's
kind of carrying on without him. But we did address the views briefly.
Shit! Yeah, it is. Hang on a sec. I got to do this. I got to make the settings file. All right, so let's go ls
or meant or where it came from. No, I don't think there's a Jesus on an alien world
get the settings.
Communicated with Richard.
Did I mean
Bible Raiders or anything else? Like I just don't think that.
/made.s.
Do I think there are aliens?
All right, now I have settings files.
Telepathic powers, maybe.
And now it should be a matter of going into.
They visited Earth before, maybe. Is it possible they influenced biblical or other religious
settings
cultures? Maybe.
File.
Is it possible that Richard had an experience with some of them? Maybe. I'm just maybe about that because how could I know?
All right. I should have these in my main thing in work.
I don't think that.
Boom. Settings world. All right. So here we go.
And I don't think for the same reason experts don't think that. But I
food
can't speak
types.
To personal experience.
It says there's 2 food types. Maybe there needs to be 3.
My strategy for Doomsday is to hunker
I felt
down
like we
where
did
I am
that
as everyone
before.
else evacuates.
Reward for 1, 2, and 3 is all
getting
1.
Stuck on clogged highways and only with what you can carry.
All right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's probably good. If you can prepare for where you're at and not have to rush to
let's
anywhere.
Let's see if we're getting the same error once we run it.
There will be major disasters, right? But some major disasters you can't hunker down with, right? Like if you live in a forest and it's on fire.
Let's go.
I guess theoretically it's possible to build a bunker that can withstand that, but it's unlikely. If you live in a plain that's about to be flooded massively. Possible to have a bunker that can withstand that.
All right, let's see if we go to food types 3.
Too. So it just depends on what the events are, right? But in terms of food shortages or other things like that, communication blackouts.
That's not it.
We're better off preparing to stay where we are than to have to move all of a sudden. If we can.
Or do I have to generate new settings files? I think that probably.
Logan Fisher says I was basically forced to make up a life-changing or.
All right, let's see what happens now.
To have a testimony. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, anytime I do that, I think I get the new ones.
Did you email him? Richard is known for his wonderful timekeeping. I don't have his email. So he mentioned it in the stream on Mythvision, and I told him we can trade into it or schedule either way. He didn't respond, but then the stream was over, so I scheduled this and started it. So we can always do it again later, too. It doesn't have to be now, today. I wasn't sure if that's what he meant, so I was just kind of hoping he'd show up since it was his idea. You still need an exit strategy, says YouTube Punk. There could be circumstances that won't let you shelter in base, right? There could be. Purple says, then when the neighborhood is empty, I can scavenge all the empty houses for supplies. Right.
All right, so I don't want to replace that because...
But you can help yourself to whatever's in the fridge. Don't worry.
That actually...
YouTube Punk says...
Did the same thing, right?
Hidden caches, right?
And then I got the same
I Am Legend.
thing.
That was actually a really good movie. I liked it.
All right, you know what? I actually want to see too.
When my mother was a child, her father kept a rowboat with a supply.
It's interesting. It keeps telling me that by default.
DM Turner, how are you today? Great to see you here.
Settings.
Neuroscience isn't even sure that consciousness itself is generated by
world.
Well, there's a controversial claim. Anybody else want a shot at that before I respond? Purple says he told her if there was ever a forest, she was to take her siblings and go sit out in the middle of the lake until help comes or the fire passed. Yeah, if you're going to leave your kids alone in a forest home, then I guess that's the safest.
There's all our function stuff. Our stuff is in here.
Purple rhymes with orange. He was a part-time forest ranger and took shifts in the watchtower in the days where they had radios. Oof,
right, because it's going in and it's getting all the functions that we've registered with the optimizer, right? Which is great. We've got all our stuff: debug, force, function power, elect mating, elect size, mate similar,
cool,
minimize error, multiple force, number of parents, optimize value, resist, selfing, shape mating, tournament size, and unique leg. Perfect. All right, that's great. All right, settings world.
Definitely isn't powered by a brain.
Why am I not seeing the...
That's fair, nerdy. I feel the same way quite often. So, DM Turner says neuroscience isn't sure that consciousness itself is generated by the brain. It wouldn't be hard to find a neuroscientist who takes the official stand that consciousness is generated by the brain.
Oh, right? You know what? I bet you it's the optimizer that's making it look for 3 food types. Why won't it look for just 3 and just turn on the third food type and just say, boop, there's a third food type.
But of course, majority doesn't roll, right?
8 by 8, it's got 3 food types.
So is there more to it? Maybe. Do most neuroscientists take the position of that it's not, or that they don't know if it is? I don't think they do. I think most of them will say it's generated.
What's that?
Carol the Atheist, hey all. Great to see you here, Carol.
Yeah, don't switch cost.
Purple says, I've seen enough of nerdy rodent artwork to say their consciousness is powered by special mushrooms.
All right, that session's finished. I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Drop it in the chat. I would not mind that at all. So that's where we're at about it. So the neuroscientists I've read from, they never talk about if or uncertainty. And when it comes to this, they always say it's generated by the brain. But
Carrie Ann Chrysler's in the building in a boss battle, like a boss, because Carrie Ann Chrysler.
You can be a neuroscientist and still believe in magic, right? You can be a neuroscientist and believe in
showing people how it's done.
Ethereal beings, for lack of a better word.
Carrie Ann, we in the office too.
Now, if you are a neuroscientist who happens to be somebody who's open to that domain of thought, then of course your official position is going to be, even though we only know about the things generated in the brain, there could be more to it sometimes, right? There could be more. Because they have to say that because their beliefs are that there could be more to it.
Oh yeah, it did get rid of my timer, I think, when I did
and
that.
And other neuroscientists won't scoff at
But yeah, we're in the office, Carrie Ann.
I guess we technically know.
I'll pop it back up.
Our position is that there's not. DM Turner says there's the possibility of quantum mind, which posits that consciousness cannot be ultimately explained by classical mechanics.
It's still going. Yes.
And that
all right, well, let me light mode.
Have to invoke quantum mechanics phenomena.
Mode time.
So yes, quantum mechanics instead of classical mechanics, absolutely. I mean, I think that's a given. I don't even think that's iffy. That, classical mechanics are being supplanted by, not entirely replaced, but they're like a surface level truth, right? Quantum mechanics are the more deeper of what's happening there. But I don't see how quantum mechanics really says that it's not generated within the brain. It's just that quantum mechanics is a closer look at the physics that are happening in the brain, as I understand it. Nerdy Rodent says, I'm one of those hated AI artists. Neural networks are my canvas. Ooh, I love that. How not know this, Nerdy Rodent? Nobody tells me these things. I think that's fascinating. I'm still waiting for that link. Yes, we do love us some Nerdy Rodent. Absolutely we do. Brian Stevens, great to see you. Says, I think the best indicator is if you remove the brain, there's no measurability of that mind left. Right. Mathpix says, I'll be back. Heading to shop to get some wine today. Is a day to celebrate. Every day is a day to celebrate. That's what I think about it. So, cheers to you, mate. We'll be here. Oh, would like to thank all the cool people that have no wrench. I'm going to see what I can do about that.
All the cool people who have no wrench.
Get over there to my page.
Yeah.
I give a wrench to the people that I know and trust. Absolutely, we can do that. I mean, I won't give one to some people. You know I won't. Some people, I just can't do it. But, MathPig?
Not everybody getting a wrench. Not everybody getting a gather invite.
Yes.
We'll see you in the cafe. Cameron Bennett is back in the chat. Carrie Ann Chrysler, the gang. UC Love. Cameron, get back in the office, you lazy motherfucker. You're supposed to go over to the focus area when you got to do a client. You're supposed to go to the focus area when you got to focus, Cameron. You're supposed to be leading by example.
I don't, like, I know these people. They're part of our
Instead,
community.
you're leaving.
On my channel and other channels, but yeah, as I get to know everybody, definitely. Like, we're an inclusive group here, and
that's why Carrie Ann about to dominate you.
Cool nerdy. The cool nerdy.
You know what?
I'm going to open a link to that so I don't forget it later. Oh, so awesome. Ugh. How did I not realize this before? Thank you so much.
You're never going to learn. Unless there are consequences.
But barely.
Consequences.
I have to fire it up at a file.
You act like a chump, you get treated like a chump. Treat him like a chump.
Kumbaya.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah. Take that. Take that.
So, I don't know that DM is wrong.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I only know that the neuroscientists I've happened to cross.
Don't leave the office in the middle of the day for a lunch break and then not return.
Have I actually polled them to know what true percentage? Did I get the impression that the majority?
I like that. I like that. But you should have said something. You should have updated your status or said something.
Mechanics really suggests that.
You in experiment mode? Oh, now I feel bad. I feel bad. I like when you're in experiment mode. See, Cameron, you got Cameron.
Probably are some people.
You know what? I'm gonna treat you like you were first today.
Some neuroscientists who think.
You know what, Cameron?
Mechanics paves the way for.
That's for being in experiment mode.
Views to be correct. I'm sure that's true. That they hold that to be the case.
Wait till Carrie Ann Chrysler get up in here. Carrie Ann going to start being holding down the overnight stream with the movie playlist.
Outside the purview of.
I should get it set up so Carrie Ann can start putting together the playlist
external to the
for the overnights in the mods.
Where we're, I don't want to say telepathically, but we're in
some way
connected with other minds,
put the movies and shit on there.
I have experienced some things in my journey that actually lend me to think.
That's a good idea. We should get that set up.
I'm not closed about it. But it's the same reason I'm not closed off about Native American indigenous beliefs, right?
I could give y'all access to the second account. I have two Amazon accounts I have two YouTube accounts that have
says tomorrow at 6 p.m. we'll be live with Richard.
That have
awesome. So I'll jump over there and
YouTube Premium.
Well, actually, what's the topic going to be?
One is the casino. One is the
Sobek. It is really
Hunter Biden's laptop's my main account. So I'll just change the password, I think, to the casino
Sobek does drive
account to something I can share with you guys.
Take drive by and shoot hellos at everybody.
And then
I was name dropping
they just wave as they speed up.
Where?
The Pithricks. They're restorations. They have in France a chateau and an old nunnery. And they filmed their restoration. It's kind of their own group. But they were talking about making it into a cult today. And then they went to go play snooker at the big snooker table.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so I name dropped us and said, yeah, we kind of have a cult.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you tell them.
We're learning snooker.
That's what I'm telling that Carrie Ann Chrysler.
You better believe it.
That's $5 million. That's $5 million pocket change. That's how you do it, Carrie Ann.
I know, I'm good.
Those parts.
You hear that? You hear that, Cameron?
Part of someone's sentient experience.
You hear that, YouTube punk? They be out here all like they forgot, and they be the first ones in the comment section. They be rushing to the comment section and all of this, and don't be saying nothing, Carrie Ann.
Well, I'm trying to get that international. That's what you wanted me to.
Yes, the international crowd.
So, and I told them, I'm like, yeah, our members from our cult are all over the world. So we've got a virtual office. We meet up. We watch
I appreciate
videos.
that. All I asked Cameron and YouTube Punk to do was drop our name on the channels they watch every goddamn day.
I've been doing that once in a while, but I haven't been watching much lately. It's been busy around here.
I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna exit out now so you can do your show.
Oh, you don't have to exit out. You could just meet. We're good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I'm just listening to James. I'm actually programming, so.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
I just figured I'd show everybody because the avatars were up some of commands.
Yeah. Also, I think I should leave when I dip, I should leave the bots in the bot streaming and then go back to the tent town and stuff so that people get used to the tent town thing.
You think?
Yeah. Because I think couple things. One, I think I can because that was kind of the goal, is to get it so that the bots can do the streams.
Okay.
And then, but I think I want other people to be streaming, and so I could probably just put one of the bots over there, but then, just leave it there for when I leave or something.
Yeah, leave the bot streaming and then do your thing in your cabin.
Yeah. But I also think so that's what I would do, and then I would just leave them probably in the compound, and then go back to the tent town. Yeah. But also I think if you want, we could see if you could stream from the beach.
Cool. I do like the tiki bar over there.
Yeah.
I like the tiki bar.
The happenings in a brain happen, except
yeah. So we're gonna have fun.
The bush outside.
But I figured that's the kind of point, is to leave the bots there. That way, I think I'll be more like everybody else, to where when you see my avatar, it'll actually be me.
Associations make who you are.
Yeah.
Because it was kind of like if I went to the beach, then, or if I went to my tent to park my guy, then there wasn't an overnight stream. But then it's like when people got up or came back or were there overnight, it's like my avatar is sitting there, but I'm not there.
Speaking of your overnight last night.
Yeah, I used the wrong browser. Yeah, Firefox only.
We had all the words for Spaceballs.
Oh no, I'll do it again. We'll do it. We'll do some of them again.
Oh,
Sorry.
It was great. Joel showed up in the middle of that. He showed up.
Yeah, and actually, under those circumstances, there's a few things we could do. So one, I'm gonna figure out some app or something where you guys can message me. Because I normally have the ringer of my phone off.
You up at freaking 5 a.m. just because the stream isn't.
Well, something. I mean, you guys can make judgment calls about that, but something like that, I would have been able to notice earlier on. I kind of just went to bed early and was looking at it and it whatever. Like I think whenever I like last looked at it, it was fine, and then as it went into the movies, it was fucked, and I wasn't listening.
I went over to the TV table, right, and it was working perfectly. But it was like that early morning Christian guy talking to you about the Bible.
Oh yeah, because I just left that on that channel.
Yeah. I'm just like, holy shit, what the hell is that?
Because that's like live TV. So you know what? I might leave it on like ESPN or something, because that's kind of what I would do, like a sports bar type deal or something. But that's the other kind of thing, right? So ideally for me, people would stream when I'm like, 'cause you know how like when we're all hanging out, other people are streaming.
Yeah.
So I'd like other people to take over when I leave.
Yeah.
Right. Or to just stream other places if other people want to. But go ahead. What'd you say?
Yeah, once I got set up, I figured I'd be doing, some of that, so there would be somebody live doing it.
Yeah. And then it's sort of like, and then if you like pass out or whatever, or, don't want to come up with more stuff, then people can come back to the bots, right?
Yeah.
So it's and then you can treat it like a bot. Like you don't have to worry about like not watching me or something. It's a bot. You'll be like, Myron bot doesn't care if you don't watch him.
Well, I figured what I'd do is I'd just get a hold of all our fam here and find out our content creators and see if they'll give me permission to, stream their shows, promote our people.
Yes, but also
that's what I was thinking about doing.
Yes, that would be awesome, especially some of the channels we watch that we don't know about.
Yeah, because I watch way outside of this. Christian stuff.
if we're not live on YouTube, you can actually play whatever you want, right?
If you don't want to jump in,
yeah. So it won't really matter. You would only really need their permission if you're gonna put it on. If you're gonna like stream it.
Since you're late to the party,
yeah.
If you want to stream through like the casino or something, I'll get that set up, and then that would be a good thing to do.
But all my stuff is like the complete nerdery. I mean, how you call your science.
I don't care.
I mean, we're talking,
yeah.
I watch archaeologists giving their freaking papers, reading their papers and lectures.
That's totally fine. I mean, it's supposed to be like a community theater, so plus it's like late at night, right? So it's the good time to be experimental. Yeah. So it's fine. And then that's kind of the thing is it's just whoever the projectionist is.
I love watching the mudlarkers. They're the ones that go down to like the old
what's that
old rivers.
Okay, go ahead.
And they dig through the dirt in the rocks for what's washed out from a couple hundred years ago.
Really?
Yeah. So they're basically trash picking, but they find buttons and toys and porcelain figures and old dolls and bottles, and it's really cool the stuff they dig out of these old dump sites.
Yeah, that sounds fun. And then
it is.
And then you like the weird racing and stuff too, because you go to some of that stuff, right?
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
I mean, here it's all country here, so we're talking, your harvest festivals and your 4-H, where you've got kids that raise goats and cows and rabbits and show them off. And
yeah, I've bartended at a few of those events in New Jersey.
Right?
They are fun, very different, and also very nice. Really.
Yeah, but it's more like your Sunday picnic or something. It's more that kind of a feel when you do those kind of things.
Yeah. And matter of fact, usually the hours were different. Like they were like during the afternoon, like they weren't like late at night or whatever.
Nope, they were all middle of the day.
That's sweet. What do you got going on over there today?
Am I?
Yeah, are you working? I'm just gonna get back to coding, so I was wondering if you're working on something.
No, not really. We've had issues.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
We've had to deal with stuff for the house.
Yeah.
Lawyers and land contract and that kind of stuff.
Got you. No problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna let James play too. So.
Oh yeah, that was a great stream. That was a lot of fun.
Just kind of hoping you'd see this and jump over.
Yeah, I haven't heard it all yet.
So.
Well,
I was actually for most of it.
All right. Well, I've got my thoughts, so I'll see what you think after I play it.
In the middle of
Or
answering
when I'm
to all
playing
the
stuff.
side chat inquiries, direct and semi-indirect, in my conversation with Mark
Let me
Reed,
make sure the timer
and I got the feeling
started.
I should go back and check my channel and see if there was anyone live streaming. So I stopped doing that. I went to my channel, and Viola James Apperson is live streaming. So here I is.
Oh, all right. I do think I heard most of this interview, but it's fine.
My response originally barely scratched the surface of your question, and I knew that I could
Ooh, I'm
do it
gonna
justice.
it sounds like my dogs are gonna start.
So,
Oh, yeah. No worries. You can mute. All right.
my official position,
Thanks, Karen.
and I'm just a guy, right? Like, I'm not the authority in any of this, but my official position is that if someone tells me they've had an experience, they simply have had that experience. They've had experientially, this is what it was for them.
So it is true for them, sure.
Yeah, so they really did experience a thing. They had the thoughts they claimed to have had, the feelings they claimed to have had, right? They had the imagery or whatever they claimed to have had. It affected them, however they claim it affected them. I could grant all of it without reservation. So then there's two
still
different
getting the
issues.
same
Before and after. There's what caused
Let's
it.
go to code.
And for me, it's usually
Optimizer.
For me, it depends. Now, if a Christian,
optimizer.
or I should say, if an Abrahamic fundamentalist is making the claim, my position about it is, nah, you're wrong. It didn't. It happened within your mind. It happened as a psychological phenomenon.
What's weird here is
specific
that
God didn't tell
I'm
you
actually
anything
telling it to
that
get the
specific
first
God
3 food
doesn't exist.
scores.
Non-existent beings can't tell you anything. A different being might have, and I'll tell them this. I'm like, look, I don't know that there isn't an external being external from you that did.
And I
or
don't really
didn't
want to mess with
communicate
this
you or
code
affect
because
your
I think it works.
or affect your journey. I don't know. But if one
Right.
did, then the true description of that
I don't
being
think that's where it is.
not the
It's something
description that you
more
read in the
basic
Bible.
than that I'm
It is at the very
missing.
least not the. It's not the fundamental.
And I probably need to ask Cliff about it, but it's
Okay,
fine.
fine. Keep going.
I can literally poke around for a little bit. It'll
I mean,
help.
like, you know, so that being as described by their interpretation of their text.
Non-existent key.
Now, could a different interpretation
All right,
of those
let me
texts
see
correctly
if
represent who exists in
what
real life
happens
on
if I
neutral
put it. It should be
Right,
at
if we're
2.
talking
This is
about,
what is kind of weird about it. It's like because it's normally set to
meaning for the
2.
texts, then you open up a whole
See,
world
I'm
of
even name
possibilities
dropping
about
you in
what might be,
James's
right?
to so
But if we're talking about literal interpretation of
Boom.
this really, really awful.
Oh wait, is James live right now?
With superpowers,
No, that was
right?
Oh, from
Then my official
yesterday.
position
Yeah,
is it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah. I
exist.
appreciate
One,
that.
because history and science have concluded that conclusively,
Doing my
and
job.
well beyond my satisfaction.
Karen's a
And
boss,
also
y'all.
because- And this is the other thing. It's dangerous to humor the
networking.
idea that such a being exists and that we should all be.
Exactly.
I'm not willing.
We got to make new friends.
But if somebody else
expand
tells me
And
they've had an
yeah,
experience
and even in Gather, we can fit up
where they were
to
related
20,
to
25
or
people at a time. So we can go
external
with like
entity, a sentient,
more people that are
external
invited.
entity
It's just a limit to how many people can be in here at once, right?
and superpowers. I just mean beyond what
Yeah.
humans can normally do. Right?
Well, I figured I'd just drop it into.
then my
Also,
position
did it give you a chance to claim a cubicle? If so, then you
You know, so like
definitely
if a Native
should.
American Indian, for example,
Oh, I
or
was
an
waiting
indigenous
until I had
person
the
tells me about
laptop or the
when they
desktop
arrived
set
in a
up so
certain
that way,
part of the
you know,
country,
I can
that
actually
the
do
sky
something
and
with
the
it.
lake
But does it give you the option to do it?
and the rivers welcomed them. And
I
the
haven't
eagle
even
and the hawk
tried on
welcomed
this.
them.
Just
I don't-
because I
I'm
wasn't-
neutral about
Yeah,
it.
oh, I got you. I don't
And-
see if it
Yeah.
gives you the
I'll just
choice because
grant
it gave me this option
Because
today.
either
I
that's
hadn't even
literally
seen
true,
it before.
Which, okay, great.
I know
Or
Lena was talking about it
it's
last night.
not
that she
literally
had.
true,
I don't know if it's a
represents
new
deeper
thing
truth
or
that we can't put
what.
into words for. I'm cool with
All
that
right,
too,
let me.
because the
Let
end
me.
result is
I'm not
it
gonna. I'll look at it
fostered
in a
within
sec. I
them
just want
an
to
awareness of their oneness with their
keep looking at this.
and a respect for that environment that motivates them to live cooperatively with that environment, respectfully in that environment. And because
Which
the
may
benefits,
be helpful and healthy. for
yes,
them.
benefit for them, benefit for the animals and for the land, for the people.
I'm not doing
completely
something right.
100% supportive of that. So in that case, even if
All
I'm
right,
not
Cliff said he
convinced
thought
that
it
they
was
have
in
an
the
animal
world
guide in the sky
file.
or that the world is, you know, the ecosystem is sentient in that way. I'm also not convinced that it's not. I just don't know. But I'll grant it regardless because I'm not Richard Dawkins about it. I'm not Aaron Ra about it. I'm not out there and tell somebody a hard no on this, right? And tell them they're
Well,
delusional.
I think there's several things that have to be covered there. Like, for instance, you said if they say, and as long as they're not lying, yeah, that's the only qualifier. Sure. As long as they're not purposefully lying, if they genuinely believe that they had such experience A, they did have that experience, that's fine. But the experience as they perceive it may not be the actuality of the experience itself. And the human brain does that all the time in many interesting ways.
Sure.
So far as like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember everything you said. There was a lot, and I'm not good at that. And please forgive me.
Sorry.
It's okay. So as far as the Abrahamic conception of God based in their dogmatic traditional view of the Torah, the Nevi'im, the New Testament, etc., is that God plausible in reality? No, it's self-defeating. It cannot exist.
Right.
Weird.
Which you qualified, and I appreciate that there's a difference between someone's conception
all right,
of
settings,
how to
organism.
read
Let's look
a
through
piece
all
of
these.
literature and the authorship's intent of that same piece of literature.
World.
For instance, is Moby Dick about an albino whale and a fisherman, or is it about obsession ruining your life? I think it's about obsession, not a literal albino whale and a person who was chasing it.
Right.
So there's two ways to look at that story, and I have to say, in the authorship's intent, there was a literal and life applicable meaning within the story, but it used naturalistic or
I wonder if it just needs
sometimes
like a 3. Hang on a sec.
Sometimes irreputable, amazing.
I got an idea.
Ideas,
All right, hang on a sec.
and surroundings in order to portray a real thing, which is also what I think the text of the Bible is doing against what Christian fundamentalists and Jewish fundamentalists might say about it. So is their experience valid? Yes. Is it explained by what their church says explains
code.
it? Possibly, but not always plausibly. And then is that necessity in the way that a person must think about those stories?
Tournament
Absolutely.
optimizer.
Right. I'll grant that too. Yeah, I'm with you on all that actually. So I'm glad to hear that. So, but the thing is though, like, I have
it would seem weird if I didn't have it here. All right, let's go.
And as unfortunate as I find that,
Food
her
scores.
interactions with me are very pro-social. She's never tried to force it on me, and I greatly appreciate that.
Good.
Now, when she tells me that
All
these
right, here's where we
experiences
register
are real,
everything.
I kind of hedge about it. And it's like, I don't want to offend her. She has had, internally, she's had whatever experiences, like I said before, she's claimed to have. But
Right, we have foods 1, 2, and 3.
I just can't sign off on. So I'll say, okay. Sure. So I'll just grant it. I'm like, look, okay, you've had some miraculous healings. I'm great. I'm glad you had those healings. I'm not going to sit there and tell her she didn't have them. I'm just going to make sure she knows that while I grant them, I'm not willing to go so far as to grant what she thinks it means or what she thinks caused it, right?
All right.
So if there's a God,
scores, top size, standard vector,
I just think
double.
that her description of it's inaccurate, right? And if there is a moral lesson to be had there, right. I'm just going to say the moral lesson surely isn't that she's
try to do this. I don't think this is it.
Right. So, but actually, so I hedge about it a bit. I just kind of lay in mine. I carefully waltz with it, you know. And I'm like,
yeah,
that's where I am about that. But it's a
comment
difficult situation to be.
I think it's too important to do that. I think if these things are true and looked at in some odd way, that needs to be corrected. And,
well, sure.
I mean, I'll argue with everyday Christians on the street who are not professional whatevers.
Sure.
All right. Let's say
sure.
that.
And I do make it clear with her that the entity
we'd have
that
to
she has
rebuild
described
it too.
doesn't exist in reality. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
But there may be some other entity with a different description that actually has brought her some actual miraculous healing. I don't know. And since she's unwilling to even consider
Wait, hang on a sec. Let me see something.
A super entity didn't heal her, I just granted anyways. Okay, a super entity heals you, but you're wrong about the description of that super entity. Therefore you're wrong about why it did it, right? Like, it just doesn't track. super entity of unknown origin.
Let's see. Let's not mess with anything right now.
For those reasons, it was
Let's
something else.
first.
Yeah, it seems obvious to me that if there is suffering and God aware, then God is aware there's suffering. If there is heaven and heaven available, then the suffering could have ended, which would entail that controlling entity wants us to suffer. If suffering is part of the plan, why would there be interference in suffering?
Right. So I just,
All right,
I don't know.
let's change this to 3.
I mean, they always go back to
Save,
God's got a mysterious
close.
plan, and He knows
All right,
how it all
let's do it
connects,
again.
and He knows.
Let's.
It's kind of like
open that file.
I've seen a couple sci-fi about this, where there's these super geniuses, and they can predict cause and effect in their environment, and so they'll go set an ink pen in a mailbox, and they'll step back. And then the bike rider goes by and he accidentally knocks over the ink pen, and somebody else goes to pick it up, and then because of that, something else happens, and like 15 steps later, they get a desired result. And their argument is, well, that's God, and that's why it doesn't seem to make sense when He does things, because He sees how things connect in ways that we don't, and that's why He's doing the thing. And I understand that at least in the time to try to ration it out that much. But it doesn't change the fact that we reasonably factually know that the entity, as they're describing, isn't consistent with what we know about history and science or even ethics. Like, it's just far outside of it. So, they're free to believe in it.
I disagree with the ethics part.
We can have that discussion if you want to.
It's short.
Okay.
Christians assert things not plausible in reality about their biblical stories in the first place. I see no reason to trust them on that topic whatsoever. So
All right,
when
hang on
they
a sec,
say
y'all.
something like God was
Never
justified
mind.
for this obviously immoral act,
Mm-hmm.
well, I think that's jumping 2 steps ahead and assuming too much. And it's entirely possible, in fact, I find it definitionally plausible, that the meanings of those words are not what they think they are.
It. It's still
then
not
the
working. All right,
acts
cool.
are not what they
So
think they're
let's
being
try
described.
this other thing.
Even taking the trouble at times, there's 4 colloquial or usage definitions given from within the Christian text saying how a word's being used, and then Christians don't use it that way. So they're ignoring parts of the text. They're inconsistent with what the text says about itself.
recursively,
They're only consistent with church doctrines, and it's not plausible in reality.
Sure.
So why believe them?
I certainly don't, and I agree with you about those reasons not to. We're talking about fundamentalists again. For anybody tuning in, we're not talking about progressives. We're not talking about metaphoricists.
I might be.
You might be.
For instance, Rob Rowe is a progressive.
Hey Jay, I'm going to go check my
flood was
coffee
a local
situation.
flood
I'll be right
perceived
back.
as
Appreciate
the
you.
world
See you
by
later.
those locally in the flood, which I can understand that being plausible. But you have to ignore parts of the text. Again, you have to cherry pick to say the waters were over the mountains, right? And maybe the people lived in some kind of basin, but the mountain,
All right, let's hot
the
swap
mountains in that
this
basin
real
where
quick.
the story was told are taller than the bottoms of the surrounding mountains at the top of the basin. So you simply can't get water over the mountains without it flowing between other mountains surrounding. So that doesn't work either.
I've made the same point with Rob, and he just
can't
I
process
need to do
it.
that. Yes,
He can't process
that.
it, so there's no point trying to
Let's
have
go
a
to
discussion.
made test.
But it's not a plausible solution, even though he considers
Copy.
himself progressive, forward-thinking, intelligent, and accepting
Well,
reality.
sure.
It just doesn't work.
He considers himself that, but so I guess progressive wasn't a fair enough word for me to use because that depends on who you're asking, right? So, but
I guess you could go with like him or not on psychology or not, sexuality, human gender, etc.
Shit, what was that?
The clinical psychologist
Fuck me, I don't even know what
Jordan
I
B.
just did.
Peterson sees a little bit of the same thing I see. He's just not taking it far enough. That these stories are not to be taken as history lessons, but are true in reality if you take them for the morals that they give. Now,
All right,
you can't maintain a church doctrine within that view of them. But I think I can make for good justification as to why I say that that's what they are.
maybe I can see
All right,
both
here we
sides
go.
of that.
Let's
The
try
problem
this.
I have with metaphors, and at first they seemed like that's just wonderful because it gets us away from fundamentalism.
Actually, I need to rename
Fundamentalism is
that.
pretty much the worst view you could possibly have, so we're making progress no matter what once we go.
Actually, let me do it through the name,
But
which would be move.
The problem I have, I'm glad you're with
through
me
the
on this, but
command
the problem
line.
I have
Move, made,
is that once we say metaphor, we open up
shade,
world possibilities for what those metaphors.
cursively force for both.
So when
I
I
don't
read,
think that's true.
here's the thing.
To
We talked about Genesis, remember, you and I.
shit.
And I have a
Yes.
different
Move
interpretation
options
of Genesis,
first.
about what it's about. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about metaphors. If you're trying to convey an idea that you find healthy, then you have to use a health positive illustration for it. If you're
I
trying
see
to
what I
convey an
did.
idea that you consider to be kind, some form of kindness, then the metaphor
Oh my
that
goodness,
you
this
use
is awful.
be a kindness positive mechanism, right? So if
All right,
you
here
wanted
we
to
go.
explain, if you wanted to use create a metaphor to say,
What's the way to
discipline
back this shit up?
is important for family pets. You wouldn't
Force
use
old.
an analogy that involves kicking a puppy,
Copy.
because kicking a puppy
Made.
is not a legitimate form of discipline, right? So you just
It
wouldn't
would
use it, not
be
even
in
as a
that
metaphor.
case, yeah.
You wouldn't use it as a metaphor. So the metaphor you use has to be consistent with the ideal you're trying to express.
I totally agree. And were the Bible, as the Christians are reading it, your objection and your observation and objection to what kind of metaphor should be used would be totally valid. But it's not valid, because in order to get the Christian reading frame, the translation that we read today, and I do mean all of them, you have to stretch the definitions of the words beyond what is reasonable to stretch them.
Example?
Sure. If I say draw back your head, right? You're going to think, I mean, that knobby thing that contains your brain and your mouth that's on top of your neck, you should pull it back toward the back of your body. That's what you're going to think. But if the word head I just used specifically meant the head of an arrow, that makes you a warrior in a war situation, drawing back your bow, not holding the knob on your head back. Right.
So can you think of an example in Bibles?
Many. That was just a simple out of Bible example of what I'm talking about.
And it's a good example of the idea.
The word head to the Jew is not the knob on top of your neck. That's not what head means.
Okay.
The word head is the thing that steers, guides you, and turns you around. It's not to do with your face or your head, but it got translated into the King James as face and head, depending. So what it really means is not that, like in a story where a person is facing God, what that should read in the English is they turned toward God.
Sure. So I mean, I agree with you.
Which is not the same idea.
Right, not the same idea. And this is why I tell fundamentalists, I'm like, look, it just wouldn't make any sense for an omni-everything super being, like knows everything, is perfectly wise, perfectly loving, right? Without limits to it, without any functional limits to its power, at least.
All right, let's
it
see.
Wouldn't make any sense for them to use this means
let's
of
just
communicating
rebuild everything.
essential truths to humans. In order for that to make sense, right? If they're limited in power, for example, then we can start to have that discussion, because
that's one thing that could that could be solution to it, but that's not what I thought you were going to continue to expound on. You said something like, if the idea is to communicate to humans,
right?
Now, why would you make that assumption?
Because that's the assumption fundamentalists are making, so that's what I'm responding to.
Oh, well, that's flawed. That does not make sense. That it was intended for some large group of people to understand. That doesn't make sense.
This is so wild. Y'all listen to this. Please pay attention to what this man's about to say.
I agree with you that those stories written in the Old Testament
Hopefully he's about to
and
say
the New
it.
Testament were not written for people 2,000 years later living on the other side of the world. It just wasn't.
I don't even think it was written for the Jews or the quote-unquote early Christians to have understood. I don't think that's what it's for.
He thinks there's a book that wasn't written for people to understand it.
I don't think that we need to die on that hill, right? Because we're both in agreement with the fact that, when a modern Christian fundamentalist reads these stories, they think it's for them and for literally all humans everywhere since then, and that's just not true, right?
I think
Jesus, for example, in the stories was a Jew that preached only about his interpretation.
Even that makes more sense than saying it was written for people. It wasn't written for people to understand it. I mean, it clearly was. I don't, or at least that's how it was used. So you got to come up with something.
I think they don't. But I'm just saying.
I don't know. It's just tough.
When I read the story, that's when I see it. When a Christian reads it, they think,
to keep people in line.
He's speaking in metaphors, and this is for our modern times. This is for us.
Give them their do's and don'ts.
And I just think, and I'm just like, wow, how'd you get there? How'd you get from
basically just keep them in line?
This Jew talking to Jews about Judaism.
It's their mission
Judah.
statement.
How'd you get from there to this is for people 2,000 years later everywhere in the world? How'd you get there? I
don't even see how they can get to the first proposition. Actually, I don't know if I've presented this idea to you or not. That you couldn't have something this interpretable into different ideas of interpretation. You couldn't have it this vague, and intend a large group to understand it. That doesn't make sense. You can't make those kinds of demands of a large group and expect them to actually fulfill them. That's also unreasonable.
All right, let's see what we got here.
It is reasonable to say that if someone were of a specific mind,
let's play around with Maeve just for a sec.
A specific alignment and a specific understanding due to those natural aspects of themselves, that they could do it and would do it. But there's only one, that's the Messiah, that does that.
The settings. Let's take it to
Abrahamic
200
religion.
updates.
The Messiah does that. Nobody else ever does it. And then there's intent of authorship. The author would have to be an idiot to write something that no one can do, intending that all those people read it. That doesn't make sense. But it could make sense that there's an intention of a specific intended reader, a specific mind to pick up on all that and understand it and be able to do it. Now that would make sense. But with that, I can't even get to this is for the Jews. I can't even get that far.
I don't think it's. I'm with you on most of that, but I feel like I can get that far. Historians of whose genre, whose specialization this is, feel like they can get that far.
Well, tell me why the Jews have this joke: ask 3 rabbis and get five answers. Why do they have that joke if they feel that they're meant to understand it and should understand it, or even they know they don't understand it?
Because they're being inconsistent the way atheists always are.
Yeah, I'm not
they're
getting
not loyal
this.
to any
Not
idea
settings,
at all.
changing the settings.
And not just that they're not loyal to a God, they're not loyal even to concepts. They're not loyal to language. They're not loyal to ideals. They're not loyal to anything. So of course they play out both sides. It absolutely was meant to be understood, and it absolutely wasn't at the same time. That's one of the problems I have with religion, right? That they're not loyal to anything, and they just flip and they flop and they flip and they flop. So what you're proposing is possible, but at the same time, I think it's also plausible.
I think get it done.
There was a guy, and that he was a Jew, and that he was religious, and he thought, the end of the world was going to come soon, and that he was special in some way, and that he wanted.
I think that's something the Jews did pick up on. The Christians didn't pick up on, is that there has not been the Messiah. That's necessity of Torah. There has not been a Messiah. But then the Christians miss it when it speaks of everything's past tense as if it already happened.
All right.
But then qualifies that the aspects of Christ happen in the book of Revelation.
Then the world.
So there's the only time where it gives an actual time.
All right, hang on a sec, y'all.
And that's, the great day of the Lord or end times, whatever term you want to use. It is the time frame for that. And Christians just absolutely will not accept that that's demanded by the text. Peace and respect, Math Pick.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get it. Like, Revelation, I don't talk about a whole lot because, one, it's not my wheelhouse. Two, because, I mean, I just feel like there's people out there that we've had, and Mythvision, for example, has had plenty of guests speak about Revelation. And, that it's a polemic, that it's very us versus them, and that the language, while mostly figurative, like heavily figurative, easily lends itself to divisive polemics that are just too readily weaponizable by fundamentalists who want to demonize the groups that they're against, and that it's they think to some extent it was meant to.
But again, why so vague?
Quick 5-minute break.
Well, because if you can be vague, nobody can disprove what you're saying. It can be anything, right? It's a horoscope, basically.
But if you're wanting to write something believable and
all right,
something
break
that
time
can
we'll set
be
for 5
argued.
minutes.
Mode.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta actually pee real quick, and then exactly.
It would be that
I'll be right back.
Authored this.
Looks like you've been working hard
in that
today, Jay.
way.
Oh, thanks, Karen. Appreciate that.
Divisions. Why would you do that?
Well, to amplify divisions that exist, right? Because it's been that way ever. Yeah, because I mean, here we have divisions. We have these. We're great because we have an evil enemy that makes us righteous, right? My mom, it's a martyr complex way of thinking. I'm great by virtue of the fact that I'm being oppressed by someone evil, right? This validates my righteousness, and it validates our righteous. And so we are the oppressed that are meant to triumph, right? So we got to persevere. It's meant to rally the troops to pick up people's spirits, to say, you know what, we're supposed to be going through this. It's supposed to sharpen and refine us, all this anguish and all this strife, and we're supposed to show the world how great we are because we're the underdog, we're on top, and people are like, yeah, you're right, we're the underdog and we're the righteous and we're going to come out on top, you'll see. And they're like, hey, even God agrees. Look at this polemic I wrote.
That's evidently true in the reading of it, but that actually it's much worse than what you're describing, because what it actually reads is, intended reader. That's not in the text. I made that part up. Intended reader, but it's saying things like, you will rule over angels. Heaven will be named after you. You will not even smash your foot against a rock. We're going to make sure to protect you. So, don't worry about anything at all. Meanwhile, Christians die slow, painful diseases.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously not written to them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obvious to you and me, but when someone's dedicated to a narrative...
Wait.
Right.
Wait, anything you ask for in prayer will be given you. Does that happen with Christians?
We point this out all the time. So they say that if you get silence, that's your answer. If you get no, that's your answer. If you don't get what you asked for, then you must... They say, well, it only means anything that you ask for that God was already going to do anyways.
That has got to be some kind of logical fallacy, because that's literally not what's written there.
Of course, but their whole religion's built with logical fallacies and circular reasoning and everything else. It's just,
I just don't know how they maintain it. I guess my whole objection is I don't know how they maintain it.
This is the magic of genetics. You couldn't even propose two opposite sentences that I couldn't harmonize with apologetics. Joe went to the store, and then Joe didn't go to the store. I can create a story that makes both things true. That's what apologetics does. They take two opposite statements that both can't be true, and they weave a story around it that redefines what the words mean. So now it's true.
Forgive me for being an apologist, but that one's real easy. It was just two different occasions.
There you go. There you go. Two different occasions, or the same word meant two different things in both sentences, right?
That's changing context. That's cheating.
They don't care. Whatever supports.
Yeah, well, I know you're right. They don't care. Just whatever it takes. I know, and it's part of what I object to.
Right, and I've posed this challenge before on debate groups many times because Hitchens had his famous challenge. Well, I have my own. Name anything that religious fundamentalists ever say specific to the religion that they don't also contradict at some other time, directly contradict. And nobody could think of a single example of something that they say that they don't also say the opposite of at other times.
I really haven't studied apologists enough to see, and I haven't known enough religious people to catch them. So I really can't say.
Yes, fair enough. That's fair enough. So that's where I am about it. They just, you're going to point all this out, and you're like, and I'm like, right, I agree with you 100%. There's no way that those stories meant what they think it means, and it was directed at them.
Sorry about that. I'm going to take
they've had their grift, as I call it.
I'm going to pause my timer real quick.
Thousands of years to redefine, to refine. It's
pause, James, real quick.
It's again.
Number one, I want to thank Carrie Ann Chrysler again for coming in with me. Carrie, I'm about to get in the mode real quick. I'm going to hit this. Appreciate you. Let me switch back over to map view. I like that I can come in and out of the timer like that. That's really helpful. But yeah, Lena's in here. Carrie Ann Chrysler, Cameron, UC Love. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Let me make sure we're looking good on stream. We are looking good on stream, but let me go back to my other view.
Yeah, it was nice coming in this afternoon after doing the running and seeing things.
Appreciate you. Everybody in chat, appreciate y'all. UC Love, Wolfden, Melody, everybody else that's been in chat, thank you. All right, here we go.
Oh, that was a good hit.
There. All right, let me put this over here, actually, where it's out of the way. Hit. Good thing with this guy. No need for them to be over here.
Have you eaten today?
Not yet. I need to actually get some groceries and shit, but I probably won't do that. See, I might order some food, actually, real quick. Order some lunch or something. I got pizza for later. Left. Yeah, maybe when I take my next break or something.
Okay. Yeah, it is still kind of early.
So one thing I was gonna mention, although actually I might just eat dinner early because I want to go to bed early. So one thing I wanted to mention is that I don't know. This is weird. I don't dislike Richard Madsen in a personal level, right?
Yeah, I adore him.
But I think his approach to all of this is totally misguided. Because he's very comfortable just sort of crapping all over how he thinks literally every other Christian in the world is reading the Bible wrong. His position is, I am smarter and know what's really, literally I asked the man what his favorite interpretation of the Bible was. He told me none of them. He said the only one he thinks is reliable is his.
Okay.
So he's religion of one, built on a Bible of one. Okay. And his perspective comes down to everybody is reading the Bible wrong because they don't know what the words mean. And then
he had to experience something. There has to
be absolutely something, because then he goes to it's not about this earth. It's about something happening on another earth, and there's Jesus that is and then it's really written to Jesus, the Bible. It's not written to man. It's written to the Lord himself. But okay, so how did the ancient, people get it? Oh, well, the angels brought it. Okay, so we have, and we don't have any evidence for any of this. Exactly.
I don't want to shit on his ideas.
But that's what I mean. It's fucking hysterically bad. It's just, it's way out
It's
there.
misguided.
Yeah, it's some intergalactic Jesus religion. So he's a nice guy. He doesn't believe any of this sort of weaponized nonsense that we think is like, oh my goodness, I can't, live and work amongst a person like this. But this is what I mean about, there isn't more reasonable. And then he considers himself a Christian. It's just, it's a mess. It's a mess. So there isn't a more reasonable Christianity to me. You kind of need to just let this stuff go. And when people can't, we kind of just got to be like, hey, cool, I guess you can't let this go, but the rest of us are not on this tip, right?
Yeah, but I'm still with letting him stick around.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like he's a cool friend to have, but the thing I don't really like talking to him because like James is kind of drawing some of this out. When we respond to Christianity and religion, we're responding to the religion that we lived with, experienced, and dealt with. And I feel like the thing I like about Richard is that he's not about that. Okay, cool. But then at the same time, you got to understand, we're probably not going to want to engage because one, I just have nothing to gain, right? Yeah. If I thought you were a great person, but you had this ideas that were problematic, I'd be like, okay, at least I could try to get rid of that. But if I don't have a problem with you personally, and then you have this religion of one person, like I don't know anybody else in the world who thinks like you, I just don't have any interest in engaging because on the things that matter, we agree.
He does have some people that follow. I mean, I've watched his shows. I've gone over and watched on his channel. There's some that follow along with him.
That like believe what he believes.
There's a lot of conspiracies out there. I look into the conspiracies
Sure, okay,
too.
All right. So maybe there's a scene for that, but this ain't it. Not my channel. But we have fun with him on Hot Program, and people really enjoyed hearing him talk with me and my one black friend. So like I let him on. I'll talk to him, but I only want to talk to him for a couple minutes. Like, hey, Richard, how you doing? What's up? What do you want to say? Cool, peace out. Because to me, he just wants to always take it back to, well, Jay, you're not talking about the truth. Because if you were talking about the truth, and I'm just like, I don't have time for this. Like, I just don't care. Like. Because I don't think any of it's true, and I don't think his is true either, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's just kind of like, at least with the other people, I'm deconstructing and dealing with something I think has to be dealt with because it's believed and practiced by a significant enough a number of people that I find it problematic. It's like, even sometimes Tangelo, like, to me, him being anti-evolution is something to talk about. The young earth creationism is something. But the more we go into something like, say, the Shroud of Turin, a lot more people believe in the Shroud of Turin, I think, than Richard Matteson's Space Jesus, right? But even still, exactly. I'm a lot less interested or concerned, right, about taking. Now, I might, if I just want a good laugh, be like, yo, Tangelo's talk about the Shroud of Turin, right? Right, just like for Richard Mattson.
One more time, he's showing up. You know that.
Yeah. Just like we're, just like with Richard. But
Beetlejuice.
So with Richard Mattson, I hope Beetlejuice shows up and not Tangelo.
Yeah, so do I.
So
I
with
like Richard.
So yeah, with Richard Mattson, it's like I feel like I might for a laugh once in a while want to sit here and be like, all right, so tell me about Star Trek Jesus again. But I don't want to dedicate a lot of time to it. So, but a lot of people, you're right. Yeah.
Don't you? I mean, I get fascinated about where they find the connections to make the ties that they've come,
Yeah.
I watch a lot of off the wall crazy. I mean, we're talking your Oh God, your ancient civilizations that, aliens created and destroyed before dinosaurs.
Cameron said he's made a god in his image for sure. Might as well be a flat earther. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it is. But I think there's like a allegiance to the Bible for some reason. It's like you want to be able to say you like I was this way for a long time where I thought I had my own way of saying Christians all misread the Bible, right? It was like, oh, it isn't about the miraculous Jesus, it's the spiritual transformation, and you're just trying to do all of this stuff. So his just has a particular nuance and bent to it that's a little bit different than what I'm used to. All right, I think James is in here. I hear the keyboard.
James.
So I think. What's up?
What's up?
What's up, James?
Hey guys. Not too much. I wanted to see what you guys were doing. I'm gonna start a stream soon, but I wanted to see what your guys' stream was about first.
You are?
We're literally just listening to your Richard Madsen stream. So we was just listening to you.
Oh,
yeah.
awesome.
What happened was I
good.
wanted to listen to your stream and you weren't live. You should just stream from in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, word, yeah, just stream from in here.
I just want to make sure first.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what, James? That's really a good habit because there are certain things people should not share and do on stream, right? Mm-hmm. It's also good to let people know that they're going to be part of a broadcast if they stay in this area. And so that's actually a really good habit. Like when I go into the PlayStation party, it's a good habit that I always tell people, we're going to be streaming today, guys. We're gonna be live. Or if I'm already live, I'll say, hey, guys, I'm live, And when I do meetings, when I decide to stream meetings or something with a colleague, I usually, I ask them ahead of time. So I'll have a meeting with them and say, hey, is it cool if we stream meetings? And even then, I'll try to remind them. And when I can, like when I meet with Cliff, it depends. Like if I'm meeting somebody in the middle of a stream, it's different. But like say like when I stream with Cliff, like tomorrow, like last time I met with Cliff, I didn't stream it. Tomorrow when I meet with Cliff, I won't stream it. But the next time, since it's usually the start of the stream, sometimes I'll be with them offline and say, hey, you ready to go? And make sure they're set and stuff. But sometimes I can't because things are rolling. Like I'm already live, like for now. But yeah, I just wanted to say that's a good thing to do, James, to check with people. And then also we have this status thing if you're using a computer in thing. Like if you go to map view, I think you'll have your name and you can add text status, right?
Yeah.
We might even put there like live or something.
Ooh, that's a great idea. Or streaming.
I just came with that, or streaming, or something like that, live or streaming.
That way people know
or
when they approach you to mute.
or something like that. Yeah.
But I don't want to discourage conversation here at the table either. So I don't know how you want me to do it, but
no. It's it doesn't mean they can't talk. It's just to make sure they're aware. It's like it's just like hanging a little sign on your door saying, "Hey, we're live."
Is there a way to set it up to where everybody that's in a zone can hear me, but I can't hear you on my stream? So that way you guys are free to talk.
You wouldn't want that.
No?
No, because then it gets weird. You can hear people. You'll be talking to people. Yeah. It's more like on them. It's more like once you're here and you let them know. Because it's kind of what we want. Like there's 7 of us here, right? So we want you to be taking advantage of the fact that we're gathered, and that's easy way for you to make your stream interactive.
Isn't the church set up that way, though?
But yes, So James, what you're talking about is just being in a room where there's spotlight tiles, and you're on the spotlight tiles, and that's how that will work automatically. So that's just a different type of room. So this is a room where basically we're in one big private area.
Right. So would it be better if I go to one of those spotlight rooms, like in Cheers or something?
If you wanted to set it up to where only people who really wanted to be on the broadcast were. But I think with here, you don't have to because, it's me, you, Lena, and it's people who are already, it's people basically who are already on my stream, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, we already know what your deal is, and
yeah.
We'll give it a shot then.
Can I ask what you're streaming about today?
So today's topic that I've chosen is promoting free thought and integrity in the skeptical community.
Nice.
Cool. So a couple of different reasons for that. One, at the end of the Mythvision stream that we just ended here just a few minutes ago, Gnostic informant Neil was talking with Derek about Carrier's beef with historicists and about how frustrated Neil is with Carrier, because even though Neil agrees with Carrier that there is legitimacy to mythicism.
Hang on, James. Can I tell you one thing?
Yeah.
So this thing that I'm using on my desk is called a Pomodoro timer, and it's meant to have like a work interval. So I've been doing. You start with a work time, it says, right? If you pull it up. Mm-hmm. And then you click 5, 10, 15, 25, 55, right? Mm-hmm. And then after that, it schedules a break for you. And it'll give you a chance to, like, pause it, reset it, skip it, whatever, right? But the idea is that you take, you know, intervals, say, like, 25-minute, 5-minute break, 25-minute, 5-minute break, and then every third or fourth one, you take a longer break. But you can also use this to, obviously, you can be flexible about those times, and there's settings. There's other apps that you can use too, the same thing. But
at the desk it was called Cuckoo.
Yeah, I think this is that same one here. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think like at the university, maybe I use a different one there sometimes. But because this is the one that's built into Gather, and then over there I kind of use a different one, I think, because there's a space where you can't put these on, so I just had to use a different website. Anyway, but yeah, James, you could also use it for your interviews, right? So when you get people on that, you don't want to have sort of that, full timing or whatever, you could use something like this to say, hey, let's chat for 5 minutes, right? And then it's like, all right, I'm done. You can just use that to remind yourself you're done talking to that person, or wrap it up if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I might start using that. I'll experiment with it. In the meantime, I'd want people at the table to feel like they can talk freely without worrying about interrupting my stream. That's why I thought a spotlight tile might be better. But
well, yeah, I keep trying to figure out a time to get you nailed down to be able to sit and talk, and it's hard to run into each other with everybody's schedules.
So, I generally like streaming with everybody, James, because I think it makes it easier to make your stream conversational and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's totally up to you, right? So you could do the thing where if you were, say, like in the speakeasy, anybody who was on stage with you would be in a spotlight tile, right?
Yeah.
And so if they're in that stage area near you, then they're basically saying, hey, I'd like to be on the stream with you. And then if you're in the church,
the tables and listen.
Or they could just sit at the tables and listen, exactly. Yeah. If you're in the bar, there are, not the bar, what am I talking about? The church, that is the speakeasy is the bar. But if you, also in the speakeasy, there's a spotlight tile behind the bar, right? So that you could be like Sam, like the bartender, like you. So there's two spotlight areas in the bar. And then in the Flying Man University auditorium, you could do the thing where there's a spotlight for you on stage and then another spotlight for people to come up and ask questions. And then in the church, there's a spotlight tile in front of the main pulpit, and then there's another spotlight tile for somebody to come up and ask questions, and then all of the chairs behind the pulpit have spotlight tiles under them. So that's kind of a way to do panels. And then, of course, if you want to just have it open for anybody to be able to join, you can share the link to the cafe. There's no password. And then you can either there's spotlight tiles on the stage there as well for the same type of setup. But to be honest with you, James, I have actually preferred not streaming from spotlight tiles.
That way it's more interactive with the people.
Yeah, because then people can just walk in and out. You know, it's only family and friends on the compound. You know, there isn't anybody here. You know, that's why this space is locked down the way it is, right? There aren't any trolls that can get in here. There isn't anybody, you know, that you don't want to deal with. And you can always mute people, right? And so what I was saying is, you did it perfectly, which is to just come in the room and say, hey, guys, I'd like to stream. And then you might have it so if anybody said they had a problem with that, you would just go somewhere else.
Yeah, that makes sense. So,
yeah, but otherwise, you should always just assume it's not a problem and that the only thing people should do is be concerned about the fact that they might be sharing something that they just need to be aware that you're going to be live. So you're just doing them a courtesy. And then all I said with like this.
Speaking of live, were you set to go live now?
I'm set to go live right now, so that's what I'm doing. Just letting you guys know.
Also, James, I'm just going to say too, I've got my status set to live, so you might want to set yours as well. And I actually think it's cool to be in here live together. And I had this is how I envisioned this, James, that we're in the pastor's office, but it's kind of open. You know, anybody's welcome to come in and hang out with us. And, yeah, everybody's got, you know, James, they've got cubicles. They've got all types of areas, all types of spaces. Yeah, people have got places to go if they don't want to be part of your broadcast. Okay. Yeah, live on YouTube works. Perfect.
There we go. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and start, you guys. So, feel free to comment. Like, you know, everybody's invited, but here we go.
All right.
Going live.
I'm in.
Awesome. So hello, everybody. That I am technically not late for my party today, which is a big deal for me. So, hello, everybody. I am technically not late for my party today, which is a big I am deal hearing for me. Myself.
Yeah, hang on. Well, somebody's probably just echoing you. Everybody. It could be me or somebody. Hang on one sec. Go ahead, James. So I'm hearing James in Restream. Let me try to make sure he's not echoing. I have a screen maybe. Also, MyronBot might be echoing him. All right, hang on. I don't want to mess him up. Let me go to his stream. Let me go to his stream over here first. On YouTube. All right, I probably had 2 copies of it going. Let me see what's up here. James, it might be me echoing you. Give me a sec.
hear his argumentation.
Oh, yeah, if anybody ever wants the digital version, the long digital version of Otangelo.
Oh, all right.
What people need to know about the origin of life. David
Oh yeah, I got the heater on.
One of the most researchers.
All right.
Interesting. A heavy live stream. There we go. Captive Desk in the house. So back, Jason. Great to see you too. Carol, the atheist. Logical fallacies where they try to create connections between the issues in their religion, right? And I'll call them out for that. But other than that, like I don't care too much about it. Obviously, Otangelo does, and a lot of people in our community do. And hey, more power to you. So today's theme is promoting free thought and integrity in the skeptical community. And of course, when we talk about free thought and integrity, Otangelo's made himself relevant to those discussions. We think is on the wrong end of them, but he doesn't perceive it as such. So, and I don't mind that, right? Like, I do not mind when somebody thinks a different thing than I think. But, you know, he's coming from a completely different paradigm that just isn't mine anymore. So, it's whatever. It's whatever. He was here. He was here on the stream the other day. Derek was here, and Gnostic Informant, and Jay, and my one black friend. And we really had a great panel. And Otangelo joined the stream. And I asked everybody on the panel first, I'm like, are you guys okay if Otangelo joins the stream? And they were fine with it. And at first, he behaved well enough. But then I started needing, at first, and then I started needing to, like, hit the mute button on his microphone because he would talk over people. And it was caught. Right. So, it created... Sure, well, you know, he's not going to do that on my channel. especially not with Derek and Neil and everybody else
Hey,
in the house.
James.
So, go ahead.
Hold
on 1 second.
Can you hear me?
No. Right. No, you probably can't hear it, but I'm also in Bundy Ranch. I'm in Gather, and so I can hear Jay talking to me. He wants to tell me something real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell you is I need to get you set up probably with Voice Meter because in the Gather, we can hear you, but we can't hear Scott. It's a simple solution, but I don't want to interrupt your show. If you don't mind, if you drop your StreamYard link here in Gather, what I'll do is I'll call in and just kind of hang tight, and then what I'll do is my stream will be able to hear your stream because of me.
Jay wants me to drop the link to because people that are in Gather are listening to us, but they can't hear you.
Yeah.
And so he was asking if I can drop the link for him in the Gather. I don't know if you know what Gather is or not. It's just like this platform that they use to communicate.
Yeah, I've tried to invite him. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'll come in and I'll make the workaround happen for now, James. And then once you're done, I'll get you set up so that this is easy to take care of. But I'll be in a sec. Don't worry.
All right. So I dropped the link. Sorry, you couldn't hear Jay, and Jay couldn't hear you, but he was telling me what I needed to do to fix the problem. And I dropped the link for him.
All right, gang. Get ready to just mute James Apperson for now. And when I come back or when I'm here, you'll hear it. Just make sure you unmute MyronBot, and we'll get it set up so you can hear James's stream from MyronBot. But you'll mute Most High Apostle and mute James Apperson. I'm just taking my time. I don't want to interrupt James, so I'm just making sure I get this kind of done safely as possible here. Let's see. I want James to hear what? Let's be smart about this. I want to hear James through 5 and 6. Let's test that. Actually, I want to hear him through 3 and 4. So I need to go back over here, mute myself. Let's turn my camera off for now, too. Then I need to go back to MyronBot. MyronBot's going to send in on 5 and 6 when I unmute him. I want James to come in, then out through 3, 4. I still got shit coming out 3, 4, and I shouldn't. What's coming out 3, 4? Why is something coming out 3, 4? Interesting. That because, your output is still 3.4. I see. Never mind. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's make sure you don't have any input and output either. That's fine. Yeah, you can take voice meter input. All right, and voice meter input. Perfect. Voice meter. Why is the output? There we go. Output and input. No. I should take the communications. I should take the aux. No. We'll let, which one would I take? I'm confused. Yeah, I would take the input and output. I would take the aux input, aux output. Perfect. Then, here, output, input. But actually, I want your mic to be 5.6. Okay, now nothing is coming except the USB. What's on USB? Tape hiss. Okay, let's quiet that for now. Because we're about to go to somewhere else. Pause that. Pause the tape. Literally pause the tape. All right. We gotta get into James's StreamYard. Boom. That's where that is. All right, now test that. Nice.
Speakers on StreamYard.
All right, now make sure that that is going to the stream, but also make sure it's going in the 5.6 so that it's going to Discord, so that people can listen to that in the Discord. Now, I'm not gonna talk to them, so I should not have anything coming out of this. Or actually, I could probably pipe them through, so let me figure that out right now too. Microphone, because I'm in here, so let's just go ahead and say Myron Bot will bring them in on 5.6. James will come here. He'll go to his shit will come to the stream through the monitor, and it will go to the Discord. It'll go to them it'll go to Gather via 5.6. So they're going to be hearing that. And then I need to make sure that they come out 5 and 6. And then go back into the restream, which will be back into James. Okay, that looks good. And then that'll send the Gather back into the monitor. Okay. And so that needs to be, I believe, Myron Bot's Gather return. Although I want that to be my return. So I could just overtake it, it doesn't matter. But that would be better. Matter of fact, it might be better to do that from now on. Let me see. It doesn't matter for now. Let's see, USB, Fox, Gather. Oh, I could have put them on there too. All right, for now though, I'll take them out 5 and 6. Yeah, it'll be easy to cross it up. No, the microphone should be Fox output, but the input, they should come out 5, 6 with the speaker. Yeah, now they're coming out 5 and 6. James, you hear me in restream. That's gonna be going to James, but it's not right now.
That's a very good point, Scott Duke. But a lot of times in this community, it's difficult because Stephanie Trenton says 3 grumpy men. There you go. 3 grumpy guys. 3 grumpy old men. So Oh, yeah. Is that what it is right now for where you're at?
Oh, okay. In this gather, James needs to be muted. Right. I don't have his screen. He just needs to be muted. Right. So before James is coming in there, that's going to be problematic. Then he'd be coming in twice. Now he's not. Okay, great. And then they're going to be able to hear me when I unmute on 3 and 4 in the Discord. Yeah, or else they're not going to be, well, they'll be able to hear me in Restream because I'll be coming through. They wouldn't hear me. All right, they need to hear me in here as well. Because if they just hear the Restream out, they won't hear me. So let me go ahead and switch my shit completely over. So my gather in should be 5.6. No. Oh, Myron Bot's doing that on 5.6, right? So they can adjust the volume of that stream feedback. And then 3.4 is going into there. But they won't hear me and gather. All right, let me think through this one more time. I'm going to have James and his channel coming out, the Restream on 3.4. I need to make sure it goes back into the gather 5.6. Oh, which they'll hear through Myron Bot. And if my voice is on it, then that's fine because it'll be part of the 5.6 mix. Just turn it on there, make sure it is in fact going there. Right, so that will go, that'll send my voice to the stream, to James, and to the Discord. Now, how do I make sure they don't hear me twice? They shouldn't. I told them to mute me. And as long as they mute me, they'll get my voice and James's stream through Myron Bot on 5.6. Correct. And then James's stream will come out my Restream sound. And yeah, and then I need to make sure that that goes into the there, but not back into. Oh, does that need to go back in the Discord, or will I create a loop? James's sound's going to be coming out at 3.4. It does need to go back into Discord. But I thought they were hearing that on 5.6. They are hearing that on 5.6. And then James is hearing them. All right, that should work. Main thing is I'm going to have them coming out at 3.4. No, I should just have them coming out of 5.6 through Myron, but actually. That's the thing I'm doing, really. All right. They should come out of 560. Myron bot. Right. Now they're gathered up. 5-6. Let me try James real quick. Boom. Yep. Now this would allow me to send them back to James's stream by sending it in the 3-4 so that James hears them in StreamYard. I'm going everywhere as I should be. And I also want to mute, who is this, Myron bot? So, all right, and then what am I doing here? Right here, I'm just chilling. I do not want stuff coming in and out of 3-4. So we aux output, yeah, and then we aux input. And they should listen through MyronBot. All right. Unmute these. Gang, listen through MyronBot. Please mute James and I. Should work out here. Give me a sec.
Yeah, to one degree or another, I've felt all those things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a pocket locker.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah. I can hear you, yes.
I asked everybody in the gather to mute me and you, James, and they should hear me through gather. Is there anybody in gather that can hear me and see if we can hear you on James's stream okay? Lena, Carrie Ann, Wayne, or UC Love. Somebody just say hi.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. I think we're waiting for them to say hello.
Yeah, we're waiting for one of them to say
I'm sorry.
So see, no, it's fine. It's good to also see if they can hear us, but yeah.
Cameron, I don't know.
I'm not.
Oh wait, hang on. I'm muted. All right, I'm unmuted, guys. Can somebody in gather unmute and say hello? Let's see. We're trying to test the sound here.
So today's.
So I can see
pronoun today is Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. I can see James lighting up. I don't see anybody else.
I'm right here.
Oh, Wayne. All right,
yeah,
great.
Wayne.
Can you guys hear
I hear
Wayne?
It with echo. I hear echo and you and Wayne with echo.
Is there an echo in here? Yeah, there is.
Yeah, very.
All right, hang on a sec. Wayne, you might have to mute James and myself. I don't hear an echo.
All right, hold up. Shut up, James. Let's try this again.
Mute Most High Apostle as well.
No, I don't have. You're the only person I can hear right now.
Most High Apostle?
Yeah.
But you should be hearing me through Myron Bot, not through
I am
myself.
hearing you through. I am hearing you through Myron Bot. Bot, my bad.
And then make sure you turn the volume off on my actual guy.
Okay.
Although it should be muted.
It is muted. Okay, yeah. It's all coming through Myron Bot.
All right, I don't hear an echo. James, you still hear an echo?
So, yeah, I still hear an echo, and my sound in Gather is off. So I don't know why I hear echo.
You're
not echoed anymore, but Wayne is.
Wayne is echoed. You know what? I might have to turn him off too. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I think I need to turn him off on my end. Hang on. I think that's me, James.
No worries. We'll get it straight.
Sorry about that.
No, actually, I need him on through. All right, we'll see. So Carrie Ann's there. Is Carrie Ann echoing for you too, James?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, we got an echo going here. Hang on, that we're trying to take care of.
Working out the kinks. Well, don't work out all the kinks. Like life
James,
gets boring
you
if you
know
get rid of all
what?
the kinks.
Yeah, that's right.
James, are you? It's not so much being muted as much as it is you've got to send your audio somewhere dumb in Gather Town, because I think you'd have to mute everybody on your end.
I've just got my audio off in Gather.
Where's it going to though? You being muted doesn't help, right? Because muting is just muting your microphone. It's not telling it not to send your output somewhere. So your output is still going out. When you do that drop down menu next to your what do you have selected as?
You're right. I assigned it to something it doesn't use.
That doesn't use, and now it's better.
That's so weird. You would think just turning it off would resolve the problem.
No, because it's just a mic, right? It's just telling you not to let anybody else hear you. And you're right. What they should do is they should have no output as an option, but they don't, because they're assuming, why would you not want to be able to hear everybody? Right. So these are these little workarounds we have to do because we're fancy and we're doing advanced stuff. So be proud, right, James. We're getting it worked out. All right, let's do one more test though. Let me pull this up. Let me see. I think. Now I got it.
Because I shared the screen here. I'll share it.
Oh, when you share your screen, don't share the audio.
Sorry, guys. I love that echoey thing.
You said you shared your screen, James?
I shared the screen to show Gather to people, and without realizing that I'd probably be sharing the audio too.
No worries.
So I stopped it.
No, go ahead and try it. This actually if you don't mind, this type of thing we need to figure out. I'm really excited about this. I'm super stoked to have everybody in here. We've got Wayne on the mic. We've got a guest on both sides.
Okay, so I'm sharing it again.
All right, now is the echo gone? Go ahead, share your screen. I don't see your screen shared.
Okay, so I'm going to stop that.
Oh, we traced so back away.
Oh, wait, hang on a second. All right, James, you shared your screen in Restream. In StreamYard. Hang on a sec.
Shared the screen. I'm not really sure. So
I don't get why that's calling an echo. Are you sharing your screen audio?
I don't think so.
Unshare your screen and yeah, that's causing the audio somehow. So what it is it's doubling your screen.
Here. I'm deselecting audio.
Oh, you know what it is? Go ahead. Try it.
Better? Or do you still have echo?
I don't have echo anymore. Yeah, I think that's better. It's because you're the host. If you're the host, it kind of it automatically elevates your audio privileges. All right, that's good. I guess go ahead and try to play something that has audio, like a video, like a safe piece of music or something, to see what happens when you screen share. While we're at it, can somebody in Gather say hello?
Hello.
Thanks, Carrie Ann. Can you hear Carrie Ann okay, James?
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Carrie Ann, can you hear James through Gather okay, through MyronBot?
I'm not sure if I have my bot clicked. Hold on.
Oh.
All right, try it.
Yeah. Well, if you can hear him okay without severe echo, you're good. I know you're on a phone. I just realized that.
Yeah, I got the tablet thing
Hey,
going.
James, you want to play this link?
Can you hear Scott Duke? He was nice and loud.
Oh.
You can hear him?
I can hear him.
Oh, great. All right, I can hear the music. Karen, can you hear the music?
I can hear the music.
All right. I assume, Wayne, you can hear the music?
Wayne is going to be right back. I think.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, look at Carrie Ann is just on top of shit.
She seems
when
like
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, Carrie Ann, thank you so much for helping us with this. I think the crosstalk is working. I'll come on camera in a minute, fellas. I'm going to take a quick little boys break, and I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, guys.
Thanks so much for doing this with me, James. This is exactly how I envision this space being used. So, and mostly, James, the deal is I'm just up here because it's, kind of daylight working hours, and we'll head to the speakeasy. Or that space is always available too. You know what I mean? Like, but that's kind of me. I just float between a work-like area and a bar-like area. Ooh, that's the rhythm of life. Work bar. You know.
Sure.
Work bar. Yeah, I like that.
All right, I'll be right back.
I like the beat of your drum. Or
Yeah, thanks. Scott, we got to get you in Gather. Did you get my stuff? I think I sent it to you on Discord, maybe?
Oh, I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. But then again, I don't know my way around.
I will absolutely check as soon as I get back. All right.
All right, guys.
All right.
So, by the way, if anybody's interested, that song is Shelley Segal, Saved. A really wonderful song, atheist song. So,
yeah, that was the theme song for
yeah, they might be. Yeah, they started using it. I mean, it's not why she made the song, but it didn't take them all that long to adopt it. So, yeah, that's where that's at.
Kind of quickly became the darling of atheists everywhere.
Well, she is a darling. I'll sell you that much.
Yeah, seems like a very nice person.
Yeah.
Hey, did
very
you?
Talented.
Speaking of Mythvision, who's in the side chat, did you see the the thing he did with was it John Wathy on the Phantom God?
Yes.
Kind of the neurological roots of our spirituality.
Yes, we talked a little bit about that in a prior stream, as a matter of fact. So,
okay, well, cool.
Yeah. So, and I linked it to my sister, who's a religious fundamentalist Christian. But
I bet that went over well.
Yeah, she insulates herself, right? Like, if there's something that'll challenge her paradigm, she just doesn't make time for it. She deprioritizes it till she'll never get to it. So that's just where we're at about it.
Yeah,
so,
I love it. Now, do I do the same thing? I don't know. I'll have to think about that. If there is a religious broadcast or religious stream or something like that somebody recommends to me, I might listen to it. But you hear people who I know I've heard Sal Cordoba do this, like Professor James Tour's rebuttal to him about Origin of Life. Sal has admitted not listening to any but the first 20 minutes of Professor Dave's rebuttal to that, because
that's what
he didn't like the tone. He didn't like his attitude.
Right. It's always something.
Yeah, and I thought that's kind of cowardly. Because I thought he had some good rebuttals in that video series.
Yeah. Well, Sal will never know because Sal's not going to listen. It's the same thing that the other day Neil pointed it out about Atangelo. They're not listening for content to engage with.
Yeah.
They're listening for us to respond.
Yeah, and they want to overtalk us and interrupt us and all that, and keep us silent.
They're so biased. They're so certain that whatever you say is automatically wrong that they feel like they'd be doing themselves a disservice to even bother listening to it. So while you're talking, they might skim for buzzwords they can bounce off of, right, and do something different with. But they're not listening for the content. They're not trying to engage with what you're actually telling them. And so we had it happen over there on Mike's channel last month. Remember, Otangelo came in and wanted to discuss morality. And I carefully explained to him how morality works. And did he listen to any of it? No. He didn't absorb any of it. He couldn't steel man me. He couldn't address the issues. He just wanted to tell me how wrong I am because nobody can have irrational... What?
I've got a book for you.
What do you got?
I'm in the middle of reading it. I'm loving every second of it. It's you may have heard of it already. It's called The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt, Haidt.
Yes.
It's about moral psychology and how we develop moral reasoning. And
I don't think we've ever had him on Mythvision, have we? I don't think we.
Jonathan Haidt, I don't know. I don't know why. He actually provides a pretty cogent account of how we develop moral reasoning and things like that. He builds on people like Rabbi Kohlberg and even David Hume. So it's a good read. He's written more recent stuff, and I need to look up and kind of do a search and find out, how often he's been cited from that book and things like that to kind of see what kind of impact he has had. I know he's been quoted, or at least referred to, like on Atheist Experience. I think Matt Delahunty actually, referred to his work a while back. Of course, I've been listening to Atheist Experience forever, so I'm not exactly sure when that was.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So yeah, I've always meant to read that book, and I just never made the time for it. I usually give so much attention to, what's his name, Sapolsky, and people that he runs with. But that'd be a good book. And I keep meaning to go grab that one. I just haven't done it. Now, Mythvision lately has been going pretty deep into those weeds.
Yeah.
They've had some really wonderful guests on to speak about this. And, of course, those are the streams where you always get a few fundamentalists on the stream that want to let you know that you're all going to hell. And,
Well, the thing is, they want to frame morality in terms of sin, which is just a bogus, just religiously derived word. The most useless thing you can do in a discussion about morality is bring up the idea of sin, because when you say sin, it's usually a list of sins, and when you're appealing to lists as your morality, then you're not.
I'm checking the invites for Scott Duke and
when he
Speed
runs
Mike Answers in Atheism.
where he needs to make complex moral decisions, he's not going to be well equipped for that, because it's all about appeals to authority, and the specifics of life aren't addressed in Bibles. There's all kinds of possible scenarios that they just don't go into in Bibles, and
the thing is, when you're 2 years old, we'll just say 2 years old, you're not equipped to make most of the moral decisions that you're going to need to make as a grown adult. You're just not mechanically or neurologically able. And then, when you reach 6, 7, 8, whatever, you're still in this conventional mode where what does mommy and daddy say, and maybe a little bit about what your school teacher says. That's going to, that kind of conventional thinking is going to be your guide. And then only once you're in your teen years are you going to be able to even begin to think about what's right and wrong in a given situation where you have conflicting moral prescriptions, I guess is the word. And not everybody can get out of the, younger or least developed, conventional mindsets or whatever. You may still be thinking in terms of lists rather in terms of values and consequences.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, lists and appeals to authority just only gets you so far, even if you want to use those. And there's so many things wrong. Not just that it doesn't cover so many situations in life where you're like, I don't know what to do because my book doesn't tell me what to do. But it ends up where when they finally decide what to do, they convince themselves that what they decided is technically somehow in the book. They just had to look for it and interpret it a certain way.
Exactly.
Like, if you're going to do that,
you just put that really well. I've been waiting for years to put it as well as you just now.
Well,
you've had to come up with ways to make it look like it's in the book, has been in the book the whole time.
Right, and it's not just for our benefit of their own. They convince themselves that stuff, that what they came up with is in the book, but they're not noticing their own intermechanisms. They're not noticing that they worked through the moral issue on their own and then read their conclusions into the texts in order to feel like they've got permission from the text to conclude what they've concluded, right? So they're not really deferring to authority or lists. They just imagine that they have by reading their own conclusions into it. And it's just like, he's not getting his moral. It's not just that, because he always wants to focus on our morality, but he's not getting his where he thinks he's getting his from. He's just not. And there's been so many points along those lines that people make. It's like, look, you go down the street and you go around the neighborhood looking for a church that does what? That preaches consistent with what you think is true, right? So already they're taking their own ideas about what's moral and what's good. And thank you, Renatja. They're already taking their own ideas, subjective musings, right? Their own moral intuitions, and using those to try to find a church that matches it. And then when they do find one that matches it closely enough, now they've got this authority structure to defer to where they can pretend that church's authority is relaying words from a God that is authorizing their conclusions, but their conclusions were already the conclusions they church shopped with. They were already looking for a church to match it. And it's just like, how can they just not notice that their moral intuitions and their moral processes are entirely
What do I do over here? I don't know. We do a lot of stuff.
Just to be that non-self-aware, just absolutely
science, music, gaming, counter-apologetics.
Now, hate, I think, does go on, and I haven't
We are taking over the internet.
That section of the book yet, and talk about how a lot of people base their morals on loyalty, authority, and things like that. It's kind of a clash of cultures, or it's affected by, in a lot of ways, economic class. So I'm looking forward to reading that portion of his book. But so in other words, he's saying there's the modern Western style of approaching morality or moral reasoning, which is looking at harm, who's going to be harmed. That's what makes it moral or immoral. But then there's like a whole other world of reasoning that I cannot go into any deeper because I haven't read the material. So
sure. So it would be like, for example, certain area territories where they put the company first above family, or where they put the nation ahead of their own interest or ahead of their family, and
or
so
a patriarch or whatever.
And I think to demand this is monstrous, right? I worked for a boss who literally used to say, "Oh, you got a holiday break coming up? Oh, it's a great time to catch up on papers." What the fuck is wrong with you?
All right.
Like, Scott, I sent your invite.
Okay. On Discord?
Yeah, I resent it on Discord, and I sent Mike's out too. Yeah, let me know, because if you pop in, I'll go over there and help you get set up. James, also, we're making this a bit harder than it has to be. So the thing I was talking to you about the other day is it's probably easier to get away with sharing your screen and gather under the. You could probably share it both places, right? But when in doubt, it's probably easier to share it and gather, which means it's not on YouTube, which means it's safer for you to play video content with guests like Scott and people like that being able to log in, or you use the cafe where, you could invite a guest who might be a nut job, right? And then
some of my favorite guests.
Yeah, yeah. And then the easiest way to do this through StreamYard would be to just literally use Gather, because like once Scott's in, right, he never has to call in ever again, right? He just sees you live, you just have the live thing up, he comes in, boop, he's on stream, right? And then what you want to do is you just share your screen and Gather, and then on StreamYard, when you're showing something like that, you would just have yourself on screen or a picture on screen or nothing on screen, like other than say your thing, right? Mm-hmm. And then for the most part, what you would do is go ahead and share your screen in StreamYard.
Oh, you want me to share in StreamYard? You want me to share?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I can do that. So without audio, though, right?
Right. And you only do that because that option is mostly for people who are guests. It's automatically going to play your audio, and you can always check that. And then what you would do is, okay, so now whose screen is that?
It's got to be, I think it's Flying Wayne's.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of the great things about Gather, right? Is now the content can be the community, right? You said you just have a place for the community, so this is now a community-generated stream. Carrie Ann could be streaming in here, Flying Wayne streaming. So the same way some people, stream Call of Duty while they're doing right-wing conspiracies, looping. We could do our Cult of the Flying Man and Chill type thing. And then if you go to Meeting View, click on Meeting View up in that right corner, next to chat somewhere. Boom, nope, other right corner. No, next, other right corner of the actual overlay of the screen, sorry. Yep, map view. All right, that's map view. It's very important. That's map view. It's how you move around when you go places. Then you go to Meeting View. Now, once you go to Meeting View, you get these sometimes you get sub-views, but right now, this is the key thing. Because this is just like Zoom now. This is now a Zoom meeting, right? Mm-hmm. And matter of fact, let me do something real quick. I'm gonna stop my camera here. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna turn my camera on in Gather. Nope, that's MyronBot. No, not MyronBot. Me. All right, hang on one sec. I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna turn my camera on real quick.
Hello, Johnny.
Yeah, we're talking about some bullshit. Yeah, somebody just got real loud. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, that's Johnny. We got a lot of background noise over there, Johnny.
Oh, you had another guest. All right, so now, it's still doing this fucking thing. But basically, all right, so I'm gonna do it without my camera because since I called in the StreamYard's monopolizing my camera. They don't play nice with other programs like that. All right, but see how Wayne is. All right, so click on Wayne, right? You already did this. I don't even know why I was telling you this. But yeah, once you click on somebody, they become big. So that's what you do when you got a guest and they talking. So this is your way of just controlling the panel. If you want to have a panel view, you go back to grid view. Grid view's always, this is screen share view, but it basically works the same way. So if you go to meeting view, let's say UC Love was chatting, or Carrie Ann, and you click on Carrie Ann, boom, Carrie Ann's the star of the show. Cool, Carrie Ann's done chatting. Right? So then go back to meeting view. All right, now everybody's having the discussion. Let's say Wayne starts talking about some bullshit. Make Wayne the star of the show. Not a scream, but yep, boom, there it is. All right, cool. Now Wayne's the star. He's done talking shit. Now we just want to go back to his screen because it looks cool. Oh yeah, make Spider. Now I do this a lot, right? Because Spider will be in here gaming. Sometimes UC Love or AR is in here streaming. Lena, so somebody might be playing a game or boom, boom. That looks super cool. Now instead of having like your fireplace default graphic, you have Wayne's screen, and we're all chilling. So yeah, so this is how I would do it. Is you could just screen share this. You see what I'm saying? And then, it's nice and controlled too, because if somebody asks you to drop the link, you could just be like, oh, meet me in Gathertown. And if they're like, I can't, you already know, red flag. They ain't a part of the crew. So now who is it? Right. But it becomes really easy. You could let them in the StreamYard if you want, which you probably do if they're, if you're worried they're going to struggle or something like that. But what I do is I just then go meet them in the cafe. And then it becomes exactly like you were saying before, where if you dip to say, I'm going to meet somebody in the cafe, those of us who want to talk to that person will automatically know to go with you, right? Or we'll just wait for you to be done with them and come back, And for there, just so you know, go to that little great menu at the bottom left. The gather menu is the main menu. Yeah, that one. Go to home. So I normally show people how to wander around to do the whole commute thing, but you don't have to, right? If you jump into the cafe right now, like say Otangelo called in and you wanted to talk to him, you would just drop him the cafe link, which you have in your list, so then you would jump in the cafe. It's going to drop you right where you were saying, so when you're in here, here's another thing. You should have double click on. So just double click on the stage area. Yeah, move here. Boom. Now you don't have to worry about all of that moseying around.
Yeah, it didn't listen to me. I clicked it, but it didn't do it. So I'm just going to walk in manually.
It should. There might be an option you said. Are you using the app? Yeah.
I don't know. I'll mess around with it later.
But yeah, no big deal. But yeah, this gets you to Spotlight Tiles, right? So that was what we're talking about. Everybody could come in here and chill. In that open area, you don't have to worry about people sort of sectioning off. You'd have a big live chat. So one of the things people notice is if you go into a private area, you get a private chat, just like in a Zoom meeting. You go to a breakout room, you get your own chat that only people in that breakout room can see, right? But if you want to have it like a stream where, let's say, you would just leave the chat on screen and then the things that everybody in the audience is saying, everybody on stream can see, all you would do is do it there. And then the chat, see the chat down to the next to the participants? Click on that.
Second. Here.
Next one. Right, so it's next to, that one. Yeah, there you go. So now that's just the chat, right? So if you were here in this area, actually I need to set this, what I didn't do, I need to set this mic, this area so that it doesn't save it. But anyway, I'll set it so it doesn't save it. And then after that, that would be like your stream chat, right? And then everybody who's not in a private room would have access to that chat.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm going to go ahead and drop a link, or somebody else can drop a link for the amateur conversationalist. Like, I'm already subscribed. I've got 165 subscribers. I got some pretty great
I'll sub. But yeah, James, I just wanted it to be a little bit easier and show you how to do it. And then you can share your screen in there, and then you can do this the same way.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Can I ask a question? Is this just for gaming, or is this like you can do streams with this?
No, the point is to do streams with it. Yeah. Yeah, you can use it for games. Yeah, it's basically like a Zoom, but it uses proximity to like make you feel a little bit more like you're having organic interactions. You run into people, you share a space, you sit in a booth together, type of situation. And then once you go to meeting view, James, it'll pretty much be like what you would expect from a from StreamYard, right? Where you've got that grid view, you've got everybody's cameras and all that stuff. Yeah. And it makes almost no difference, especially when people aren't on camera. Hate to say it, right? I really like it then because you might as well look at something cute. Well, since it's not like you have 8 cameras on anyway. And if you do, switch to grid view. But yeah, I do my classes like this. My students like it a lot more. Essentially, they use these kind of like private areas as breakout rooms in the classroom. So, when I do breakout rooms, I can float through the classroom kind of organically and check in with them. It's got whiteboards and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, we're enjoying it.
Awesome. So, appreciate you sharing that, and thanks, Johnny. What are your thoughts about today's topic? About
sorry, I didn't mean to get you off topic, James.
We're good. We're good. So, what do you guys think about promoting free thought and integrity in the skeptical community? Do you think that's an issue that we're struggling with?
Yeah. Matter of fact, if I'm going to be honest with you, I think we lack integrity. If I'm speaking my mind freely, I just think all these times we bend over backwards, not hurt somebody's feelings. We're juvenilizing them, and they know this. And like you said, somewhere inside they know. But look, if you're just gonna give them honey every time, and they just get it out. We give them it out every time. I don't want to listen. It's never a good time to tell somebody they're sitting on some bullshit. There's never a good time to tell somebody that if they're gonna build their identity on the biblical God, then they built their identity on a lie. There's never a good, convenient time. Why? It's first thing in the morning. It's just before lunch. It's right after my dinner. How could you tell me this before bed? How could you do this over Christmas? Right? No mention of incompleteness theorem. Go ahead, Wayne.
It's never a convenient time to have an intervention for the person who needs the intervention.
Boom.
Wait a
there
minute.
it
Wait a minute.
is.
Somebody else. Wait a minute. Who else is here? I only see 4
they're
people.
piping in from Gather. So we're in a Gather town, and I'm in Gather.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, James, now not only are we double streaming, but we're double gathering because I'm on the compound and you're in the guest room. So if somebody tries to infiltrate, we'll send them to the guest room. But if they try to, right? See, we got layers, James. Layers.
Like ogres.
But yeah, I agree, man. There's just never a good time. And so I think if we're going to have our integrity, like for me, that's all it was for me, even dealing with family and friends. Aww. It's just, I respect y'all enough to tell you the truth. So if it comes up, and you got to remember, they invite the situation, right? They're the ones who
can I ask
offering
for,
to pray for you.
Can I ask for
a
clarification of the topic? Just real quick. I mean, he asked me like 5 minutes ago, and you've been going. So, but no. When you're talking about integrity, you're talking about integrity of the atheist community, of the Christian community, of both communities combined. What is the question about?
It's a great question.
So in the skeptical community, while that, I think the majority of people in the skeptical community are atheists. Some are not, right? Some are deists. Some are open theists. Some would identify as Christians by some definition or another. So. Just in terms of the community itself, like everybody included, have we noticed problems that we need to struggle with?
I mean, I would say that in any community, you're going to have, a portion of the community that maybe lacks some integrity. But I'm always like leery and against making sweeping generalizations because, I mean, even when people want to say things like people who believe in God are idiots or people who believe in gods are crazy. I don't believe that because somebody has that one irrational thought that they're wholly irrational.
Irrational thought?
Yeah.
You can't. It's not one. It is the overriding end game. It's the starting point of their logic. They don't start with observation.
Are you saying for every person that believes
Johnny, let me say this.
Wait. I was talking and got interrupted. Can I finish my thought?
You said some bullshit. Please. I want to clarify.
Please.
I need to clarify.
But that's fine. I wasn't saying some bullshit. What I'm saying is I would rather get. You can characterize what I say any way you.
You don't even know what I'm calling out. I'm trying to call out a specific thing you said.
Okay, can I finish my thought?
If you want to let him say more, Wayne, and then you can respond to him.
Go ahead.
Jesus
Go ahead.
Dude, we're just telling you, you don't have to do this, but go ahead. If time means that much to people, I don't know why.
Everybody in the real world that I have a relationship with believes in God. I'm not going to sit here and say bad things about them. Okay,
Sure.
I don't agree with them. Just like I don't agree with people that like voted for Trump. But I don't go get up in their face and tell them they lack integrity and they're
I get
stupid
it.
and all. Because
Johnny,
they're not.
can I just say something?
Yeah, whatever.
Can I just say something? Dude, all we're trying to do.
Do whatever you want to do. All you're trying to do is you fucking interrupted me.
No,
Whatever,
we're
go
not.
ahead.
And I don't know why that. Why is that?
Jay,
calm down.
Jay,
Calm
you
down.
run your mouth
This is
for
how
an
adults
hour at a
talk.
time.
I'm streaming. Yes, I'm
This is
streaming,
how
and people
academics
expect me to
talk, bro.
make significant contributions to a conversation if I'm live. Yes, that's part of the thing. And when I don't, people go, "Oh my God, all you did was sit there and let everybody else carry the conversation. Can't win if I do, can't win if I don't." What you need to understand is, first of all, we're grown folks. We're not sitting here with the time going, "I've got 30, and now Scott, you've got 30, and now James." We're just grown folks. We're friends. We pass the baton around casually. Shut up. The other thing I'm trying to get you to understand. Well, if you want to bitch about come on.
All right.
Heat, baby. Oh,
I love everybody here. I respect Johnny. I respect Jay. I love people. I love my community. I just feel like I'm not digging that energy, man. I'm not digging that energy at all. Like, come on, guys. Just if you don't respect each other, at least respect me and the stream and the community, right? Here's the thing. Like, I can see both sides of this. Johnny was just trying to say, I hope I'm steel manning him here because it's my understanding. Johnny was just trying to say that just because somebody believes that there's a God, for example, just an example, doesn't mean that they're a wholly irrational person or that we need to call them out for it even. Like, even if we grant that somebody believes in a God and we don't think that that's a rational position, we can still grant some respect and civility and not tell them it's an irrational position. Because I don't think there is nothing in and of itself about somebody believing that a God exists that is necessarily irrational or that is necessarily something that we need to feel like we need to call them out for, whether it's first thing in the morning or during Christmas or whatever. That's my position now. I realize that we're in an atheist community. There's a lot of different views about this issue. And some people feel like the moment you hear anybody say that there's a God, immediately you need to call them on that shit. I don't feel that way, and my channel isn't about that. For me, if somebody says that there's a God, I'm interested about what they mean, right? Because they could be pantheists. They could be, because pantheism, if you think about it, they say God, there's a God, but it's really just sexed up atheism. It's really just atheism or materialism expressed through religious language, right? So we have to know what somebody means when they say God. So when I hear the word God, I do not get triggered. I do not think, okay, we've got to call these people out. I don't. And if somebody believes in a literal deity, I still don't feel like I need to call. If there's no harm, then in my opinion, there's no foul. And I realize there are people in this community that think differently about it. And I appreciate that people feel differently about that. I understand at the same time what Wayne was trying to say. But as I saw it, Wayne and Johnny were talking past each other. They weren't on the same page. Johnny didn't get a chance to finish what Johnny was trying to say. And I feel like that, this is the theme today, right? Promoting free thought and integrity in a skeptical community. I think that even if we disagree with, even if we're pretty sure they've already committed to something in their statements that we want to check them on, that we want to challenge them on, we can still let them finish saying what they're saying, and then say, okay, there's this thing you said, and I think I have a problem with what I think you meant. Let me tell you what I think you meant, and if I'm correct, let me tell you why I have a problem with it, right? We can let Johnny finish saying what he's thinking, and then we can circle back to it. There's no urgency, right? There's no 3 seconds left on the clock in some kind of like championship game when we've got to score that last point, or else our team might lose, right? That's just. Plus, Johnny's one of our community. He's not some religious fundamentalist, right? So if he says something we disagree with, chances are it's not going to be a deal breaker. Chances are it's not going to be some point worth having a major schism about. This is how I feel about it. So I get what people are saying. I get how they feel. I can't have that. Please just respect me enough, respect the community enough that even if you're really, really upset about what something somebody just said, let them finish saying it. Just let them finish saying it, and then say, when you're done, I want to address something. And they'll appreciate the respect, right? And then they'll say, okay, I appreciate that. Let me finish, and then we'll cycle back to it, right? And we can have that kind of a dialogue. And if Wayne ends up being correct, that, for example, Johnny has said something that doesn't stand well to reason, for example, that's okay. Wayne will get his chance to say that, and Johnny will get his chance to respond, and that's how we have to do it in this community. Now, I'm this big, huggy guy that doesn't... It's all your fault. Yeah, I kind of feel like it. Sometimes it is. But everybody knows, I blame me and Scott. Scott, it's your fault too. I don't know why, but it is, man. So that's where I'm at. So here's what I want to do. I'm Johnny back in.
I take full responsibility for something.
I will respect
Fair enough. That's all.
what you said.
Right, that's all we need from you. So I'm going to
He can't hear
Johnny
you,
back in
Wayne.
because he's still waiting, and I'm going to let him finish saying what he was going to say. And then if Wayne wants to come through on the stream,
Because we need to be fucking
challenge
corrected on this shit. This
I know
is
Johnny
such
well
bullshit.
know that Johnny
It is. I'm going to say a good
let's fucking it's just bend over backwards to let this motherfucker
Johnny,
say some shit that we don't need to hear when we already know exactly what he's going to say, and he's wrong.
No excuse.
And he interrupted
I haven't
us. He
had
interrupted
very
us and then
fun
pulled the
last
"you
few
won't
days,
let
but
me finish interrupting you" bullshit.
All I was trying to
The
say,
same
and I
shit.
think I know where I misspoke. I said just because they have one bad thought. And I misspoke when I said that. What I was trying to say is,
something we don't need you to say.
One incorrect belief.
Hashtag not all Christians, which is exactly what I was going to say. Is we don't need a 5 not all Christian speech every time we say Christians. Every time I say God, I don't need to be cut off so somebody can tell me how wonderful some believers are. You're not adding anything to the conversation, and we should have the right to say, listen, bro, unless you're not going where we already know you're going.
In town, and
I
go up there
because I'm trying to make a point, and you haven't let us make our point.
Sometimes
everyone I know that
so it's just
nice.
I just am leery of people who want to
not
say,
even where I was going with that.
Say that all people that believe in God are this, that, or the other thing. They're just human beings trying to live their life like the rest of us, and let's try and get along. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I agree with them, but that's all I'm saying. So.
Right, and I think most of the people in the community feel that way about it as well. If we draw the line to say that you can't be part of the community or we can't respect you because you believe in a God, we're going to end up with exactly the kind of echo chamber circle jerk that we don't want. Growth doesn't happen in an echo chamber. It just doesn't, and we don't want. It's just there's no meaningful stand to take.
And again, I'm still backstage.
Simply thinks that a God
because it's more important to make sure he feels great about his fucking.
If somebody feels differently,
make everybody feel fucking wonderful. Bullshit.
It's just not the hill we should want to die on, right?
Well, and it's important to point out. I'm not talking about there's a lot of different theists that this community engages with online and on YouTube that.
Who are thoroughly dishonest every fucking day.
The community, as far as the information that they put out there, that's saying it's true, the people that the raging atheists used to go after all the time, the new Baptists or whatever they are, the ones that say you should kill gay people and stuff. Yeah, we need to fight against shit like that. But the fact of the matter is, the majority of Christians in this country are just people like us living their lives and trying to get through life. And if they need that crutch of believing in God, I'm not going to hate them for it. I'm going to disagree with them, but I'm not going to hate them for it.
That's ridiculous.
Anyway.
You got to give him all the room in the world.
Sure. And I think most of the people in this community agree. I think even Wayne would agree with you, and I want to speak for Wayne. I don't want to speak for Jay, but I'm sure that they'll agree with
We're right backstage. Right? We could just not be backstage
if Wayne
anymore.
wants to address a specific thing that he still isn't satisfied, we'll give him that opportunity, and we can have a good dialogue, right, guys? We can just do that. So again, Johnny has apologized for anybody that because he's had a bad week and he realizes that he could have done better, and I'm not about trying to make people suffer for some mistakes. As long as we can just grow together, that's what the community's for, right? Growing together, and It's a whole lot better than growing apart, in my opinion. So
I got to tell you, man, I'm just so glad James doesn't believe in God, because if he believed in God and wanted to start a church, holy shit. I think that he could have followers.
Yeah, man, not like I did that. Not like we did that or anything.
He is well spoken.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm so glad he's
like
on
that's
our
a
side.
superpower, opening a door.
Well, now that you mention it, for only $9.95, 3
That's
instant
right.
payments, we can hook you up with eternal true gnosis. I believe is the theme for this week. True gnosis.
You need to write a book and put it up on Amazon.
Yes, it's going to be a pop-up book, and it's going to come with high
tell
protection.
him that he's starting conclusion
It's gonna be
first with
fun.
his logic, because he said every Christian that he knows is good.
There's
not.
there's
It's
somebody
not the
put
case.
in the private chat.
And then he went,
that
not all
you
Christians.
said,
but it's
hey,
like,
so and so, go ahead and
you
say
think
your
they're all
piece,
good. You just said that.
Pocket Locker saying that they're muted.
Come on, man.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. So let's go ahead and bring Jay in here. Jay,
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you now.
Wayne, we can hear you. So that's where we're at.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
I will respect. Go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't mean to play. I'm not playing favorites. I promise I'm not. Like, in fact,
Okay.
Johnny's newer in our community. I love you guys. I respect you all. But I had to pick somebody to bring on first. And I thought, since the controversy was around what Johnny was saying, I thought we should let Johnny finish, and then we can address it.
Fair enough.
Cool. I respect your channel and the vibe you're going for. But this is what I had to speak out on, because it's such a serious thing. We were talking about it in backstage, like the whole time. Johnny's like, not all Christians, everybody's nice, this, that, and the other. Yeah, but you also said that you've never met a bad Christian. You said that in the middle of everything you were saying, and it's like, and I was saying, you think that because you're starting conclusion first with your observations. You think that since God, your particular God, is the solution of everything, that is going to be where you always end up. Therefore God, therefore this, therefore that. And that all sounds nice. And that all sounds nice until you realize that you're just excusing a certain type of behavior. Like, it's not cool at all. Like, you might have some cool friends around you that think that, but it's only because they all think that. If somebody else comes in the picture, all of a sudden the pitchforks come out. All of a sudden the tribalism comes out, and all of that. They aren't good because of the book. They're good while they're defending the good parts of the book. And then once somebody offends their book, that's when all of that civility goes away. And to sit there and pretend like that doesn't exist and just everybody's all lovey-dovey.
You're totally straw manning me right now.
Wait, no, he's not.
You said your words.
Hold on. This is Wayne's understanding of your words, Johnny. So I want you to clarify
and that's
your
fine.
meaning.
Yeah. Well, here what it was is like the phrase that he said. I said, if I did say that 2 or 3 word phrase of he said I never met a bad Christian, I totally misspoke. And then when you brought me back on, James, you'll notice when I finished my thoughts, I told you about the bad Christians. Some of the bad Christians I have met. There are bad Christians out there for sure.
But you keep pinning it on just morals. No, bro. It's the book.
I never mentioned morals.
When you say they're good or bad, what are you referring to? Their hairstyles? A good hairstyle, bad hairstyle? No, you're referring to how they act. You're referring to their character.
I just got done telling you, if I said that all Christians are good, then I misspoke totally. And I referred to like some of the bad Christians in our community that spread, false information and stuff that we certainly have to call out.
So it's not it's the book. I'm saying it's the message. You have a message where if my life that I've been living that is peaceful and relatively harmless, but if I do something, like if I wear 2 fabrics and you're having a bad day and you don't want to see people that have 2 fabrics on, you can just say, my God said don't wear 2 fabrics, and I'm going to rearrange my entire life based on that interpretation of this old book, this one book. And that's where the disagreements start in this. It doesn't start over here with the atheists. Like, atheists wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the book and the demanding that people follow it. And like, people are nice in the meantime, but like,
Thanks, Stupid Energy. I really appreciate you.
They're still holding up
Senpai needs money.
That is crushing.
Thank you so much.
Everyone around them, including themselves.
I don't want to interrupt this. We're still doing this.
So here's the thing. Just to clarify for everybody, this is Wayne, Big Fang Flying Wayne, a staple in our community who's in Gather speaking through like a audio pipeline that Jay set up for people to speak through Gathers. That's why you don't see him on the screen. Now, here's what I want to do.
They would if you just share your screen, James, and they'd see him. You're here too.
Oh, yeah, I guess
you keep forgetting that. You're with it. Yeah. The whole point is you're here too, Jay.
I'm here too. I forget that I'm here sometimes.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No worries. Actually, go home and go back into the. It'll take you right back to the desk if you go back to the office where we're at. So go home, and then Bundy Ranch main menu. Sorry, purple grapes.
Yeah.
Home. And then this is great. This tells you how many people are wherever you're looking, and then you go to the Bundy Ranch, see that there's 9 of us. Boom. And then boom, you just now 9 people just joined your stream, James. Come on now. That's
sure.
Well, 8 because one was a bot, but go ahead.
I feel like there's not a whole lot of accurate understanding between Wayne and
I think it's just a misunderstanding. But part of and I think that they've kind of met in the middle on that, right? But that was part of my issue is I was simply trying to make a point, and Johnny interrupted us. And whatever, I'm sorry I don't have conversations I'm not ready to have down to 20-second sound bites. And also, you got to understand, Johnny, it's different. You're new here, right? So we don't know you like that.
No, but see, hold on 1%. I just want to clarify. I said, can I ask a question? And one of you said, yes, go ahead. And that's where I got in by saying, can I ask a question? And the question I asked, you said, oh, that's a very good question. And James answered it, and then we went on from there. So I don't see how I interrupted you guys.
Because I didn't get to make my point. And then instead of listening to me, you actually interrupted me with this thing that actually undermined my point. My entire point is that if we're going to be able to speak openly and have... If we're going to be able to speak openly and honestly with free thought about how we feel about God and Christianity and these things as atheists in the skeptical community, we cannot be interrupted every time to be shouted down to told #not all Christians, which is exactly what you did. Now, I've let you make your point to Wayne, to the audience, to James, and that is exactly where you were going. And instead of getting upset with me, just like when you said, can I interrupt to ask a question? Or I'd like to clarify.
You're totally mischaracterizing what happened. Totally 100%.
All right, there's tape. People can do that.
But hey, no, dude, you gish gallop. You go on and on and on.
I gish gallop when I'm talking to my friends. Unbelievably, just throwing words at us that again I don't hear. Like and dude, I'm not even upset about it. All I was trying to do was tell you that we're aware of what you're saying.
I'm not upset either.
All we were trying to say is that we didn't need you to interrupt
us. A little bit
us.
Now because you're lying completely about how.
All right, come on, guys. Here's the thing.
We're peaceful, bro. We're trying to be peaceful.
Here's the thing. Here's a lot of times it's hard to tell in these streams that if someone's done saying a thing or they're not done saying a thing. They go to take a breath, they end in a certain sentence, and you think they're done talking, but they're not. And so they resume talking to clarify that they weren't done talking. And then now there's a disagreement about who interrupted who. That happens a lot in these kinds of streams. The problem that I'm seeing isn't that. The problem is the kind of energy we're bringing to the discussion. It's very important. See how I'm talking right now? Like, this is a choice, right? This isn't my only mode. This is a choice. And some people here are great with that. And Scott Duke jumped out so he could try to navigate Gather, just so everybody knows. And some people here maybe need to struggle with that a little bit. But so, Johnny, I get your point. Here's the thing. Johnny's not lying, and neither are Wayne and Jay. It's just that sometimes, again, it's hard for people to tell when somebody's done talking and this is an opportunity to say something, or if they're just taking a breath between sentences. And sometimes if person A says something about person B has misunderstood person B, person B will feel like, I want to speak up right now. I don't want to wait until after this person has reamed me a new one about an issue they've just misunderstood, right? They've just misunderstood me, and they don't want to wait. So my thinking is, if we can just bring the energy down to like a peaceful level in terms of the way that we're using our voices, like it could be more conducive and less combative for the atmosphere that we're working within. And you know, if you think someone's done talking, wait a moment, because they might not be, right? And if you feel that they've interrupted you, just wait it out. Just wait it out. That's all I can tell you. Just please wait it out. Don't get mad at them, right? Like, just nobody here is intentionally you know.
I'm not even upset about it. It's just I've tried to grant that to him, and then he wouldn't grant it to us. And then his whole point was to insist on we won't grant him time, we won't give him space to talk. And then it's like, well, dude, you haven't been demonstrating that to me. And again, I don't really care, but it is important to the issue at hand, which is if you're going to tell people who are expressing, like, I was going to relay this to coming out, right? And part of the issue is there are these things where it is difficult for someone to talk about a part of their life. It is difficult to talk about race, gender issues, sexuality, politics, your mental health, on and on and on. Atheism, your lack of belief in this thing that dominates the life of so many people around you and often makes you stand out simply for not believing that. It's a difficult conversation for you to have. And so when we're talking about how can we promote us having free thought and integrity in a skeptical world, and I come here just to say we need to be able to comfortably tell people that we don't agree with them. And if we're going to have our integrity about it, then we've got to be able to like compel ourselves to be honest, because that's what helped it become normalized to be LGBT. It was because the people who lived that experience started coming out more with it. And part of that was the people who had to, you know, learn something had to be more accepting of that. But it would not be making progress if every single time they did, they had to hear this tirade about how not everybody that's done something anti-LGBT has been, and they would just get to a point where saying, look, I get that, but I'm not trying to talk about that right now.
Let me know when I can say something, okay, James?
And I don't know why he feels he always needs to. This is where we differ on what a conversation is. It's like, to me, this is something...
Dude, you've been talking for 10 minutes.
All right, so I'm cool.
It's not a conversation,
I thought,
it's a monologue.
All right, cool. So I guess this is your show. I'm out. I thought we were trying to connect on Gather. We were trying to cross our streams. I guess you're here to talk to James, and you don't want me here. So I'll dip. He can talk to James. I'll pull up the stream and listen. We were trying to gather stuff. I don't know how it's gonna work with me not. I was literally trying to make the point, then mute myself, turn my camera off, let James do whatever the fuck he wants to do, and talk to whoever the fuck he wants to talk to. I had basically to say one point. If we're going to have integrity and free thought in society, we have to enable each other to do that by being willing to speak up honestly about how we feel about something. So if we bite our tongue around Christians, around religious people, then that is going to be the thing that makes it harder to be a believer of integrity, because you will continue to be outcast. Plain and simple. What about that needs to be counter-apologized by this dude? I'm really not sure, and I really don't care. Wayne, you got something else to say? Because I'm honestly about to dip so I can get something done.
I want to wait. I want to hear what this guy has to say. I'll respectfully wait my turn.
So, all right, Johnny, I'm going to add you back in. Go ahead and turn your mic down a little bit because people are saying it's a bit loud. And I will ask you again, please bring your energy level down.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's anger in your voice, and it makes it hard. It encourages a bad dynamic, and I just don't want that. I think we can move past that. So I'm going to add Johnny back in, and we'll see what Johnny has to say. I know Johnny feels misrepresented, but I don't think it's intentional. Nobody's intentionally misunderstood Johnny, but accidental misunderstandings are very possible, and that's why I want to give Johnny a chance to clarify his thoughts, and I appreciate that, Wayne. So go ahead, Johnny.
How's my mic now?
It's good. At least on my end.
I just wanted to dip back in and say I don't know where this label of counter-apologetics is coming in, because I mean, anybody who's seen me around the community for the last number of years knows I'm not afraid to call out Christians that are putting bad information out there and saying bad things about atheists. I did a show for a while where we were talking to Muslim folks, and we talked to people who experienced becoming an atheist in Muslim countries once a week. And they used to, tell us some pretty horrible stories about what could happen to atheists in the Muslim countries. And you brought up gay rights. I mean, in some of the Muslim countries, they'll take people that are gay to a top of a building and throw them off. But the only point I was trying to make is I just don't like the sweeping generalizations when you paint everybody with one brush. And again, everybody that I encounter in the real world, I disagree with their thoughts on God and believing in God, but they're all people that believe in God.
Let's reiterate hashtag
I'm not
God
going to, turn my back on my family and everything. I certainly have conversations with them, and they know what my thoughts are. Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to have the Christians back. My only point was, given the title of the hangout was, everything that they said was true about, they should be able to have their beliefs, and people, Christians shouldn't be able to downgrade them or, keep them from having their beliefs. But I just think that it just makes more sense to try and include the ones that are reasonable rather than say all Christians are bad and throw them out. So that's it.
I appreciate that. So Wayne, what are your thoughts on this? I can't hear Wayne.
Yeah. Hang on a sec. Wayne, go ahead.
Did you mute it again?
Yeah, because there was a bit of an audio issue, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from. I did it on my end because I wasn't sure where that
his
issue
box
was
is
coming
turning
from.
green, so you must be trying to talk.
Yeah. You should be able to hear him now. Can you hear him?
Can you hear me?
Gather to activate the sound, but then.
Oh, hang on a sec, James. Can James hear him?
I don't think James can hear us.
James can't hear. Oh, hang on, James. Can you hear him now? Sorry about that. I muted myself. Go ahead. Yeah, he can hear you now. He can hear you now.
Okay.
Sorry.
See, this is where I disagree. Is I have to throw the baby out with the bathwater on certain things because it's not about individuals. It's systemic issues. The whole framework around Christianity versus other is flawed because this is how it is. I'm an anti-theist. I put you in the same boat as all other people with the same amount of God claims. I think that you're incorrect about a thing, but I still think you're just a person who's incorrect about a thing. Christians and other theists don't just think that I'm incorrect. They think that I'm a literal tool of the ultimate enemy of God. So it's not the same. We're not treated the same right out the gate. That's the first part. And then the second part is that theists, since they don't have any physical evidence to lean back on, they make themselves the claim. They make their personal testimony the claim. They make their own lives the evidence of their God instead of other things. And when you reject that evidence because it's not supernatural enough for the claim, of course they're hurt because you're literally rejecting their personal story of transformation. That's not my problem. That's a you problem. And when I point that out, it sounds harsh, but it's the truth. You have the same amount of evidence as every other God that you don't believe in, and I hold yours to the same standard. And that sounds divisive, but that's what it is. And it's so hard to have a peaceful conversation with someone that actually believes in the book. You can really only have peaceful conversations with people that have taken Christianity and molded to their own morals. Because if you talk to any sort of fundamentalist and you don't believe the same thing they believe, according to their logic, they have to destroy you and your way of life. That's the book that everyone's upholding.
And Johnny, I want to say this. I genuinely appreciate your time, and I'm sorry if I upset you. I'm sorry if you don't feel like you were equally heard. My point was only to say I consider James like literally one of my closest friends. And so when James is on my channel or I'm on James's channel, it's all love, and the last thing I'm doing is keeping track of who to. I mean, I've literally let James take over my entire channel for an hour and left my house. Right, James. right. Like before James, I was like, James, we need to change. Like James, I was like, James, get some practice. right. So and I get that not a lot of people know that or understand that. But then I'm also live too, right? So my audience doesn't expect me to sit here and be mute. So fine, no big deal. And then also I do appreciate what you're saying. I just wanted to let you know that as people who have this conversation all the time, we literally hear that every day. Right, like we're constantly being reminded of most of them are nice thing.
Well, like the groups that, like I was trying to refer to, and I couldn't remember their name. There's like the group that the new fundamentalist Baptists or whatever, and there was all the crazy preachers that were saying shit about killing gay people, and Matt Powell and all that saying about that the government should be executing gay people and stuff. Yeah, those kind of people, and then there was that crazy church that was going to like the soldiers' funerals and holding up signs about gay people. Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to shout back at them. I'm not saying include them. I'm not saying give them cover or whatever. I'm just leery of like saying all of them are bad. Like, no, I don't think.
Sure. Go ahead.
Real quick, just one more sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Muslims I referred to a few minutes ago. Like one of the things I loved about the Muslim atheist community is that Muslim atheists, whenever anybody was trying to be bigoted or do anything bad to Muslims, they would be the first ones on social media to speak out. Hey, we don't agree with these people, and boy, my experience in the Muslim religion was horrible, but this country or this organization shouldn't be doing this, like what was going on in China to the Uyghurs, Muslims, if you heard about that. So absolutely. What you guys are saying is I don't disagree with any of it.
All right,
gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, Scott. Yeah.
Okay, good. I got out of StreamYard.
Yeah, you're in Gather Town. Yes, victory.
Because
I
was
victory.
Yeah, I was echoing with StreamYard, so I don't have an avatar to produce, but at least I can hear y'all. James, can you hear me?
Yeah. No, your avatar is good. Yeah, you're good. All
right.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Good. You're in the office with the cool kids.
Is this like the metaverse that everybody's been talking about? Okay.
So basically, you'd have to have everybody up on the screen for them to see your avatar.
What do you mean?
To see that you're there and to have it like circle you whenever you're talking to indicate that you're.
Oh yeah, he can switch it to grid mode or something like that if he wanted to. But normally, what happens is when somebody starts talking, it automatically prioritizes them in sort of like the top of his window, so he doesn't have to. Like since you started talking, you popped up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and since I'm talking and then if like Wayne started talking, he pop up. So yeah, they do a pretty good job of managing that. So it's pretty slick. Johnny, I was also just going to say too that I think this is sort of part of the issue, right? We've been talking a lot about the alt-right playbook, which is the idea that the problem isn't just the vehement KKK racist. It's sort of the suit and tie people who racist dog whistling is just profitable, or they need the political will of those who think that way. And then
it's the people that want to reform racism, but they want to have the consent of the racists.
Yes, and they want right, exactly. They want to and what that ends up being is like a lot of people who genuinely are moderate or liberal who really do want to end racism, but their method of doing so is like, hey, we've got to first really make sure, like Wayne is saying, that we consider these people and their feelings and all that, and that's fine. But here's the thing. What we're trying to talk about right now is that becomes the tactic. And so what I'm saying is I'm trying to encourage people who need to speak out about this, and the kindness and the generosity and wonderfulness of the believers in their life is the very thing that makes it difficult to have this conversation. And what we're saying is there's never a good time to have this conversation, because it's like Wayne said, for the person who's receiving the intervention, there's never a good time for that intervention. And what I'm saying is when that intervention also feels like a coming out party for you, it's doubly never a good time. Right? Because it's never a good time for either party. It's never comfortable to say, hey, I'm coming out of closet as this thing you essentially hate, or at least believe your book is telling you to believe is condemned. Oh, and by the way, I'm saying that thing you believe in, that you centered your whole believer identity around, is also sitting on some bullshit. Oh, and by the way, it's like the fact that they're such wonderful human beings, aside from that, is the thing that they've been using to make sure we don't have this conversation.
Well, I mean, here's the thing is I understand everything you just said.
For sure.
I agree with everything you just said when it comes to certain, Christians. I mean, because, yeah, there's hateful things that they're saying, but here's my belief, okay? I think that when it comes to the majority of Christians around the world, that because of what you said a few moments ago, that they come to their own conclusions of morality rather than take it from the Bible. And I think that the majority of them really do. They just won't say it. They won't admit it. They have secular values. Their values are coming from their humanity. Okay, so
correct.
If all see, that's how I've said. If all Christians that are Christians followed the Bible to the letter, the world would be a hellscape 24/7, 365, with gays being murdered and adulterers being murdered and unruly children being murdered, and it would just and the fact that that's not happening, it does happen, but it's not happening everywhere all the time, leads me to believe that the majority of them, they don't take their morality from the Bible. But
I could
be wrong.
I mean, I agree with that. But see, my thing is, and I agree with what you're saying, right? We don't want to throw them. And I think what we're saying is we disagree with all Christianity, but that doesn't mean we disagree with all Christians necessarily, right? And so we're not necessarily. But I think and I might be getting this wrong, but see, I'm here at the church of Pastor Apperson, right? And he teaches us that you might be the lovey-dovey Jesus type, and that might be all well and good, but then you might send somebody into a different church or congregation, and then now they are subject to something. And I'm just saying, I get it, but for me, all I'm saying is for free thought and skepticism. I mean, I'm with you. Look, if you want to say, hey, look, Jay, some of them are good, don't worry about it. But yeah, go ahead.
In chat, Derek is wanting to.
Yeah, I know. I'm literally scrambling to pull up your stream so I can respond to him in chat right now. I'm on it.
Okay, so make sure
go ahead, Jay.
Okay,
thank you. I appreciate that. No, I'm good. I said my piece. Yeah. Cool. All right, go ahead.
Wayne, are you feeling good about where the conversation's going?
Yeah, James, thanks so much. For sure.
Yeah.
I appreciate you handling all this, and I know that it's difficult to take control of these situations, so I appreciate you doing so.
Right. I'm fine with where the conversation is going.
Well,
it's
hey,
cool.
Jay.
Sorry.
Hey, Jay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, man. I mean,
no, I apologize. No worries, man. It's all good.
I mean, and I know Mike loves you, man, and James loves you, and I love you as far as your streams. I've seen a few of them, so
yeah. No worries, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, well, I'm hot-headed, as everybody in the community knows.
Same here.
I can go off the edge there real easy. So, but yeah, hey. Absolutely, man.
And James is going to learn. James is going to learn something the hard way, which is that triggered chats are active chats, and controversy creates cash, James. So I'm over here getting tips and subscribers while James is complaining. I'm like, no, let's fight. I know how the algorithm works, James.
Wait a minute.
James is trying to be all. James is the atheist version of all lovey-dovey and roses. I'm kissing vinegar.
When can I expect my check? When will my check come?
Yeah, see, I like you. Now see me over on my channel. We'll do business. I appreciate this guy.
Derek wants to know what's the name of the created space.
He won't be able to find it because they're super. Tell Derek I'm gonna send him a text on WhatsApp right now.
Yep.
And you can talk to him right now on the stream if you want to talk to him and give him direction too.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to link up with them, but when he gets in here, I'll just go away for a minute and get him set up. So, but yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna just mute my mic. You can still hear Wayne and everybody else. I'm just muting my mic locally, James, so you can still hear Gather.
Okay. Yeah, I understand and enjoy where the conversation is going, but because of my stance, my life, the way I live, I'm always going to be contentious because it's a fucking blood death cult. But we live in it, so we try to be nice about it. But it's a fucking death cult, and it's so hard to have this conversation without somebody getting upset at that. If I were to say anybody,
I love how you are saying death cult though, because it's so centered around death, and it's like we would want everybody to realize, no, death is not a beginning, death is an ending. Enjoy your life now, because they keep waiting for this better life that's supposed to be after real life. It's like, wait a minute, you're not living your life. You're living a life that you think this imaginary person wants you to live.
Right. And if somebody, and I'm with somebody, if they want to believe in a God, but they put their own stank on it. They put their own spin on it because they're trying to make morals and make the world make sense for them while they're alive right now. I respect that. I didn't know where you were sitting at, and you said something earlier that I thought was from another place, and I apologize about that. That's it.
Yeah,
I love you guys. And I'm feeling this. Like, this made it all worthwhile. I'm hugging you guys all right now in my head.
Appreciate it.
We'll talk about consent later. I know we're putting the consent horse before we start.
I don't need any consent. I love the head.
In your head. Yeah, you don't need any consent for a head hug.
There you go.
In your head.
There you go. That's awesome. So, but at the same time, we recognize, right, that it's a spectrum and that there are some worse versions and some better versions, and there are some people in our world that identify as Christians that hold to a metaphorical view, right? Like, it's all just metaphors and religious, or, the real world experience. Like, none of it's literal to them. Jordan Peterson is famous for that, but he's also famous for being misunderstood because he wasn't careful about the way that he was using words. He expected people to do extra homework to try to figure out what he really meant, which was irresponsible, in my opinion. So when Dillahunty went on stage to argue with Jordan Peterson about God and about atheism, they were talking past each other. They weren't. The things that they were saying were being mutually misunderstood, right? So for Jordan Peterson, God is a nesting of abstract concepts that represent the ideals that humanity has worked really hard to figure out about the best way to govern a society. And, trial and error, we tease all these ideas out, we prove which ones are good and bad by, this long-running experiment that we call
I'll take some calls.
Right?
Let me in there. Let me show Doug how it's done. Some of you flag-waving phony Christians are thinking that right now. Come on, Peter. Back up your words. You accused me of being basically a misogynist.
An authority in our life, right, as something greater than ourselves. And then you've got everybody on the same page, and they're living in a pro-social way with equitable societies. But Jordan Peterson didn't come right out and say this. People had to pull pieces of Jordan Peterson's ideas out of him, like painfully. It was like trying to pull teeth. You just couldn't get Jordan Peterson to answer anything with a straight answer for the longest time, and we had to collect bits of what he was talking about until we had the whole picture. We shouldn't have had to work that hard. We should not have had. He just should have came out and said what he meant, explained himself, but he wasn't. So this is part of the problem with labels like Christianity, right? Somebody says I'm a Christian or I believe in Christianity. They mean for it to be self-explanatory, but it's not. And so even though there are people out there that hold to these ideas that are not offensive and they label them incorrectly as Christianity, and I will say they're labeling them incorrectly because that's not what Christianity is. That's what they're trying to make it be, right? Mm-hmm. It's kind of their fault, right? Because they don't want to be lumped in with fundamentalists and moderates. They don't want to be lumped in with literalists. And yet they wear a label that lumps them in with the fundamentalists.
Quit voting for them. Sorry.
Right.
Oh yeah,
I hear you. I hear you 100%.
May I first of all register that I'm very angry at my dog right now, and she keeps barking, and every time I want to say something, she's barking. And anyway, I just want to let everybody know that I'm angry at my dog. I just had to share my pathos with you.
What'd she do? I'm just curious.
She's just barking.
Okay.
She's just barking at any old thing that walks outside, even though it's not in our yard. She thinks it's in our yard, and she just starts going crazy. And she knows I'm on the computer because this is the time. The only time I ever tell her to shut up is when I'm trying to talk on the computer. Do you feel the tension in my throat? Ooh.
Well, I mean, it's funny though. You get to say that, Scott, and there's not a group of people here to say, "Well, you just want to hate dog."
That's true. You just want to hate dog.
You're just a dirty dog hater, bro.
I kind of wanted to go back, kind of loop around to, we were talking about metaphorical Christians. Basically Christians who take the Bible and they look at things a little bit more metaphorical, or there's more surface area across the Bible, shall we say, that they take as metaphor or analogy or something like that, rather than a literal fundamentalist type of interpretation. And getting back to moral reasoning, which is something that James and I were talking about earlier in this live stream, it seems like the place where, after toddlerhood, after being, kindergarten, elementary age, the place that these more metaphorical Christians, they get the goodness and the love and the hugs and the peaceful music from looking at their Christian people around them and emulating the things that they feel like they should emulate, and not emulating the negative, more judgy things, usually. But it seems like the fundamentalists, after elementary, junior high, or whatever, start scouring the Bible rather than the people around them for their moral development. In other words, they're not looking to have goodness and love and what I call humanism, shall we? The love of one human towards another, even though they may not be related to them. They don't look to them, but they look to interesting interpretations, or should we say unique interpretations, definitely minority interpretations of the Bible for that. In other words, there's a point where even they'll tell you, don't look to man, look to God. And what they mean is look to a fundamentalist interpretation of the Bible, for the choices you make. And that is why fundamentalism needs to be refuted. It needs to be fought against, because number one, it's become part of our legal system, and number two, it's just not the way to arrive at the highest and the best moral decisions. that we're going to need to make in a 21st. We're using 12th century mentality in a 21st century world, and that's just not going to work. Can I get an amen?
Amen. I agree.
Okay, well, good.
Amen.
I agree.
You won't get you'll get one from us.
But
yeah, I mean, it's that's what happens is what you're saying is the ones that stop taking the cues from the human beings around them, or they start taking cues from a very select group of human beings, and they start getting all their information from the Bible. Then yeah, they can go astray, because up until a certain point that you were talking about, all their cues are coming from people that are displaying their human qualities to them. They're not, some of them may attribute what they're doing to their religion, but really what it is, it's the fact that they grew up in society and they grew up with other human beings, and that's where it all came from. But
indeed.
All right, y'all. Derek should be in here with me.
Oh, Derek.
Hang on
Can
a
you hear
sec. Yeah, no, he can't. Give me a sec. Wait. Hang on, not yet.
This is
sorry, not for you guys. Just give me a sec yet.
So yeah, when they say we have to go ahead.
We're all waiting on Thor.
We're all waiting on Thor.
I just can't believe how seamlessly the two audio streams are coming together. I mean, because I can hear them, and they seem to be able to hear us really good in that other.
Yeah, they work together good, but I don't know how to be more like Jay, and we should all be more like Jay, in that he can get on StreamYard and be on Gather. Or is that correct, Jay?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the.
So I don't know what's happening, but when I'm on StreamYard and in Gather, in like a room in Gather, then
just 12
then I echo in
participants.
StreamYard.
Yeah, the people in Gather, we're all sitting around a like a command center type table. we look like superheroes in a room. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. You can see, look across and you see other people in the virtual room with you.
The interface for Gather it looks like a Pokemon game,
where's James?
Like a Game Boy type game, and like everybody's walking around in like a 2D type of town. That's why it's called Gather Town.
Yeah, all right, guys, give me one
It's pretty cool. And then we all can sit at a table, and then this other interface comes up, and we can see all our screens.
All I keep thinking about is this comedian I was listening to the other day, and he's like something about this and saying, where else you could all sit at a table and converse, like in the real world. but I guess you can't converse with people all the way around the world, and
exactly
around a real table. Yeah,
right. Like this is made for this type of situation where you got a whole bunch of people around the world, but also
so like literally it says I can interact.
What's
hit
up?
X.
Oh
yeah. Hang on one sec. That's Derek.
Hey, Derek.
Let me take.
Yeah, they're getting it sorted out.
Yeah, we're getting it sorted out.
So, when they say something like we have to refer to the authority of the Bible, what they or
all right, so I got James coming through there. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's why.
there?
Give me a sec.
We lost James.
Oh my gosh, we lost.
Yeah. Jay, what you doing, bro?
My bad.
You killed James.
We looked for him all day yesterday. Come on.
Oh yeah,
they killed
we did.
James.
All right, I got it going.
Fifth Avenue.
All right, Derek, can you hear me?
Sorry
all right.
about that. Anyway.
So I don't think anybody can hear me.
Just put the message. James, you back?
I don't know. Am I back?
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you,
I can
James.
hear you.
Yeah. You're back.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah.
That's close.
It's starting to give me like a.
I'm right next to you, dude.
All right, great. Can you hear me?
There. Perfect. All right. Derek, come over here. Get out of there. Get out of abort. Come to me. Come back to me in the greeting area. Click on me. Just click on me and click follow if you see me on the participants list. Go to participants. I am Most High Apostle. So right click on my name and then click follow. Yeah, there you go. You're good. Oh yeah, AR's coming too. The welcoming committee's coming. There we go. All right, now I can. All right, check. Derek, is that you?
Yeah, I'm following you, dude.
All right, good. All right, we got it worked out. All right, so hang on a sec, man. This is fun. So AR is up in here too, so we're good. We're good to go. All right, so this is a little different. So the way this works is, like I said,
I can't hear Jay.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, well, I could hear you, man, Derek.
He said he can't hear me.
By the way.
Oh, I was muted. Can you hear me now? Yeah, you can. Great. All right. So the thing about this, that was the problem before, is that it's proximity based, and that just means that if I walk away from you, you won't be able to hear me as well, right? So if I'm gonna count to 10, I'm gonna count down from 10 to 1. As I do so, I'm gonna walk away and then back towards you. You'll notice you can hear me, then you can't, then you can again. 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, actually, you're following me. You're following
I'm not playing
me.
that game.
Yeah, all right. So look, that's how it works. All right, but you notice we can't hear them. So that's how it works. The other thing is, anytime you get into a space that looks like it's sectioned off, see how it lit up? Mm-hmm. That's private. So just like being in a Zoom, have you ever been in like a breakout room in Zoom where you
just dropped me off at the damn place? Oh no, you're with me. Okay.
Yeah. Now that's what I mean. So you know how Zoom has breakout rooms?
Yeah.
That's what this is. We just entered a breakout room. But the breakout room is this table. So it's like we're sitting at this bench together, right?
Right.
And so that's why they pieced out, because it's like, oh, now Derek and Jay are having a little private meeting.
Right.
All right.
I needed a blowjob.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is.
And I actually do use private meetings for my little online dates. You know what I mean? You got to get the little private stream. Hey. All right. But go ahead and click that follow thing again so you don't have to mouse around. And then
off of you?
Yeah, follow me. Yep.
Stop following or
no,
keep following?
do follow. Keep follow.
Oh,
yeah.
it's still. I haven't clicked.
Yeah, that way you don't have to like mouse around. And I'll give you the quick tour.
Okay.
All right. So this is where the magic happens after hours, because
I hear more than one person.
this is like our cheers bar. Oh, you can? That's because I got other people going. I don't know. You shouldn't hear anybody else now. But yeah, this is where. Oh wait, I gotta let them talk to each other. Never mind. Hang on. But yeah, you said you hear more people.
Hello?
Nah, there shouldn't be anybody else in here.
Yeah, I don't hear anybody now.
Okay, you're good. You're good. All right, so this is our bar, dude. And what's awesome is, you see that RM Raw video? RM Brown, rather.
Where's that at?
It should be at the. Yeah, you can play that. So that's just like a projection. The idea is that it's activating from that TV you see.
Right.
And it just gives you so you can just put videos there if you want to put so like we'll probably, now that you're officially in here, we'll probably make sure that's got Mythvision down here for people to watch your whatever you've done, right? So we can just go and change that, and then we'll make it like your latest podcast or whatever.
That's cool.
And then also that's kind of our theme song. I'll just play it for a second, but if you play that Cheers theme song, it'll play our Cheers theme.
I need to play it?
You don't have to, but you can if you want.
The world today takes everything you've got.
Right, it's the Cheers theme. It's like our theme song here. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. You don't have that problem. Everybody here already knows your name, so that's good. But But that's where, like, if you were to come in that night, like where we watch football and wrestling and movies and stuff, it's normally in that Cheers bar.
Right. Now, can I get this on my phone?
Yes, you can do this on your phone. There's also an app for your computer, and I use it on my phone, my tablet, and my PC.
Okay, Gather Town. What's it called on the
phone? It's just through Google Chrome. You'll want to use Chrome on your phone.
Okay.
And then also on your tablet.
So I could just open up.
Yeah, I do this a lot of times to be in multiple spaces at once, or to monitor it from multiple accounts. Because like I leave the bot sometimes streaming the content, and then I'll move around and do different things. But yeah, I'll just give you the quick overview. Also, you can scroll with your mouse wheel. Let me know if that's working. If not, it just means you don't have
mouse wheel.
Yeah, does your mouse wheel let you scroll?
I can go in and out, like zoom in and see
yeah, that's what I mean. Zoom. Yep.
Yeah.
So you can zoom out to see the room better.
I feel like I'm playing the first Zelda.
That's the vibes. That's the vibes.
That was my favorite one. Okay, I dig it. So I'm following you.
Yep. So these are all games. So these are all games. Like all these stations are different games.
Nice.
And then some of them is stuff that we've added. Like we made the pool tables real by like adding our own pool app and stuff like that. I have this stream. You've been to the casino theater, right? The arcade stream.
Yeah,
you've come through. Like this is a room for that. So like we call this the steam room. If you hang on. If you hit X on that note, it's just a link that'll like bring up your Steam account.
Okay.
Now you're gonna be the boss in this room because this room is also where I want people to do like real console gaming. Okay. So like you should get in here. Like Lena's in here. Like the people who play first person shooters. Like this is the room for that. Come in here and have a PlayStation party or your Xbox party or whatever. This is another big room you can stream from where everybody can get on stream. So let's say you're doing a first-person shooter. Like if you're streaming it from here, and all you got to do is share your screen, right? Like you know how to share your screen. So you just share your screen as you're playing your game, and then everybody will jump in and we can talk to you and cheer you on.
Why do I hear people?
Why do you hear people?
Yeah, I hear like.
Oh, you know what? Because I have them going to your thing. Sorry. I didn't take them out of your thing. That's my bad. They should be gone now.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad.
Okay. No. I just was wondering, like, you made it sound like they shouldn't.
You kept saying it, and I was like, why is he hearing them? All right, so now they're gone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was just the people who were doing the stream. I'm crossing it up for them, right? Like I'm logged into Gather with my bot, so that bot is in the office. And that's where everybody is talking to James, and I'm called in to James's StreamYard. Okay. And then on my stream, I have you and me on a private third mix. So they can all hear and talk to each other, but right now, neither can hear or talk to me or you.
Can they hear us?
They could hear me, unfortunately. No.
Now I can't hear you.
No, they can't. They can't hear us. They can't hear us. They can't hear me. And
this is pretty cool, dude. It's like Discord on steroids.
Yeah, it's sweet. Hang on.
So how do
I think they can hear you. Hang on. Let's take them out of there. All right. Now they can't. Say something. You're going there. Boom. Sorry. Okay. Good. Got it. Fixed it. Boom. You're perfect. Okay. Yeah. Now nobody can hear you except me.
So this is a really complicated.
No. Thing. My mixer's complicated.
Okay.
And I'm doing 3 things at once. This is like using Zoom. This is yeah. It was only complicated because I got 4 mixes going. I got the stream going. Yeah, I got a big mixer. What do you do at home? You got like you got like a headphone mix, and then you got something going to your stream.
No, nothing.
You use StreamYard.
I use StreamYard. That's it.
And then you just fire your camera directly in. People call in if you need them to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do call-ins like that. It's usually I'll just pull them up like StreamYard has. But I am trying to do a call-in show when I get back from Israel. I'm going to start doing like a call-in, kind of like what you see with the Atheist Experience. And
Yeah,
we'll see
dude.
how it goes.
Yeah, I'm about 2 Mythvision appearances away from 10,000 subscribers.
Right? That's it. You'll blow up if you get a good one. You come on and blow their minds.
Like, that's it.
So show me around real quick, just so I know how to get in there, and take me to the room where I can say hey, and then I do need to get off.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Appreciate you doing this. But yeah, this is if you come in here and play games, you go to any of these booths, right? They're all private areas. I'm just showing you this one because it's the biggest one.
Right.
The corner booths are also pretty big too. There's something else important to show you. My favorite card game is Pinochle. I won't give you the whole breakdown of this room, but it's like a little Pinochle school. You just might see me on stream in this room a lot, and I just want you to know where it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so I could find you if I ever
jump
on the stream.
Exactly.
Instead of being in the chat, having to say, send me a link or something.
Exactly. That's the vibe. Once you have the link, you can just find us.
Cheers. Speakeasy.
So here's the thing. Another thing you probably want to do, see that spotlight tile? See it says you're broadcasting to everyone in this room?
Mm-hmm.
This is super dope. This makes it like going to a bar, club, or restaurant because it's like you're broadcasting to everybody else. And if they're in any of their private booths, then they can hear you, but you can't hear them.
They can hear us.
Yeah, but you won't be able to hear them. And I've actually put a bunch of spotlighted tiles around this, so you could do like a panel discussion or whatever. It's sort of like when you go to a restaurant, right? Everybody can hear the singer and the band, but you can only talk to the people around you. So it gives them kind of like that private viewing party experience, right? Which is going to be dope because the other thing I wanted to tell you is we don't ever get copyright strikes here.
Right.
And so you still got to be careful about what you're showing on YouTube. Do you see down next to your name where it says your name and then there's like a little pencil that says personal menu?
Yes.
Click that. You can, if you want to, put something like live or live on YouTube in there.
Uh-huh.
And that'll let people know that you're broadcasting.
Your status.
Yeah. But
now, how come
go ahead.
my video's in the bottom left corner and not up there at the top where you are?
That's where it's supposed to be. If you go over to meeting view, if you go to the top right corner, there's something called meeting view next to the left-hand side of the chat. Click on that. That's important, right? Because now this is just like Zoom or Gather or Restream, any of those sort of services, which is why I do most of my shows through there. What I really do is I have a link called the Cafe. And that's where I'll share that one. You'll see it. It's at the bottom of your email. It's like the very last one. That's the one we share with anybody. So if I want to talk to a right winger or a Hovind fan or just anybody, we drop that link on them. They come through. We have fun. And then all these links, nobody shares. And so these are like super safe spaces. Right? But yeah, so we're in here, just so you know, almost round the clock. I literally stream overnight in here every night. And then we do wrestling pay-per-views, boxing, football, sports, basketball, video games. Because literally when we're in here, everybody's streaming their own thing, doing what they want. Yeah. So that's why I'm telling you this, like, bro, because if you see I'm not on YouTube, I'm on YouTube a lot less, and I'm in here.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing is people will send you more money this way, Derek. Because you're hanging out with your super fans.
Well, yeah. I'm not really like
I know you're not that guy. I just wanted to throw it out there to everybody because it's like I always tell people like I want to watch the fight with Derek. I want to see Derek play some games, and so it gives people like just like your Patreon, kind of like a more exclusive front row seat type experience. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So I'll take you back up where everybody's and you can say hi.
Cool. I'm following you, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Who's that?
That's AR. AR, follow me.
Okay, cool.
When you get logged in to all of your spaces, you're like you said, right? There's like 5 links, right? You'll have a link to the BUNDY Beach, which is where they park. You can think of it as a tent town where they sleep in these little tents, and you have overnight streams. And I'll give you the tour of these different spaces when you first log in there. I'll take you around. The residence, the BUNDY residence, is actually like a mystery mansion. So there's secret rooms and passages, and we'll do some fun events in there. The church is where we do the Cult of the Flying Man. So I do a lot of my shows and stuff from there. So if you ever catch me live and want to join in on something, you'll see that we'll be at the church. And then there's also the cafe and the university. So if you actually want to navigate on the map, what you do is you come to this area. If you scroll out, you'll see the bridges, right? So it's pretty easy to find everything because you come here.
Church, Olympic Park, university.
Yeah, and that's it. So once you enter your passwords, you go to those bridges, a little menu, a little pop-up comes up, you hit enter, and it transports you magically to those places. So they're just portals, you can think of them as. So there's a bridge, and there's the residence portal, and then when you go under that little magic tent, it'll take you to the tent town. Now, the other thing is after you get logged in, there's a home page. So when you first log in to Gather, there'll be a home page, and it'll show you how many people are in all of the places. So if you want to go from place to place, you can always just go to your home menu down at the bottom and then just jump into different places. Think about it like going to like a Discord where you can jump from room to room.
It's a shortcut. Yeah.
It's a shortcut, exactly. But I like to show people where the navigation points are on the map so they don't feel like they need a map to know how to get from space to space. If you want to just get from space to space, you come here, there's either a bridge or a portal to everywhere else you need to go. That's why we call that's why I say come in here first, because this is the compound and we consider it the home. Basically, during the day, I keep it simple. During the day, we're in the virtual office, right? That's what this main space is. It's the virtual office. That's why we're all here together. We work regardless of what type of work you do. You come here, hang out. You could come in here and just edit videos and chit chat and jump on our streams and stuff like that. And then at night we go into the saloon and we're either in the gaming room or we're in Cheers bar watching TV, playing games, watching movies overnight. And then literally I let it run overnight. So if you ever want to just lurk and watch some weird movies, then we're probably in here getting busy. But yeah, I'll take you in the office, say hi to the gang, and let you go. Thanks so much, Derek.
Yeah, bro.
All right, there's nothing really going on. You can actually unfollow me and head in there, and I'll probably have to do some messing around with my sound settings, but go ahead. You should be fine if you just head in there and say hi to everybody. You should be good to go.
Okay, bro.
Thanks a lot, Derek.
Thank you.
All right, let me get my sound settings right. On Most High Apostle, I want to go back to... I probably dropped James's stream when I left. Oh no, I had James on 3-4. Let me see what happened, because I haven't seen. Oh, there is some James coming through. Let me go ahead and.
Hearing everybody and Gather, I heard everything you just said, Derek, and I'm on the stream on YouTube.
Yeah, all right, so Gather should be going, it's 5-6, should be going to restream, and me. All right, can you guys hear me?
It is very Zelda-like, too.
And then
I like Zelda, yeah.
So did I.
And then I had Derek coming through there.
Now,
I don't want
the thing
to
is, looks like Captive Desk / Dave is on StreamYard, as well as Jay Bundy, Pocket Locker 86. I don't know if they've been talking or not, but I haven't heard.
No, he hasn't been. He's just been watching.
Okay.
Well,
Cool.
yeah,
I've got-
I think
I've
been navigating.
I've got my 2 cents when we get a break in the conversation about what James was talking about.
Now that's a nice picture.
Thank
yeah,
you.
his pond behind him that he made himself. It's got real life fish in it and everything. A bunch of them.
Well, I don't want to throw in that when tempers flare in a lot of things. It's when things get personal, and I like to make the distinction that I am anti-theism. I'm not anti-theist, because it's nothing personal, and many people convert and change their minds and their beliefs and everything. So it's you got to make it clear that you're just addressing points of the beliefs, asking questions, and then say, hey, please and thank you, and have a nice day.
Okay, just to let you guys know, I just wanted to see how this thing works, and I'll probably pop in from time to time. Thank you for allowing me to come in here and hang out. And I need to get off for the day, though. It's been a full day here.
Oh, sure.
I look forward to seeing what Derek will do with this space.
Thank you.
All right, Derek, have a great evening, man.
Thanks a lot, Derek. Appreciate you guys. No worries. Thanks so much.
Great to have you.
All right, bye.
Never an interruption. We're always welcome you.
Thanks, Derek.
Okay,
so I'm proud of us all that we were able to like.
I'm still going to need to figure out how I can get onto StreamYard and to Gather without me hearing echoes.
I'm gonna go in there.
I'm going to mute myself because of that darn dog.
So I'm watching everybody navigate on stream. I'm on
So I'm gonna do my
YouTube
mic
stream,
there.
and I see all of your like little green dots with your names and everything, and you're all moving around. But when you go into these rooms, you guys, you're going in and then
I'm
you're in a
thinking
room, right? It's not just this overview that I'm seeing that you're looking through.
Aux output.
So they're in a virtual room, and if they go into a different room,
and I mute
then
the
usually the only people that
microphone.
can hear them are whoever's in the room with them.
And then
So if they go to a different room, then
Myron bot.
then it affects who they can hear and who they can't hear.
But like,
And
okay, so but like I'm
Myron
seeing, like they were
Bot
saying
is
about
saying
Zelda, like I'm
gather
seeing a whole
5,
like a
6.
map of different rooms and
5,
stuff.
6.
But
and
when
Myron
they're
Bot
in a
stayed
room,
in
are they
the
looking
room.
at this map too, or are they actually in a
And
virtual
then
reality
when
room,
I go
actually
in,
with their avatars sitting around the table?
No, they see the same thing that we see, except they
Oh,
don't
okay.
see it in this window. Yeah,
I've got to mute Myron bot.
that would be cool if it created a virtual environment. But the technology hasn't developed to that part yet, to that point.
Oh, okay.
All right, can everybody hear me? That's the new question.
Yep.
All right.
Hear you loud and clear, Mr. Pocket.
So Jay was saying before, the reason they chose an 8-bit aesthetic is so that it's easy on people's computer systems or phones or tablets.
All
'Cause
that
they go
type of
with
stuff.
something-
Yeah.
Yeah, because they go with something really high res, then people with a powerful computer are going to love that. But then people that are just trying to get in there with their phone or their tablet, it's not going to load it. It'll be too much graphic
Yeah, people with their Walmart special laptops.
Yeah, right. So that's why they went with that.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
It might be better than StreamYard from what I'm seeing. I mean, because if you can also stream with this app, it looks pretty freaking good, actually.
So I don't know how to stream from it except to use StreamYard. So like I go into the
So okay. So that's these are great things to bring up. So number one, James is right. There's no. It's not a streaming platform. So. And maybe they'll fix that and give you a way. I mean, it wouldn't be much harder. You just got to have a place to plug in a stream key and go live. But you'll notice that there's no go live, there's no record features or any of that. But I think it's much better. So, James, you're doing it the right way, which is you share your screen, which I kind of think is advantageous because it means you can stream however you want to stream, right? So, like today. You and I are sort of getting the audio worked out, and basically what it is if you don't mind, I would actually suggest, if you wouldn't mind, end your stream 10 or 15 minutes early today, so I can go over a couple things with you. That'd be great. Just technical stuff, right, to make this easier in the future. But yeah, otherwise, that's the easy way to do it. And then even if you say move on to say using OBS because you want to do more fancy overlay stuff, or you decide to use Restream so you can be on multiple platforms, this part of your workflow won't change. I also think it's better for the sheer number limit, right? OBS is a sorry. Most of these competitors, whether it's what is it? StreamYard or Whereby or Restream, they have pretty strict limits of 6 people you can have on at once, and then even if you pay, you can get up to like maybe 10 people, right? Whereas Gather, their free servers are 20 to 25 people simultaneously, right? So the sheer numbers of it, I think, are great, right? The interactivity of it, I think, is next level. Like, again, it really brings out the community aspect. Like right now, UC Love is streaming and big thing. Once everybody kind of feels comfortable and gets the hang of it, sharing their screen, it becomes really great. Because actually, the thing I'll show you is Voice Meter, and what it does is it gives you a couple separate audio mixes, James, and lets you separate your sources. And when people get that figured out, it's really great. So, for instance, when we did the pay-per-view for the wrestling, I was live. And when I'm live streaming, I can't show the wrestling pay-per-view, right? Because that would be hella illegal. So instead, Stupid Horror Energy just started it. And so then everybody's, hanging out with her, watching the wrestling pay-per-view, and then probably streaming me on their second device or whatever. And then I came, got my audio set up, figured out and right. And then I just said, okay, I'll take over. You guys can listen to me now. And people just pulled up my screen, and I wrote out the rest of it. She went back to work. And then, like, when I do the overnight stream now, it used to be I did the overnight stream and, the overnight crowd was in the chat, Joel, Nerdy, whoever was there. Now we do the overnight streams. We're doing movie nights. We can watch whatever we want, Netflix, HBO, doesn't matter, right? And then I do a playlist and it's movies, movies everybody's heard of and stuff, no big deal. And everybody's chatting. It's like a movie party. It's like having all your friends together in a room. And so everybody's talking to each other, and if you want to be on camera, you're on camera, and if you don't want to watch the movie, if Lena is streaming a video game, Lena will just stream her video game, right? And you can watch Lena instead, and we're all kind of chatting, and then sometimes Lena can just chat with Carrie Ann, and Carrie Ann will tell her which role to play in the game and what outfit to pick, and so everything is super interactive. And then the other thing that I'll mention that people may not be thinking about is they try to encourage you to use good social skills. So because you have the proximity thing, like you just saw with Derek, and I would have done it with Scott too had I known he was going to sneak in, but he's fine. I actually left, right? I was able to leave my stream going through Myron bot so you guys could all hear each other. I used the bots through my second account so that, the stream doesn't get interrupted. But then I left with my avatar to go meet Derek, right? That way, that the first time Derek logs in, he's not in a waiting area by himself. And that's just kind of like if a friend came to visit your office or your home for the first time, you wouldn't just be on a different floor, right? You'd meet them in the greeting area. You'd greet them at the door, right? And help them take their coat off and show them around, right?
Like earlier, we went over to the desk area, Scott and I, so we could talk about what to do and gather.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly right. So it encourages that kind of socialization. It's the idea of I miss the company of my company, and now you have these organic run-ins, and then it also wants you to do things like walk around together and say, hey, we're at the desk together now, but if we're going to all eat together, let's have a pizza party, and then we'll go over to the virtual cafe and eat pizza, so there's that sort of virtual localization, right? That I'll talk about just quickly as related to, say, dating. We talk about dating and relationships, social dynamics, right? Quick example. James, I walk up to you because I think you're a hot chick. I'm sadly going to find out I'm sadly mistaken, but I won't find that out till later. And I'm talking to you, and when I walk up to you, you don't know who I am from Adam, right? But I introduce myself kind of nicely. I got some decent cologne on. I'm dressed all right, and you know, I get you to have a conversation with me, and you decide in your head you're willing to spend maybe 15 minutes talking to me because you are at the mall. You're not in a rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, rather than sitting here trying to talk your ear off for 15 minutes, as I would do on your channel, clearly, I instead just say, hey, I was headed over to Orange Julius. You want to come get a shake with me? And you're like, sure, why not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now
I want an Orange Julius.
Exactly.
I know, right? Sounds good.
Well, right. So now, we're having, we call this an instant date, right? Because now instead of just standing here having this conversation, we're about to go get an Orange Julius together, and that's going to create this wonderful memory of us sitting down and having an Orange Julius together, right? But it gets better. Now, instead of us spending this 15 minutes in just one place awkwardly outside some kiosk at the mall, we're actually going to go, sit down face to face and enjoy our Orange Julius. But it gets better. When I walked up to you and introduced myself, we were strangers, right?
Right.
But what is the teller, the cashier at the Orange Julius see?
Two people that they are going to assume are friends at the very least.
As friends at the very least. If not, they assume we're on a date, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're an item or a couple, or like you said, at the very least, people there are going to assume know each other. And so, they treat us a little bit differently. And to everybody else in this mall, for all they know, we were just meeting each other up, and now we're together, right? And so it creates that. And now you subconsciously are what? You're comfortable with people assuming that you're with me. I've just Jedi mind tricked you into an instant date and nothing bad happened. And that's all I have to do. All I have to do is literally order some Orange Julius with you, sit down and spend the next 15 minutes sucking down these drinks without any tragedy happen. And you will, right? Because immediately who do I become? Of all your options, I become the option you already have all this information about. I already know he's sociable. I already know he's, has decent humanity skills. I already know he was willing to buy me an Orange Julius. I already know he didn't creep me out when I sat down and had this pleasant chair, maybe even pulled out the chair for me, right? So they've now got all this information. So now when they go to the club tonight or whatever, all these other dudes feeling kind of risky and you've already got their phone number and you guys are having a pleasant text. Hey, it was nice to meet you today. We should grab dinner sometime, right? And then you might even walk them to their car, right? You still didn't violate their 15. It might take 20 now. Might take 30, right? So you get extra time built in there, and you get all these little extra trips, right? Gather gives you the same thing. Let's sit together. I'm coding. You're working on your blog. Oh, James, let's grab some lunch. I'm grabbing a pizza. What are you doing? I made some leftover spaghetti. Cool. Let's go to Cheers Bar later. We're going to watch Cheers, watch a movie. Cool. I'll see you tomorrow. Right? Now it's like a whole virtual life together, right?
Right.
Rather than just showing up at the same stream in the chat. So yeah, I didn't. That's my Gather commercial. I'm not sponsored, but those are some of the things I think about that I'm happy to share while both of us are in here chilling.
Yeah, appreciate that. I do.
And sorry about. I didn't mean to start trouble on your channel, James. I felt bad about that. That's never my goal. But I'm glad it got worked out. Yeah.
We were all coming from a different place, and we arrived at the same place, so that's what matters. So, and it was a good experience for me too. Like, it's growing pains, right? It's kind of like the thing with Otangelo the other day. Like, until Otangelo the other day, I've never muted anybody on my channel. I've never done it. Never removed anybody. Never muted anybody. And he forced me into that role, and I wasn't comfortable with it at first, but I quickly got used to it because it just had to happen. There had to be the adults in the room, and it was at first he was agreeable to it. Like, he didn't complain. Like, whenever he'd talk over somebody, I'd mute him just for a few seconds and I'd unmute him. No problem. And then if he got worse about it, I'd mute him for longer. No problem. But then he started, like, unmuting himself after I'd mute him. And I'd mute and he'd hit unmute. And I'd mute and he'd hit unmute. And it was like this, like, bam, 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 bam. He was, like, fighting over whether or not he could have mic powers. And it's my channel. And that's when I removed him from the stream. And I put him in backstage. And I was gonna move him back to the stream afterwards. I just, you know, I had to take that power away from him because he was abusing it. And I didn't like being in that situation, but he gave me an opportunity to become a better host, to become a better moderator, right? By putting me in that role. And for me, it was a growing. I could do this, right? And today we had a clash, right? Because we were coming from different places. And again, it put me in a situation where I had to moderate. And I wasn't angry about it at all. I'm not mad at anybody for it. But it's like, it's part of the job to host a stream. It's part of what I'm supposed to do. And when I first came into streaming like a couple months ago and started my own channel, I had this pretty unrealistic idea about how it was going to go, right? And you know, reality kind of taps me on the shoulder sometimes, says, no, you've got a job to do, buddy. You've got responsibilities. Sit up, pay attention. And I'm like, yep. So, you know, for me, it's been a growing experience, and I'm ironically glad for the opportunities. And,
yeah. I remember when, like, you were, you know, first doing, like, hero support on my channel, and, you know, you would just call in regularly, and you were real passive. But that was part of why I got to the point where I was just like, okay, I'm going to leave now and just leave James here. You know, because, and you were always ready to fill as much time as needed, but I just realized that that's part of the skill that I think you need to have to do what you do or what Gin and Truth does. Now, if you want to make tightly produced Apologia videos that are scripted and written out, that's a different path. But what we do is, like, you're live, you're almost doing the Rush Limbaugh thing where you're maybe live almost every day for sometimes an ungodly number of hours, and you've just got to get good on your toes. But you always handled it super well. And even now, I think people don't understand how that's a gift. So the gift of you is that you can do that, and sometimes, you know, the more tightly produced scripted thing is just a different type of thing. But yeah, and then also I think part of what we're after, I think part of the reason I'm glad that we're not so focused on growing the numbers is the craft of broadcasting. You know, that's something I'm incredibly serious about, and it's something worth taking seriously and trying to get your 10,000 hours in, right? And so if you are doing, you know, 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's 10 hours a week times 50 weeks, that's 500 hours a year, something like that, right? Like it gets, you know, and we're crushing that 500, right? And then it's not that you don't have all this. First of all, I don't think there's a magic number, right? But it's more of a mentality, right? And then you've got all your experience writing and blogging and sales and all of these other things, right? And me, I'm trying to put together all my skills, anthropology and science and community organizing and ministering and all of these things. So I'm happy to have a friend like you out here. And also, I was just going to say two things. One, this is one thing I loved about Rebecca. Rebecca held down difficult situations on her stream quite regularly, often when she was not treated well on her own stream. And I'm not talking about the comment section. I'm talking about the people on the panel. You and I have been there together when this has happened to her.
Right.
And I learned early on that you can build a person. You can kick a person. If I don't want you on my stream, I'm going to kick you. If I put you in the back, I'm just, you know, it's the equivalent of a mute or a timeout. And it's just to get control of the situation.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Like when I move people there, I'm not trying to punish anybody at all. It's not about punitive to me.
Right.
I'm not trying to pay anybody back or make them suffer. I just need that time out, right? Like I just need for everybody to have that reset where we proceed in a structured way. So.
Or you may need it just to give yourself a moment to think or something, right? Or
I'll admit I needed that too. I needed to okay, let me think about this for a second.
Yeah.
So
and then I tried to, as a panelist, knowing they'd still get heated sometimes, I wanted to be safe for her to mute. And sometimes that was a real challenge for me because I was in panels of her channel where people were literally not giving me space to say anything and then talking about evolutionary biology in front of me like, is anybody going to play Ask a Biologist anytime soon?
Hey, can I ask a question about that? You're talking about Rebecca.
Sure.
People were talking about in the chat too. Is like, so is that why Rebecca ended up quitting doing the YouTube thing because of the stream you're talking about, where everybody was disrespectful to her?
No, I think it's a bigger thing than that. But I think that people certainly think that her frustrations, feeling like she wasn't getting anywhere, I think is more something she was definitely comfortable speaking about publicly, and. Yeah,
some people blame me.
Yeah, hey, James, they're never going to give us the satisfaction, but I think we are going to have to be honest about our influence, and I hope that we have more of that, right? I hope there are more apologists who get hit with the call to the flying man and get booted.
Don't leave out us in the Atheist of the Month Club.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everybody wants a piece of that action, right? Yeah, like because doesn't that allow us to say what we're doing is effective? Same way they get to say, hey, I brought in a new recruit. Hey, I brought my friend to church this week. Hey, you know what I mean? We should get to say, hey, there's one less apologist out there sitting on some bullshit this week than there was last week. And if we had something to do with that, then amen, hallelujah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Let me tell you, like with Rebecca, I met her in a chat. And the discussion was, why aren't more, non-believers coming into the chat? And I said, because usually we get blocked or called demons. And Rebecca said, if you come on my stream, I won't block you and I won't call you a demon. And I said, okay, I'll follow you. So that was our deal.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think she lived.
He didn't block me or call me a demon, right? And I was a loyal viewer. So
she was a really great broadcaster. Also, James, I think different arrangements get known over time. In my channel, in my stream, people know James Apperson has panel privileges most people don't have. If you're in our gather, you have privileges, right? Carrie Ann does not ask for permission to call in. Nor if she gets into and starts telling a 10-minute story, will she ask permission to talk that long. Neither will Wayne, right? Because people just know these are friends, these are family, they're always welcome, and they're never on the clock, right? But also I have down in my description, hey, subscribe to my co-host and mods, and your channel's right there. Today, your stream didn't get to see that. They also didn't get to see where you came in knowing that I was live already because you had already been in my live chat, right? So you're going, I'm getting to go live and I want to jump in here. And I already know Jay's live. And, of course, Jay's going to be filibustering because you already know I'm live doing a show, right? And then you're coming in basically like, is it okay if I stream here? And we're like, James, that's extra courteous of you. You don't have to do that. But sure, and if you want to, go ahead and throw up a live status update, right? And so before you even went live, you already knew. And I'm just saying your audience and probably Johnny and a lot of other people, if they just are watching from the James Apperson side of the fence, they didn't get to see that. And so they're not used to that yet. And then also maybe that's one thing we want to do is start to give you a list of myself, Derek, Cameron, all these other people that, you might be essentially co-hosting or co-streaming with the live. Put our links in your description template. And then you can just say to people, hey, this is one of my co-hosts or one of my good friends, and they're live too. We're co-streaming or whatever. And it'll just give people sort of a heads up that, this other person's live. And I could have done better, right? I could have came in and say, when I called into the show and just reminded everybody, say, hey, I'm live too, in case anybody's wondering, right? So I could get better. We're all learning together, like you always say, right? And today was our first day trying something, and we mostly got the audio signals crossed. A couple of drops there on my end. We mostly got the conversational things worked out. A couple of drops there, but we're cripping community revolution in progress. So this is the in progress part. Couple months from now, people will be like, God, they make that look so easy. Yeah, well, it's practice.
Yep. Right. And I was glad to see Derek rolling through here. Derek, for anybody that doesn't know, is the central hub of our community. He's, at least as I see it, he is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you hurting some of them PineCreeksters' feelings out there.
I just kicked my laptop across the room. I'd go bigger. Hey, I just wanted to say, just to jump in on what you guys were talking about, is if you want to see, and James could probably attest to this, but if you want to see like the highest production values of all time for streams, then you got to go over to Counting the Days on Sundays, because I find a way to fuck that up every week, but sometimes it's pretty comical. I'll go to play a video or something, and I'm getting all kinds of messages. Oh, we're not seeing anything.
Yeah, it happens. I did that. I do overnight streams. I've been doing overnight streams every night for months, to the point where the only time something goes wrong is, the computer blue screens, or the power goes out, or there's an issue with the internet. It's usually not technical. And last night I just used a browser I shouldn't use. It didn't share, so I was playing the audio for movies overnight with a black screen. It just...
Wow. And
literally I just woke up, looked at it. Wrong browser, Jay. That's it. Like, I know the problem is it's nothing. It's just you're tired. Oh, and normally I don't have that problem with Chrome, right? I know I'm going to have that issue when I'm streaming like YouTube TV. I wasn't expecting to have it because the movies were playing on YouTube. I didn't know YouTube would have the same browser filter. All right, cool. From now on, always use Firefox, y'all. If you're screen sharing, just always use Firefox. You take it on the chin and move. And actually, it's an opportunity, right? Because then we talked about, what kind of communication I could have with the mods, so they could let me know in the future something like that happens. Okay, when Carrie Ann's ready, she could just take over the stream, right? Also, okay, let's get the mods logged into the account so they could get in there and change the playlist when needed. So, you take each challenge as an opportunity to come up with a game plan and some contingency strategies, and then the next time it happens, you're a little bit more prepared.
Yep, it's a process.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's where we're at. So, we didn't completely stay on topic today. Indirectly, we accidentally did and didn't. But all this kind of relates back to the topic, right? It's about trying to foster the best possible community that we can. Best possible, not best period, right? Because it's always a work in progress.
All right, I got one more thing for you to do this, James.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say me and you are becoming the centerpieces of a very important community to people. You shouldn't overlook that. And for me, I was just going to say I have the privilege of, I was telling Gin and Truth over the weekend, like, he's genuinely my favorite streamer, right? And so to be able to host a show with him, knowing damn well he's my favorite streamer, is pretty awesome. But you're right there, right? That's why I put your stuff in the place. And even today, my plan every day is, if James is streaming, I could just listen to James while I work. And I think that's what a lot of us will be doing in the office, is we'll be listening to James Apperson all day while we work. And, I cannot tell you how many times your streams have influenced my thinking or my decision making or the direction I go with the content or the direction I go with the community. Because again, it's not mine, it's ours, right? And so you're sitting there like, if you're going to say these other people are pastors in the Cult of the Flying Man, then they've got to be able to steer. That's why Tux was made the lead pastor, right? Because he had the real vision of, if we're going to go at religion, then he felt strongly about, it's an evil so evil everybody thinks that it's good, and I want that to be central part of the message. That wasn't mine, so I was like, that's cool, let's ride with that, right? And then you came along with your unique voice, and So don't underestimate how much people need their James Apperson. Also, when you started your stream today, my stream just went in the toilet. You know,
well, people jumped over here.
Yeah, everybody.
Well, but they
everybody
knew they had
and me. So, yeah.
Yeah, they knew they kind of followed you over here. So, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I'm the apparently I'm the Bob Ross of Counter-Apologetics.
There it is, baby. yeah. So
it's fun.
And it's needed, right? Like every group has different dynamics. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's have happy little conversations.
Happy little conversations, bro.
Conversations.
Yeah, and then come over to Pocket Locker where me and Wayne are just beating people down mercilessly. You know, but you can't do that all day, right? So
can't do it all day. Gotta take a break. So we've got Kata in the house, and Nerdy Rodent. Jason Jacoby's still here with us. Like,
why are we talking if Kata's here?
I know, right?
Yeah, seriously. Also, Nerdy Rodent, who has way more subs than any of us, needs to be teaching us how to YouTube. But Nerdy, check your Discord because I'm trying to get you. We've been trying to get you and Gather, and I'm hoping. I think he said G and T is pretty cool. So hopefully, he's talking about Gin and Truth. Yeah. So Nerdy, we've been trying to get you desperately and Gather and Sobek. So please message me on my Discord. I can send you guys the invites via Discord. Same with Carol the Atheist. I'd be happy to send you an invite, but you need to come over to my Pocket Locker 86 channel and just drop the ! Discord. Send me a message on Discord. It's really important, too, because Discord is where we keep communication about Gathertown, right? We have a Bundy Ranch channel in Discord, so we get you in Discord, get you in Gather, you're all set up, ready to go. Dave, I think you're in, right?
Yep.
And Gather?
I'm there.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm on Discord.
Johnny, same thing. We'd be happy to have you. Just send me a message. Dave, you should check your messages. I'll check now and make sure I got you. Go ahead, James.
I went on there. I didn't see anything.
All right, I'm checking now.
Maybe I didn't look in the right spot.
I want to shout out to Kata.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear? You guys can hear Carrie Ann, right?
Well, I love our caterpillar.
Yeah, we all
do. Yeah.
But I'm not in chat to tell her hi because I can't do the two streams.
Carrie Ann's holding it down and Gather. I'm very selfish with my Carrie Ann.
Sorry.
Carrie Ann, I appreciate you staying in Gather when literally everybody else ditched to go to James Apperson's stream. No, that's fine. Listen, I always tell people, one, I like the challenge. Two, it makes me free to do what I want to do because, it's like, I don't like having to feel like I have to do what everybody wants to see. So for me, like today was all about actually getting some work done and having multiple people in the virtual office with me. So that was the goal. So having a few people and gathered throughout the day was the plan. And then everything was sort of a bonus. Yeah. So I'd rather see everybody come over and support you because you know how I feel. I feel like that's what stars do, right? My crew knows if I show up somewhere, go there. If I'm on Hot Program, go on Hot Program. If I'm on, Donnie's Debate, go to Donnie's channel, right? Because you want people to want to do work with you because that's good for their channel, right? The worst thing would be is if I came on here or I was live and you were live and then you felt like nobody was watching you because everybody was on my stream, right? I'd rather have it be the reverse every time. People will catch me later when they do. It's fine. Yeah. Sorry, James, you still there? Because it looks like everything froze on my end.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm here.
All right, Dave's here. Johnny's here.
Hey, Jay, I broke 20 subs.
Did you?
Really?
Congratulations, man. I think that first batch is the hardest, right?
Hey, I appreciate every one of them. It's awesome. You know what I mean? That, just anybody that watched my stuff, I appreciate it. There's my stuff. It's on the screen.
Nice.
Where's James?
That's on my Dave channel. That's just my personal stuff there.
We got to get James a wireless headset set up so that when he so that he can pace.
Hey, did you get my video, Jay, with Steven Anderson getting tased?
Is it on your channel, or is it the one
It's on. I posted it on the video.
Is it on Discord? Yeah, we'll pull it up. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up on my stream.
It's at the very end. It's the very last.
Right, because we went to look for it and we saw the report, but not the tasing.
The very end.
Yeah,
the very end was chopped off of that one. That's
James, are you back?
I am back.
James, I was just saying we got to get you a headset microphone for when you walk around. Do you like to pace?
Oh no, I actually cut out, like I lost.
Oh, you had to pop back in.
But StreamYard's great about keeping it going, so I appreciate that about StreamYard.
It is pretty good about that.
I don't know if I might need a new computer, because whenever I exceed a certain amount of bandwidth, I lose connection, like as a penalty for like 10 or 15 seconds. So
I'm gonna give you two things. You always need a new computer. It's just it's where you work. Like when I was honest about it, it's just everything I do is driven by a computer. So it's the limit, right? It's the I don't know what the term is, it's the limiting factor, right, of a lot of your power, essentially. And then oftentimes multiple machines. Most serious streamers have multiple computers.
Right. Yeah, this is a 5-year-old computer, so I know that it's time to
you can think of it as one you're working on and then one that you're streaming and recording and streaming your work from. And as you see, right, we think of it as, I just want to go live and chat with people, but then it ends up being, I want to screen share and do videos and chat with friends and do some light gaming, and it just ends up, and every time you get a new idea, it's another thing your computer has to do. And then when you get serious about certain things, it's why I don't really recommend people get too much into editing, because unless you've really got the machine or the time for it, because it just takes so long. And then if you're talking about editing streams, then you're talking about really big files. So it's just so time consuming. So like when I get back mostly into streaming, it'll be, I have a really powerful computer that is doing that. But if I had my computer, even if I use my computer right now for stream, that'd be all it's doing. Right. And then I got another computer that's taking care of the stream.
Right.
Otherwise, my editing computer is going to be so much slower because it's also streaming or recording or chatting or StreamYarding, that it just everything takes even longer than it already takes. So that's just the little kind of where people go with that usually.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's fun, man.
It is fun.
Yeah.
So that again, I dropped the link in the chat for anybody that wanted it for Dave's channel for his underwater video.
Yeah, I
want
to see that. Okay.
So, I had it on a high definition, but like I said, whenever I stream too much all at once on my bandwidth, it like resets my. I don't know. Maybe I need a new controller card or a whole new computer, but I'll probably just when the season sales come up for Christmas, I'll probably or Thanksgiving, like Black Friday or Cyber Monday, I'll probably just go ahead.
Yeah.
It came
out the graphics.
Those little knockoff
Hey, thanks,
GoPros.
James. I'm gonna head out. Say thanks, guys. Thanks, James.
Johnny, thanks again, man. Good chatting with you, and come through anytime, man. I'd love to chat with you. I'm Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube. If you want to come through anytime, man, be glad to chat with you.
I know who you are. Yeah, I've been over your stream.
Oh, appreciate it. We'll chat soon, man.
You too.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah, I just got a knockoff GoPro with a waterproof case. And I was playing it on my big screen TV, and it looks great. It's very impressive what the technology is in something so small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Carol, so much, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, James. That's the other thing we talk about too, because you might get into stuff like that where if you want to share your hobbies, woodworking and stuff, we should talk about how to go about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you probably want different cameras, or you may want something like a GoPro or something you could wear on your head, right? That way you get kind of like your perspective when you're looking down on a workbench or whatever. I'm trying to do the same thing with Cliff. Like Cliff Cliff has a house with an airport hangar on it, and it used to, that's what it's for. And he converted it to a blacksmithing shop. So, yeah, he doesn't realize how, like, fucking magical it is. Like, you walk into this place and there's, really, anchor or whatever and all these forging tools. And, he's got his own forged in fire thing, and he's making all this incredible stuff in there. But it's not quite open up your laptop and go with the webcam or whatever. It takes a little bit more thought, just a little bit more. Normally it's just a camcorder or some other couple of cameras into capture cards into your StreamYard or OBS, and make sure you got some microphones or something and you're ready to go.
Yep. Yeah, we'll get it worked out. So, in the meantime, Dave, we haven't given you a whole lot of chance to talk tonight. Did you want to add something to, like, what we've been talking about?
No, I think like I said, you got to go into these conversations and not set it off to make it anything personal or what they said or anything else, because you're not going to get anywhere. I've been there, us old timers around the internet, we've been there. We know it doesn't get you anywhere. So you have to set a stage where you say, hey, I just want to ask you questions. I just want to ask about something you said, and just keep it right there. And it's not personal. You know what I mean?
Right.
I have one of my Facebook friends. We've been talking for years, and he's a Christian. And we disagree, and we go back and forth about the Bible maybe once or twice. And then we go, okay, well, hey, thanks a lot. You have a good day. Hey, good talking to you.
Yeah.
And that's the best ones that you can have. And let everybody else decide. You know what I mean? Let everybody else decide. Especially if you go into any of these discussions with the professional apologists that run around YouTube and everything like Otangelo or anything else. If you get into the word salads, they basically won, because they threw out more words than you did, and everybody says, oh, whoa. So you got to sit back, just have a discussion on something, and like you said, and you got to have, when these get a little heated or anything, you got to have a moderator say, hey, whoa, stay on topic. We're here to talk about this. We're not here to talk about somebody's mother or something else derogatory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you
mean. There's time and place for that. You want dumpster fires, there's plenty of places that's all they want. They want dumpster fires, and they promote it, and you can go there and have them.
Oh, sure. And I sometimes pop into those channels. I stay for like 5 seconds, and I go, nope, not my scene. I'm out. I just can't.
Yeah, it's entertaining for a few, but yeah, then it gets old,
Yeah. So good night, Renatia. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, there's a couple of, like, Skylar's channel, for example, there's a couple other ones where when they just get these angry theists, like, not normal theists, like fundamentalist narcissists, come on there to debate stuff, and they get so awful. The whole energy is just toxic. And, like, why? Like, why are we... I just can't... What's to be gained from that? Like, I don't know. Because you're not going to get a word in. I'm not going to listen to a word you say. So, I just can't do it. So, there's certain channels... And,
I still think there's a lot to be gained. What were you saying? You were going to say something.
Well, it just depends on the channel. What's to be gained from that scene, Jay?
It just depends on your goal. Like, so I think a lot of times it's a platform. I mean, some people don't know how dumb certain things are until they say it out loud, or say it out loud in front of an audience, or get challenged on it. But other times, I think a lot of times the goal is the vicarious humiliation or embarrassment. Sometimes I hate to say it, and I guess I'm only referring to people who are clearly sitting on something to that level. But, it's sort of like, if I don't think I'm going to get through to Kent Hovind, but I do think there's a lot of Christians out here, even a lot of people in our own community who used to be Kent Hovind fans. So at some point, that whole thing got exposed to them. And so I think there is value to doing that. Not that you're going to convert the apologist, but that you're going to reason to other people. And then for me, a lot of times it's a honey trap thing. I don't have the time on these platforms to give somebody what I need to give them, for instance, to de-radicalize them on some of these ideas. But if I can get at least some of them to, see us
just
as
question anything. Just question anything.
Yeah, but not only that, but
throw
also
it off just one from the 100% to a 99%.
That, but also see us like, I'm not gonna let go of my God. I'm not gonna let go of my Trump support, but I think I can talk to Dave. I think I can, talk to James Apperson for 5 minutes and tolerate him as a person to have conversations with. So then sometimes it's like the value is you're just creating more opportunities to have that conversation.
Or changing the view of atheism.
Or changing their view of atheism. Yeah, so somebody taught me that. Sometimes your goal is just to be the nicest atheist anybody knows. Because then it makes it harder to hate.
Yeah.
And I know that because I know a lot of the goals, they don't sound satisfying, especially when you're in this frustrating conversation with the person, and most of those goals are sort of thinking beyond that. But I do think that that's what you're left with, especially when, you're dealing with somebody who's clearly not intellectually flexible.
Well, if we stop being the enemy, then that's going to open up communications. So.
Yeah. And James, I'm with you. I think some of them are lost and hopeless, and it's total waste of time. The problem is, and I was going to ask even Johnny about this, is I just don't know how to tell which ones are which without having the conversations.
Right. Yeah, you got to have the conversations.
It's hard to do because in order for them to permit their beliefs, they have to permit the foundation of all beliefs. It's very hard.
Yes.
That's why a Christian is always, or most Christians are willing to have a conversation with another theist over an atheist, because then they can go back and forth with a whole bunch of bong smoke and talk about what if, and both feel good,
Yeah.
That's why I'm not an atheist.
Right. And I love bong
What are
smoke.
you, Dave?
Fact checking, though. I need fact checking. Go ahead, though.
It's.
Dave,
I've got my mug. From Shannon Q that says I'm a sexual humanist.
Sexual
There you go.
You know what, Dave? You said something earlier that I did want to comment on, but I was running around with Derek at the time, which was the distinction between anti-theism and anti-theist, and I almost would like to mirror that distinction a little bit more. I got the term anti-theist, I don't say got it from, but started using it more because Christopher Hitchens used it explicitly. And I kind of thought like, if he was bold enough.
I used to too, but then I switched it to theism. Because,
Yeah. And I guess I also
look at
don't
Derek.
want to try to create my own category, but yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on, I guess is what I wanted to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, yesterday Derek was preaching, right? Metaphorically,
I think
Derek
I missed
was
it.
preaching.
I don't know if I said all of it.
I said, well, yeah, Derek was a believer, right? From
Yeah.
Mythvision. So metaphorically, yesterday he was preaching. Today he's not.
Okay.
So it's
yeah.
it's
I see what you're saying.
personal.
Yeah, you saying the
Yeah,
person
it's not
changes.
personal.
I got you. Yeah.
Right. It was the
Yeah.
beliefs. It's the beliefs that
Absolutely.
you got to go after. You know what I mean? And that's
Absolutely.
what I'm saying when you're talking to somebody, you go, hey, I understand that you're a Christian. I understand you're a Muslim. I understand whatever. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I still
I disagree
can I
with
ask you
this.
questions.
Yeah.
And if not, then there's no point in talking if you're just gonna
So let me
call
ask you a question
call me a
about
demon.
the topic, because James, it was supposed to be what? Integrity and free thought. My point was this: are you having integrity if you and I sit down and have dinner together, and somehow this thing comes up, be it innocuously because I bless my food, or more explicitly because I want to talk about church, or way explicitly because I may ask you to come to church. At what point do you feel like your integrity is compromised for the sake of not having this difficult conversation? Like, and then are you subverting your own free speech is what I guess I'm getting at.
So I look for
and is this how you even wanted to go with this?
Yeah, we can. Like, it's relevant to the topic, right? So I look for equity, social equity. If they're promoting an equal give and take, then I'll be infinitely patient with that. But the moment they start leveraging for inequality in the dynamic between us, whether it's leveraged from a God says so position or leveraged in any other way, then I'll put the brakes on that and say, no, you need to come back to speaking to me as an equal. Like, I won't humor an ongoing dialogue with somebody who's not speaking to me from an equal position. Socially equal and authority equal. If they can't speak to me as an equal, then we just can't have a discussion. And if they can, we keep going. We'll go anywhere they want to go with it. And I'll just meet them in equal terms. And the more they push a particular narrative, as long as I'm free to push back, right, we're good. Just don't step on that platform of because God said so, because I won't even listen while they're standing on that platform.
Right when they say, well, atheists say, and I say, right there. You know, I don't care what it is. You know, I don't care. Are we talking? You know,
right? And that's one of the biggest things.
I don't care what Hitchens or anybody else says. You know what I mean? I made my decisions before I knew where any of these people were. You know what I mean? I always tell people, Carl Sagan was the cool guy on Johnny Carson that talked about space stuff. I had no idea he's an atheist, what an atheist was, or anything like that. I just grew out of beliefs. You know what I mean? So when they're throwing, oh, you just repeating Hitchens, you're just repeating a YouTube video, etc., and it's like, no, I predate all that stuff.
Yeah, you know, that's one reason I don't like debating YouTube leftists or a lot of people that call themselves leftists and have streams about it and stuff, because from an academic setting, they're ready to argue whoever you profess your belief in or who you align your morals with. So that's why they obsess so much about specific titles, like what type of believer are you? What type of, whatever you're discussing. They're trying to find the person they can argue against that died 100 years ago. They're not trying to actually meet you where you're at, the person you're having a conversation with. I can't stand it when people do that, you know?
Yep, exactly. Yep. Oh, you're just Hitchens, you're just Dawkins, you're just whoever. Yeah.
Right.
To be quite honest, there's also that the apologist, like somewhat like inconscientious, like a mission to basically like save everybody. And I'm not gonna kind of name names over here, but it's just the obsessive need to quote unquote convert people, or whatever. And like, to me, because the idea is that, at least for me, is that if I go back to, Catholicism for me, is that I am basically just I'm walking up and basically drinking like 5 liters of Kool-Aid every single time. And, and that I'm basically lying to myself, to which when I basically started to acknowledge myself as an atheist, or even anti-theist, depending on whatever label you want, is that I've basically just kind of told myself that everything that makes me feel better about those religion is a lie, and if I do so, I am lying to myself because I want that dopamine rush that it's like an addict thing. It's like I'm trying to put in a needle and just to inject that dopamine, just to feel good, and and it's something that I refuse to do. So
yeah, I agree. With me, it wasn't just a dopamine itch. It was an itch of oh, the world's scary and crazy. And instead of learning a whole bunch of stuff from a bunch of different people and a bunch of different books, I got this one book right here that has all the answers. And I can find some peace in that, while at the same time I find no peace because I'm not perfect and I'm more likely not going to get to the good place this book talks about. Like, I empathize. I'll just say that. I empathize, man.
Well,
that's where you got to have somebody like me, because I was never, I don't have a conversion story,
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of those people that just, church was just something you did with mom and dad. I never really had these beliefs or anything. So I don't have the perspective, even what you guys have, of being a former believer, because I never really was.
I never really was
completely different view of how to look at it. I just looked at it like Santa Claus or anything else, and people get offended by saying that, but I just meant it as it was something kids did with the family. And then when you had kids, you said, okay, well, I guess I got to take the kids to church because that's what you do on Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then when you get to a certain age, you're off doing other things. So that's just how I viewed it. So the hardcore fundamentalists and Ken Ham and all these type of things, I didn't discover till I was there. I really had no clue that people took any of that so seriously.
Yeah, but like I said, I probably beat this to death. But the fact of my physical disability, cerebral palsy, just kind of prevented me from going on to the deep end to drinking the full Kool-Aid down, like from the start. And even within my family, it's was wishy-washy, as in where like they were really liberal to begin with. But so, and for me, the aspect of suffering and pain, that basically every theist, whatever denomination, whatever creed or whatever, is that technically you are wishing harm and malice to other people automatically because they don't follow your brand of voodoo, So it's this thing that theists don't really understand, is that you are wishing harm from automatically, for being automatically in that religion and actively preaching from, well, if it's preaching, evangelizing, and whatever, is that you are not exactly inflicting, but basically endorsing harm on other people. And that is something that I cannot do. I do not wish, it's like saying that you are wishing people to have cancer for some reason. Everybody else but your own social clique to have cancer. So
I'll even throw a bone. I'll throw a bone back that religions used to serve some useful purposes.
Yeah, with that.
They were like one of the original, what you could call science. They were trying to explain things.
Facts. I would say that ways of knowing.
Medicine,
yes.
They were trying to cure people.
Yes.
But they didn't understand how. All they had to, was some alchemy or some prayers.
Right.
That's how they ought to cure things, to answer things. But that's why I say anti-theism now, because it's outdated. It's not demons. People need mental health care. You know what I mean? It's not that you upset the gods. It was weather patterns. And now we understand that. And why I often criticize that religious texts will say that the wrath comes because of all these different reasons. But they didn't, there's no insight on maybe some food storage and, things like that would get these people through the hard times. It's just, well, you just have to deal with the hard times. Good luck. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's any divine wisdom in any of those books.
Guys, I just wanted to, James, I'm gonna change the topic real quick. Man, I really, this is kind of how I envision, Gather going. People getting excited about it. I think most of us that have gotten used to it are really enjoying it. But it was really important to me that you in particular kind of got the hang of it and got comfortable streaming in here. So I appreciate you kind of taking that on. Like I said, if you're around when you get done, I'll still be on, and I'll help you out with some of the sound stuff just to give you some flexibility. But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for having me, and I'm gonna end my stream, so I'm just gonna kind of mute myself for a minute, end my stream, and then I'll be here. So I'll just hang out in StreamYard and gather, but I don't need to be live anymore. So I mostly just want the button because I'm gonna end my stream, and I didn't want to end it awkwardly. But yeah, we're all in gather. Appreciate everybody for being here with us, and we got the cross thing going. So we'll still have that going, James, because I'm not gonna leave gather or StreamYard. I'm just gonna end my stream on Twitch, or on the restream or whatever. So
sounds good.
But yeah, and then I don't know what's going on tonight. I'll probably make some phone calls, but I guess after you're done or whatever, we'll do I guess movies and gaming like we normally do in here or whatever. So I don't know if there's anything going on, but yeah, appreciate everybody, and I'll be hanging out in Gathertown. But yeah, thanks for co-streaming with me, James. I really appreciate it. And
same.
Yeah, this was fun. So we'll do this again. But yeah, I think there's nobody watching on my channels anymore. I think everybody came over. I think everybody's over here. So, and there's like 10 of us in Gather. So yeah, so everybody's pretty much in Gather anyway. So we're good to go.
Yep.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. I'm just gonna mute. I'll stop my camera for a second while I do this, and then I'll be back.
All right. So, all right. So, any thoughts, Dave, that you want to share? I'm not gonna put you on the spot. I just want to make sure that you get a chance to say anything if you want to. I think a lot of people are leaving.
No,
now.
I mean, I've told you before.
Everybody's
I agree on a lot of things, so it's hard to.
I'll mute them up real quick, just so I can get a chance to get in here. Yeah, thanks to everybody for tuning in. I guess we didn't go over Avida-ED much, but I'll just say a lot of people have handed in all the way up to exercise 2. I will go ahead probably tomorrow when I get to my Avida stuff before class. I'll go ahead and I will put up Avida-ED 3, exercise 3. Hopefully everybody gets to that and use this week to get caught up. They shouldn't take you too long. They'll probably take you about an hour or so each. I'll also have to update some class data on there, so I'll get all that figured out for tomorrow. But if you want to do the Avida-ED stuff, please go ahead and get that done, because exercise, the midterm would be coming up next, and I'll use that to test everybody. We do an independent exercise for that, and then after that, next up will be my exercise, a history exercise, which you'll need to kind of know what you're doing for. Like, everybody will need to know what they're doing because it requires some group work. So I'll treat you guys as a group. I'll have you guys I'll treat it like another group to go with my class groups. And yeah, we'll get that going. Oh, I muted all of everybody.
It's like button mashing, but the thing is that my left hand has I have.
I don't think he's talking
at least
to us.
30 to 45.
Yeah, I'll fix that in a second. But yeah, do it up to exercise 3. I'll see you guys later. I want to help James out with the sound. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll